New York Post protesting numerous lies in the letter department was used by this paper, but equally important letters sent by prominent persons, as for example, Robert Briffault, author 200 of Europa, were suppressed. I know that the letters to the editor department is not very important. The important fact is that orders on what to use and what to suppress have been given by those in authority. The editorial staff further informs me that in case the city editor overlooks an anti-fascist letter, it is killed in proof by managing editor Hawkins, and should he fail, the final stabbing is done by the editor and general manager, Mr. Hills himself. He has given the orders to one Lewis Harrell, an Irish Catholic philo-fascist journalist who is permitted to edit and censor the news on Spain. A curious sideline on this dirty business of coloring the news to suit the fascists was furnished to me by Minify, the correspondent of the New York Herald Tribune in Spain. James M. Minify is one of the best, a truly objective journalist who writes without bias and color and who tells the truth, let the chips fall where they may. Mr. Minify noticed the coloring of the news on Spain, wondered about the U.P. dispatches being biased in his own paper, but said nothing until one day he began to notice that someone, presumably Harrell, was writing in reds for loyalists in his own cables. But that was not all. He tells me that whole items were changed, that parts were suppressed, that sometimes the exact opposite was printed of what he had written in the Paris, never in the New York edition. At first Minify tried to fight it out. He demanded that his stuff be published as written, but somehow this didn't work. It might have been stupidity, it might have been sabotage. Probably the latter. At any rate, here we have the astounding spectacle of a well-known journalist giving instructions to one of the two newspapers published by his own organization never under any circumstances to use his material because he could not trust it to use it honestly. What do you think caused the manhandling of your stuff in the Paris office? I asked Minify when I first met the Herald Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism 201 him in Valencia, one night just after the sirens had stopped calling alarm for an air raid. Pressure groups, he replied. There are plenty of American legionnaires in Paris on the fascist side, also pro-fascist church organizations. I have seen letters they have sent to Hill saying I am a red just because I was sending news from Madrid. In fact, a certain sister R demanded that the Paris H.T. stop publishing any news from the government side, her idea of objectivity being news exclusively from the fascist side. It is a fact that the Paris Herald Tribune stopped publishing even the official Madrid-Valencia government communique on the progress of the war. I make this statement from an examination of the paper from January to May, 1937, when I saw it every day. On the other hand, the Paris edition publishes fake news about Republican Spain. I make this statement because I have clipped some of these fakes. Here is one, for example, which is the story of how Companys, the president of Catalonia, has fled from Barcelona to a haven in France. It is true that the first place this fake appeared was in the London Daily Mail, but that does not alter the fact it was still a fake when the Herald Tribune republished it. The Paris edition suppressed the most important parts of the sensational speech on Spain which Taylor, the Chicago Tribune correspondent with Franco, made before the American Chamber of Commerce, of which editor Lawrence Hills is a shining light. It is true that the Chamber and the reporters who covered the speech-making expected a bitter attack on the Spanish Republic from the man who had been with the fascists. They were not prepared to hear someone on that side, and a Catholic too, call Franco a mad dog and refer to his soldiers as murderers. It is also a fact that Mr. Hill's newspaper published only a few paragraphs, leaving out the most damning anti-Franco statements. 202. The Paris edition, furthermore, gets a lot of its information on Spain from Quininos de Leon, the dismissed ambassador of the Spanish Republic. It is also a fact that the Paris Popular Front newspapers exposed the chief Franco espionage bureau as being situated at 21 Rue du Barry and alleged that Quininos de Leon was the chief Franco spy in continental Europe. 21 Rue du Barry is the office building constructed by the old New York Herald. In this building there is a Franco agency which occupies the best part of an entire floor. It is a fact therefore that one of the largest rent payers of the Paris Herald Tribune is the Franco-fascist agency. I do not believe that the dollars of rental paid would amount to 1/100% in the budget of the Reed family which owns the New York Herald Tribune, but I do know that the Paris edition budget depends largely on building rental, and that the Franco payments to the newspaper are very important. Chapter 15. Gannett, Chain Lord. Throughout the world journalists have risen to power. Lenin and Trotsky published their small revolutionary papers in Russia and abroad. Stalin edited Pravda in Petrograd during the Kerensky regime which it helped overthrow. Mussolini was the big shot in socialist journalism in Italy until the French government paid him to establish and edit a pro-Ally paper, and on its presses fascism began its advance. Kemal Ataturk once ran a rebel sheet. Hitler had his Beobachter. Every French premier has a personal organ. In Europe the press is an open weapon with which men and parties fight for power. In America the ruling powers prefer to let the press maintain the aspect of impartiality and independence, so long as wealth, the profit motive, and the status quo are never endangered. There is, however, very little difference between the European and American press, in fundamentals. But one striking feature is obvious: in Europe the editors and publishers themselves become part of the political machinery, whereas in America they have not yet stepped into the public light. The only American editor and publisher who ever became president was the most tragic incompetent the White House had ever seen. In his reign the building became merely an office for the greatest bunch of crooks that ever looted the country. The cabinet itself was distinguished for the fact that it supplied the only member of a presidential family RO3. 204. Ever to enter a federal penitentiary. Unfortunately scores of even greater crooks remained unjailed. In the Great Ohio Gang Scandal newspaper editors played various roles: Carl C. McGee, editor of the Albuquerque Morning Journal; Paul Y. Anderson, of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, and the Kansas City Star, were the heroes, but others, notably Alexander P. Moore, of the Pittsburgh Leader, who was never exposed; Tannen and Bonfils, of the Denver Post, who used journalistic blackmail trying to get $1 million and actually got $250,000, were the villains. There were also great newspapers, including the New York Times, which did everything to prevent a congressional investigation. Certainly the first occupancy of the White House by a publisher was a tragic fiasco. Better men than Harding have tried before and after him. Horace Greeley, if one judges his character from his biographies, would probably have been the Theodore Roosevelt of his time, a pugnacious, single-tracked but powerful, dynamic, president who would have left colorful rather than disgraceful pages in history. Of Alf M. Landon and his journalistic mate, Frank Knox, their backers in 1936 expected nothing but a safe and sane, quiet, and honest administration, with big business legally flourishing at the expense of the people as it did under Coolidge and Hoover and Mellon for a while. The nomination of Frank Knox, it has been said in public political speeches, caused abysmal chagrin to his Chicago colleague, Colonel McCormick. I do not know whether this is so. But Frank Knox's candidacy, despite its failure, has caused a great buzzing of hornets in all the bonnets of big and little publishers, and chiefly in the dovecot of the country chain owner, Frank E. Gannett. He too has been afflicted with the Northcliffe complex. The list of American publishers who either want to rule or to manipulate the strings of the stooges who rule, is an imposing 205. One and keeps growing. In fact, the situation poses the question whether or not most publishers, realizing the power of the press, do not at some time in their lives succumb to the desire to exercise it for their own advancement or satisfactions. Curiously enough, in years gone by Frank Gannett used to deliver a pronunciamento against publishers in politics. Frank Ernest Gannett is sincere, humanitarian, a man of good intentions, and one of the most confused persons in public life today. As millionaire owners of the press go, he is one of the minor lords, his fortune being valued at a mere $12,500,000. He has great plans for devoting it to the welfare of his fellow men. He has announced that public service rather than private profits would be the program of his papers. His chain, which once reached a maximum of 19, is concentrated mostly in New York State, and the best-known papers are the Knickerbocker Press in Albany and the Rochester Times-Union and Rochester Democrat and Chronicle. Gannett has provided for a foundation which will control the ownership of the common stock in all his papers. After dividends on preferred, which will be held largely by employees and executives, have been paid, the remaining profits will be available for public charitable, educational, and general philanthropic causes and purposes. The board of directors, self-perpetuating, will consist of 11 persons, of whom at least 8 must be newspapermen, and each director must hold at least 10 shares of stock. The consolidated net profit of the Gannett Company in 1937 was $1,123,085, and in 1936, $1,026,150. In 1935 Gannett also announced that The Agriculturist, his farm paper, would be directed by a man chosen by the readers, profits to be turned into a fellowship fund for research. When he went to high school in Bristol, New York, where he was born on September 15, 1876, young Gannett made $206. Some money as a bartender's helper in the local hotel, and the result was his almost fanatical prohibitionist attitude. After watching booze ruin men, he says, I made up my mind that if I ever got a chance I would fight it. He fought. The Prohibition Amendment was a great personal triumph, the repeal a sad day, but when beer returned and the question of alcohol advertising agitated many publishers, he said, I must recognize that a newspaper is a semi-public institution. No matter what my personal views may be, I have come to appreciate that it may be dangerous to exclude advertising not in conflict with the law. It threatens free speech and a free press, which are precious liberties. So it looked for a while as if private profits would triumph over idealism, but it turned out differently. The childhood conviction did triumph. Gannett again barred liquor advertising in his papers. The war also taught Mr. Gannett something. He has been militantly anti-militarist. He is a member of the executive board of the National Council for the Prevention of War. In 1935 Gannett was elected a director of the Associated Press to succeed Adolph Oakes. At that time he held 17 franchises for that many journals, and it was generally agreed that he would be the spokesman of the small newspaper in the great organization. In the press associations Gannett is said to be the best versed economist in the profession. Editor and publisher reports that book upon book in the elaborate office library in his Rochester home testify to the thorough study of economic problems Mr. Gannett has made in recent years. Apparently this economist believes in cyclical recovery. Believing that the depression was due largely to a collapse in prices caused by the increasing value of gold, Mr. Gannett is vitally concerned with the effect of a managed dollar. The economist is quoted as saying, America is practically the same as it was in 1929. We have the same resources, the same, etc., etc. Readjust prices and we will go forward rapidly toward prosperity. Prices affect our lives. 207. Profoundly. Depression and booms are just great fluctuations in prices. Years ago Gannett announced that it was his policy never to buy a paper where the policy has to be changed. It was not until midsummer in 1936 that this publisher joined the vast majority of his colleagues who, for diverse reasons, chiefly financial, as the New York Daily News showed, indulged in one of the most prejudiced, unfair, and unethical campaigns in our history. I am personally very fond of President Roosevelt, said Gannett. We have been friends for 30 years, but I can't go along with him on his ideas of government. I can't stand for his planned economy, centralization of power and extravagant use of public monies. From now on Gannett was launched on the dubious waters of party politics. he still continued to publish the statement that the Gannett newspapers are dedicated to the welfare of all the people. Theirs is the pledge to publish each day clean, wholesome, educational, and entertaining newspapers. Knowing no selfish interests, no entangling obligations, each newspaper within this group can be, and is, fair, just and tolerant, ever sympathetic with the unfortunate and eager to present all sides of any question. Each of these newspapers has ever before it the ideal of Lincoln, to be for and of the people. And the Knickerbocker Press still announced its purpose was fully, honestly, accurately, and intelligently to inform the public. The slogan of the group still was the integrity of a Gannett newspaper must never be questioned. But questioned it was. The altruist and humanitarian Gannett came into conflict with the employer Gannett, and the newspapermen who were organizing soon found out which of the two they were dealing with. There were problems of journalistic ethics and problems of hiring, firing and paying of wages. Gannett was anti-Roosevelt on the Supreme Court issue. The reporters may have been pro-Roosevelt, but they at least were ethical. They wrote the news as news. Albany Central Federation of 208. Labor unanimously endorsed the president. This of course was fairly big local news, and Albany newspapers were expected to play it up. At the same time, two small items came in over the telegraph desk from Schenectady and from Little Falls. They were reports that lawyers' associations had disapproved of the president. On February 18, 1937, the Knickerbocker Press ran its story with the following head. Two bar groups. Rap court move. Mohawk Valley lawyers express disapproval of proposal. Tacked onto out-of-town items was the vastly more important local story in favor of the Roosevelt plan. The reporters were angry. They declared that the Labor Council story had been written separately, but the editors had buried it. That whole morning the telephone calls to the evening Gannett paper, the Albany News, brought protests from labor unions. And so, despite the fact that the news was already stale, having appeared in a morning paper, the news played it up first on page 4, then page 2, with an 8-column banner heading. And when the newspaper writers suggested that a clause in the new contract should permit them to write a full, accurate, truthful, and fair presentation of the facts, the management said such a proposal would be virtually an insult to Frank Gannett and the integrity of his newspapers. In January 1938, the Tri-City Newspaper Guild at a labor board hearing charged the Gannett firm with using stool pigeons, strike breakers, and finks during a printer's strike, and with the discriminatory discharge of guild members, no less than 27 of the 29 persons fired when the press and news were amalgamated being members of the organization. The guild accused the editors and publishers of a 3-year campaign aimed at breaking one of the strong 209 newspaper groups in the country. The Gannett firm of course denied that unfair labor practices had been employed, but it could not deny the firing of 29 men. Nor the fact that Mr. Gannett was planning to devote his millions for charitable purposes after he died. Also, shortly after this wholesale discharge of employees, Gannett went deep into political waters with a recovery plan in which profit sharing of capital and labor was one of the main points. It would, he said, establish confidence between labor and capital and promote friendly relations and bring about real cooperation for the production of more wealth. One can justly ask whether this was mere mental confusion or Machiavellianism. At home Mr. Gannett was fighting labor, firing his men, but at the Union League Club of Chicago he was speaking for sharing the wealth of production with labor. The rest of Gannett's political credo was mostly pro-big business. It consists of the following points: I. Abolish surplus profit tax and capital gains tax. 2. Abandon economy of scarcity. G. Encourage business and help make business profitable. 4. Encourage distribution of profits among workers. 5. Cut down government expenses. 6. Lessen taxation because it burdens all. 7. Study English system of labor relations and adopt English system of compulsory arbitration. 8. Establish honest monetary system. G. Set up long-term planning board to handle public works, high-speed toll roads. I. Set up Central Information Bureau on production and consumption in order to help business stabilize production. I. End restrictions on farm production, arrange for distribution of surpluses. 12. Promote economy of abundance, more production, lower prices, put idle millions back to work. Shades of Adam Smith, Ricardo, Karl Marx, and Torsten Veblen. Can this be the result of white knights among those books in the elaborate home study? Or is this purely Republican Party economics? 210. With the announcements of principles and platform, Frank Gannett began organizing his plan to defeat practically all liberal and progressive measures in Washington. His first move was to write $5,000 prominent men to help his drive against the reform of the Supreme Court. His second was to fight the reorganization bill. This fight, as is now generally known, was directed not so much against a necessary measure as against the Roosevelt idea of government by reform. Gannett sent every editor in the country an appeal to help the National Committee to uphold constitutional government, as he called his organization. Most editors who replied were favorable. An exception was William T. Evju of the Progressive, who wrote Gannett that he and the crowd surrounding him are actuated by special interest in fighting Roosevelt. The reference to the freedom of the press in the voluminous literature is becoming more and more nauseating. You big moguls in the American Publishers Association are hypocritically using the freedom of the press to promote your own selfish special interests. I am not going to help you play the game of the selfish big newspaper publishers who hate the Roosevelt administration because the Roosevelt administration hasn't been willing to follow the traditional policy of treating big newspapers as a privileged class. When the Supreme Court plan was defeated, editor Dr. Publisher said history would record that the name of Frank E. Gannett perhaps will stand out as the individual outside official life who contributed most to its rejection. It described the way in which Gannett used all the power of his newspapers and personal efforts. The general roundup of legislation defeated in the session was headlined "Journalists Had Stellar Roles in Current Congress Session." In his second attack, on the reorganization measure, Gannett ran into great senatorial opposition. An investigation was proposed of his organization, Administration Leaders de 211. Manding to know who besides Gannett were investing their money in defeating all legislation and what men were really back of it. This information Gannett, a newspaper publisher whose business it is to inform the public of such matters for the general welfare, refused to divulge. He yelled freedom of the press. Among those who denied the Senate's power to issue subpoenas duces tecum and to ask indiscreet questions was Gannett's manager of the committee, a certain Dr. Edward A. Rumley, a wartime pro-German propagandist who with the aid of pro-Germans bought the New York Evening Mail for the purpose of presenting the Kaiser's cause. Mussolini had sold out to the French Foreign Office and thousands of editors and publishers everywhere were being bought by either the Kaiser or the Northcliffe Commission, but it was unfortunate for Dr. Rumley that he was on the wrong side because he was convicted of trading with the enemy and sentenced to serve a year and a day in the federal penitentiary in Atlanta. Among the measures Rumley admitted his committee fought against was the first wages and hours bill. Senator Minton in a radio address said, "Don't be misled by Mr. Gannett as he directs his propaganda machine from sunny Florida. He has no more idea of saving you and your Constitution than the Liberty League did. If you are gullible you might be persuaded by the flood of misleading propaganda being sent out by Gannett's committee." Mr. Gannett's speech the other night that our procedure was unheard of was deliberately falsifying the record. Mr. Gannett, being a newspaperman, saw the metropolitan newspapers losing their influence with the people. With radios in as many homes as take newspapers, the people began to catch on that the metropolitan newspapers were propaganda sheets that didn't hesitate to misrepresent the facts in their news columns. So Mr. Gannett, seeing the newspapers slipping, set up a propaganda organization on a direct by-mail basis. 212. Let me nail another falsehood of Mr. Gannett's. The rest of this speech may be found in the Congressional Record of March 28, 1938. Minton and fellow senators demanded the facts about the men and money behind Gannett, but the humanitarian replied by shouting fascist dictatorship and Stalin OGPU at the inquisitors. The truth never came out. It is known that a huge sum was spent and that the reorganization bill, which Conservative Weekly Time admitted was a straightforward attempt to increase efficiency, and could not be presented as an effort on the part of Franklin Roosevelt to make himself dictator, was defeated by a combination of publishers and politicians, notably Gannett, Roy Howard, William Randolph Hearst, Paul Block, Dorothy Thompson, Father Coughlin, and other reactionary forces whose claim was exactly that which Time had denied. Gannett accepted his laurels like a modest hero. He made a radio speech in which he fixed the responsibility for the Depression on the Roosevelt administration and called the Wagner Act, the Magna Carta of labor in America, a potent factor in promoting strife which had discouraged production. This short history of Frank E. Gannett shows that he has fought his own employees, used his newspapers to present his personal views, made use of all the usual typographical devices of playing news up or down, that he has made his chain the expression of a narrow and prejudiced policy, that he has never supported liberal measures, and that he has on the other hand advocated ideas inimical to labor. Years earlier he had been in debt heavily to the Power and Paper Trust, but within 48 hours after an exposure by federal authorities he switched the loans to a bank. In the Tugwell Pure Food and Drug Bill fight he offered the chain of newspapers to the drug makers and advertising men for the free expression of their opinion. Altogether it may be said that Gannett is the typical small 213 town publisher. The difference is that he has humanitarian ideas as well as presidential ambitions *, and with his devotion to the latter motivation in the past 2 or 3 years it is becoming more and more apparent that the humanitarian headlines will not be written in his lifetime. Post-mortem Gannett may become known as a social instead of an antisocial personality. Boston, Brahmins, bourgeoisie, and boobs. If it is true that cities get the newspapers they deserve, and I doubt it because I believe many benighted cities in America deserve at least one good paper, Boston would be the place to prove the aphorism. It gets its Christian Science Monitor for its 2817 latest World Almanac figures, Christian Scientists, its transcript for its Brahmins, its Globe, Post, Herald, and Traveler for its bourgeoisie, and its Record and American for those whose mentality hardly rises above the Hearst or comic strip level. Of all the great cities in America, Boston, which once had the reputation of being intelligent, has the lowest ranking, judged by journalistic standards. In fact, it is the only city which had, until such time as they could not stomach association with a vital and progressive force, newspaper guild units which themselves were red-baiting and reactionary. Boston, like New York, has 2 Hearst newspapers. But unlike New York, Boston has no liberal or even semi-liberal newspapers, and it is therefore easier to resort to the crudest methods without fear of collegial criticism or exposure. Hearst papers in Boston are notorious for making of the news. Public opinion frequently is influenced by stories which originate not in events but in the minds of editors. On the Hearst papers, says the Institute for Propaganda Analysis, it is the incompetent reporter, indeed, who cannot arouse public opinion to fever pitch at 20 minutes' notice, and with only the help of the nearest telephone book. The system is simple. The reporter calls 10 or 12. 214. 215. Notable people, men and women he knows and who may owe him a favor, or who are dogs for personal publicity, or who happen to have such perverted political minds that they agree with Hearstian policies, and each person makes a statement suggested by the reporter. The statements are then collected under a general lead, and the story appears on page 1 of the Hearst papers under headlines which begin "Public decries" or "Patriotic leaders endorse." Of course the other newspapers do the same thing when they ride their pet hobby horses into the political arena. In the Hearst press the same trickery is used in the general red-baiting campaign in every town. It is very easy to call up the head of the American Legion, the leading daughter of the American Revolution, the loudest Knight of Columbus or other Catholic organization with which Hearst has worked ever since he married a Catholic, and start a Red Scare. The fact that most of the endorsers of Hearst scares made fools of themselves when the campaigns against colleges, college professors, labor organizations, and individuals have been exposed, and Hearst-sponsored legislation has been found to be as stupid as it was sinister, has never deterred the patriots from endorsing. In Boston, the old-style venality, so usually denied by publishers, still flourishes in the old-style way, with the public utilities, the department stores, the beer manufacturers, and other interests suppressing news right and left, chiefly right. Most of the papers do a little red baiting now and then, but the Hearst Boston American leads the pack. Since there is no real liberal paper to criticize it, as there is in other cities, the Hearst sheet is more reckless and vicious in its methods. One of its tricks is to manufacture the news. Just as its reporters make what they call public opinion by getting their 216 friends or Hearst's friends to endorse a Hearst idiosyncrasy, so they also make stories by their own actions. The appointment of Granville Hicks to a fellowship at Harvard University was an example. Hicks is one of the leading literary critics in America. He happens to belong to the Communist Party, just as other literary figures and Harvard professors happen to belong to the Republican and Democratic parties. Under the law of the land, these three parties are equal in everything, and membership in one or the other cannot be a bar to the enjoyment of everything the Constitution guarantees citizens. This fact, however, is either unknown to or ignored by Hearst editors. And Hearst reporters, who are forever apologizing for the dirty things they have to do in the Hearst service. The hounding of Lindbergh is the best example. Instigated actions in Boston in an effort to drive Hicks out of Harvard. Boston American reporters got 20 members of the Grand Army of the Republic to protest, and then reported the protest as spontaneous. They also influenced the Watertown Lodge of Elks to take similar action. The national commander of the American Legion, Daniel J. Doherty, whom decent and intelligent well-wishers of the Legion expected to put an end to its long records of red baiting, joined the Hearst movement. But even that was not enough for Hearst. Someone on the American got the brilliant idea that there should be a student revolt. Accordingly, the reporters were sent out to stir one up. They circulated in Harvard Yard with petitions, asking all and sundry to attach their names. But even the conservative lads who people Harvard nowadays are getting too wise to play the stooges for Hearst newspapers, and very few lent their rich and aristocratic names to the American's representative. This fact, however, did not deter the editors from using the previously prepared headline. Students revolt on Red Professor. 217. Which led one day's paper. The next day, to Hearst's consternation, the Harvard Young Conservatives, the most reactionary student group in a university not well known any longer as the leading institution for fostering liberal, enlightened and progressive thought, actually announced its approval of Granville Hicks to a fellowship. And that was the end of Hearst trickery in that affair. However, on the 2nd of May, the Hearst press in Boston notably, and in New York and elsewhere to some extent, had another chance for sensational red baiting. The news fact concerned an attack on 3 nuns near St. Peter and Paul Cathedral in Providence. It is a fact that Bishop Francis P. Kia told the press he suspected the attack to be due to a campaign by communists, a charge for which he had no ground whatsoever except his own hatred of communists. However, the slanderous charge made by a high clergyman gave that section of the press which also engages in red baiting an opportunity to do so and lay the blame on a person of some standing in the community. The Hearst headlines were disgraceful. The story was proven false. And the next day, when Phil Frankfeld, secretary of the Massachusetts Communist Party, protested the false, deliberately misleading and slanderous charge, there was no mention of that in most Hearst papers. The Boston Transcript. For many years the Boston Transcript has had the reputation of being the journal of the Brahmins. In more recent times it has become a little more popular in its headlines and makeup, but it is still the only newspaper which one can pick up and read ahead, such as the following. In Erz, Ignave Fwimus, Opere pretium fuit. De praetoratorum memoria per annos quater in Collegio Harvardiense. 218. Underneath, in the issue of June 24, 1937, followed the Harvard commencement Latin oration by Laird M.C.K. Ogle, but the little old lady in black bombazine never felt it necessary to tell its readers that its headline meant, "We have been lazy and ignorant, but it was worth it." Memories concerning happenings of the past through 4 years in Harvard College. Moreover, this story made page I. This same aristocratic newspaper, however, will defend child labor and even publish a pamphlet on the newspaper boy. The transcript also refused to publish the news about one of its advertisers who refused to obey a minimum wage law board's decision, and an advertisement naming the firm, despite the fact the state law provides a fine of $100 upon newspapers refusing or neglecting to publish the findings of the commission. Some years ago, when Dr. Charles Harrington, health officer, investigated the breweries and found that beer was being adulterated with salicylic and fluoric acids, he succeeded in getting jury indictments. Hearst published the facts because he was starting a campaign for circulation. But the Boston Transcript did not mention Red Fox Ale being indicted, neither did the Globe or Post mention the matter. Later, Harvard Beer was indicted. In both instances, the Boston papers and notably the Transcript carried beer advertisements of these concerns. In the first instance, the Transcript published a list of indictments, cutting out the name of the advertiser. 3 days after the Harvard Beer indictment, moreover, the good old Transcript carried the first of a series of larger than usual advertisements which proclaimed Harvard Beer, IOOO% pure. Today I doubt the possibility of Harvard Beer or any other advertiser being able to suppress an important news item in the Transcript. I do not believe that the Transcript is venal. I am sure that if an advertiser came into the office 219 and attempted to bribe an editor or publisher, he would not only be thrown out on his ear, but the paper would publish the facts in the case and an added exposure of the attempted corruption. But I am just as certain that the Transcript would never endanger either a dollar's worth of legitimate advertising or a cent's worth of the status quo by publishing news or editorials harmful to either. However, there is some hope that the reorganization, September 1938, will be followed by a more liberal policy. The Christian Science Monitor. The Christian Science Monitor is unique. It is the only national newspaper we have. The New York Times has a national influence and can be called a national newspaper on that account, but it is not published for national circulation as is the Monitor. The latter is also a non-commercial enterprise. It is therefore one of the few papers which can call itself free. The only chains it wears is that of the church which subsidizes it. A circulation of about 125,000 is nothing compared to any of the mob newspapers, but nevertheless the Monitor is probably as powerful an organ as a combination of papers serving many millions. Every subscriber to the Christian Science Journal can be put down as a man or woman belonging to the upper brackets in the income tax returns, of considerable culture and intelligence, and an influence in local or national affairs. There are practically no poor Christian Scientists in America, and none with the low IQ, which make up the readership of the yellow press. Oswald Garrison Villard, who wrote an essay on the Monitor many years ago, said he was hopeful that in the future struggle between the two great groups of thought in America, between the powers of privilege and the masses of the people, this paper's voice will be heard on the side of the masses rather than of the privileged, but that day has not yet arrived. On the other 220 hand, it must be said that the Monitor is fairer to the masses than the New York Times and a vast majority of the hypocritical press which proclaims itself the organ of the millions. The Monitor is the property of the trustees of the Christian Science Publishing Committee, its directors being the directors of the First Church of Christ Scientist, in Boston, the Mother Church. The paper was established to publish the real news of the world in clean, wholesome manner, devoid of the sensation methods. No exploitation or illustration of vice or crime, but the aim of the editors will be to issue a paper which will be welcomed in every home where purity and refinement are cherished ideals. Christian Science itself is expounded in only a few columns on one page. The rest of the paper is a newspaper. There are of course tremendous censorships at work, not the least of which are against fraudulent advertising. There is no drug advertising whatever of course, and none of the phony sales by department and other stores which contribute so much of the revenue of the commercial newspaper. The Monitor would probably be the only newspaper whose advertising columns could pass a consumers' union test or any ethical test. The Monitor is not anti-advertising. Its advertising manager Norman S. Rose believes there are 3 reasons for bad advertising: greed, selfishness, and fear. He explains. Greed: get the results, get the business, get the money. No matter how you advertise in order to get it, but get it. Selfishness: don't pay any attention to the effect that what you are doing may have on the interests of others. Just look out for yourself. Fear: fear that sane, decent advertising won't work and that you've got to drag your copy through the gutter to make it outsmell and outsell your competitors. Fear on the part of such advertisers, that a day of reckoning is not far off, when either the advertising profession itself or outside forces will clean up advertising practices, and that they'd better. 221. Hurry up and sell as much of their wretched stuff as they can, before somebody stops them. Mr. Rose closes his criticism with an apostrophe. He exclaims, if these 3 things could be eliminated from the thoughts and motives of mankind. 1. It is impossible to imagine any advertising man except the Monitor's expressing such an ideal thought. In its news columns the Monitor has always given space to peace in the midst of all wars. In 1935 it covered the Italian attack on Ethiopia thoroughly and fairly. It published an editorial the first day saying, in reporting as a newspaper the story of warlike measures or war, the Monitor as a Christian Science publication, also bespeaks its readers' attention to the fact of peace. More analytically than most papers it published the basic causes of the war and showed the part the munitions trade is playing throughout the world. In national and local politics the Monitor is independent. This means independent in the dictionary sense, not in the sense of a great number of our newspapers which so style themselves despite an unbroken record of subservience to the political machines, both Democratic and Republican. The Monitor is sold on its merits. The Church does not ask anyone to buy it. Many non-scientists also believe it is the ideal newspaper of our time and of all times. Hearst. The stupidities and crudities of the Hearst Boston newspapers in the 1936 election campaign may seem ridiculous today, but the reader must remember that despite the general disgust with Hearst throughout the nation, he still has numerous followers in the former hub of American civilization. The city teems with the lumpenproletariat, the ignorant and betrayed workingmen who in foreign countries form the vanguard of a fascist dictator's labor army, and who in 222 America blindly follow Huey Longs and Father Coughlins rather than those who teach them their own self-interests. The lumpenproletariat makes up the Hearst readership everywhere. In Boston the American claims it has more than 261,000 circulation, the largest of any evening newspaper. In the 1936 campaign it ran a heading "Shall it be freedom or dictatorship?" Suggesting that Roosevelt meant the latter, it called the security law a wage cut and said Landon would end it. It published the most absurd story by Harold Lord Varney headed Tugwell Prompter of Roosevelt, and for weeks it republished its bunkum under such headings as Boston Communists Drop Mask, Open Drive to Defeat Landon and Reds Unmasked in Move to Elect Roosevelt. In the issue of October 28, 1936, the American gives special emphasis to Catholics urging them to beware the Communist Party, then proceeds to link the latter with the Roosevelt elector who favored the Spanish Republic. The falsehood concerning the suppression of all religion in Spain is repeated. As a rule newspapermen do not believe what they read in the papers or have faith in the papers themselves. At least the intelligent ones do not. There are of course the exceptions, when the paper happens to be a great newspaper, but such instances are few. The average reporter has been pictured as a cynic, a wisecracker, a souse, 3 angles on the behavior pattern which perhaps betray a road of escape, or a valid reaction to the ancient and by now almost forgotten accusation that there was a relationship between the words journalism and prostitution. In the history of the American Newspaper Guild there have been instances of disputes among newspapermen themselves. The supposition that reporters are at least intelligent enough to know the fundamental facts about their own interests and the strength that comes with organization, was proven false in some cases, and in others the love of the 223 bordellos was found stronger than the new freedom which beckoned. In Boston the Guild had the strange experience of meeting a group of Hearst men who believed in the Hearst propaganda. They also have swallowed Hearst bunk against loyalist Spain. Among the 20 or 30,000 volunteers who came to the Republic's aid was Ben Leiter, an aviator and guildsman, who was shot down after a heroic fight with the fascists. A Ben Leiter Memorial Fund had been organized and President Brune of the Guild asked units to contribute. The Boston Daily Record Guild thereupon countersigned a letter from Harry Benwell in which he said, "I am going to mind my own damn business." The late Mr. Leiter may have been a hero, but the fact he gave his life fighting for Spanish communists is nothing for American newspapermen to get excited about. It seems to me it is going to be difficult to put ourselves over with publishers if we openly align ourselves with Reds whose avowed purpose it is to overturn capitalism. In December 1937, the Daily Record and the American Guilds quit the national organization and joined the American Federation of Labor. Telegrams from the Hearst Mirror and Journal American units in New York asking Boston to remain in the C.I. were left unanswered. Representatives of Boston Guild headquarters who tried to address the Hearst meeting were not allowed to speak. The Hearst men's idea of a free press is apparently a denial of free speech. The bourgeois as well as the boob papers go in for red baiting in Boston. It is a Catholic town and the Catholic hierarchy press has gone in for unadulterated red baiting itself, and apparently the word has been passed on from the various powerhouses that this party line shall be pursued everywhere. When the Spanish Republic's ambassador visits Boston he receives no police escort, no public acclaim, and certainly 224. No press headlines. When Fulvio Civic, the Italian ambassador, arrives, Governor Hurley, Mayor Tobin and ex-Governor Curley, Commendator of the Order of Italy, and press and public reply to his fascist salute with an ovation and delirious newspaper columns. When a bill is introduced to end child labor the Catholic reactionaries get the publicity, the Catholic liberal view gets none. The Traveler calls the proposed constitutional amendment a carefully worded piece of radical legislation designed to rob parents of their rights over children and transfer control of every child up to 18 years of age to a bureaucratic group in Washington. Apparently there are Bostonians benighted enough to believe such nonsense. When the WPA Guidebook published the mildest sort of factual statement about the Sacco Vanzetti case, the judicial murder of two radicals whose innocence has been proven beyond the shadow of question, the Boston press, excepting of course the Intelligent Monitor, grew hysterical at what it considered an insult to the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts. With red baiting come the usual corollaries: anti-labor, pro-corporation, anti-guild, pro-utilities, anti-liberal, and pro-department store policies. These can be seen at work more clearly in Boston newspapers than elsewhere. Herald and Traveler. In 1929 the Boston Herald and the Boston Traveler were exposed as being part of that vast newspaper empire which the International Paper and Power Company had built. Its defense that it was merely assuring an outlet for print paper, was disproved by the fact that it was largely a power corporation, and immediately afterward Frank Gannett of the Brooklyn Eagle and likewise the two Boston papers rushed out of the poison gas clouds the federal investigation had spread over press ownership. This action was applauded. 225. Generally. And so today we have the Boston newspapers controlled by the United Shoe Machinery Corporation directors instead of the I.P. Corporation. In fact, the Traveler and Herald are connected with many of the major banking interests of New England. Their president is S. W. Winslow, Jr., who in addition to the shoe directorship is director of the Morgan-affiliated First National Bank of Boston and the John Hancock Mutual Life, N.U. S. Smelting. G.R. Brown, another director, also directs Shoe and Banks. J. L. Hall, Vice President, directs Westinghouse, N. Y. N. H. and Hartford. Channing H. Cox is president of Old Colony Trust and director in United Fruit. The Boston Herald Traveler Corporation is known as the wealthiest newspaper outfit in New England. When the Guild asked for an increase in wages in 1938, the management replied that business conditions made it impossible. The Guild discovered that the corporation had a surplus of $5,035,401 in 1936 and paid $1,000,000 in dividends in 1937. Its net profits had been running from $600,000 to $900,000 in Depression years. The Guild vote of 105 to 1G to strike won them a contract which meant the corporation would have to pay its employees $100,000 a year more. The editorial pages of the Herald and the Traveler are violently anti-C. 0. They deplore strikes, they denounce picketing, they believe the 1936 sit-down strikes were criminal actions, and they mask their big business special pleading by pretending that all they say is in the interests of the general public, whatever that may be. I also have a collection of Boston Herald front page news stories dealing with strikes and violence signed by Russell B. Porter. These dispatches are about 95% the same as the Porter stories in the New York Times. The 5% differences, however, are significant. In the Boston paper, labor is reviled, vigilantes are approved, strikers are charged with violence, the police and legionnaires are praised. All this is done by 226. Changing a few words or purposeful editing. In the New York paper, labor is not treated in too friendly a way, but in Boston it actually gets a raw deal. But what is one to expect in a press largely owned by the United Shoe Machinery Corporation and the leading banks of New England? A Social Conscience. Chapter I-7. Farewell, Lord of San Simeon. The reader, if he is a layman to whom American journalism is a closed field, or the reviewer trained to ask for a presentation of the other side in every book he reads, may by now be somewhat shocked by the tragic pictures of our great publishers. Is there no good news at all, they may ask? Is there no hope for a better day and a better press? The answer is that there is really cause for optimism. It is the answer based on the case history of William Randolph Hearst, the first of the great press lords, ruler of a $220,000 domain, against whom an enlightened people has at last voiced its anger and disgust. From California to New York, labor and liberals, the unions and the universities, notable men including the president and senators and the head of the Society of Newspaper Editors, hundreds of organizations and thousands of men and women who are the leaders of the intelligent minority, have taken a forthright stand against Hearst. There has been a great boycott of his newspapers, his magazines, his newsreels, and his radio stations. There has been repudiation in Congress, in the press, on the platform and from the pulpit. The episode is one of the most heartening in the history of American journalism. For more than a generation Hearst posed as the friend of the people and many believed him. The Hearst communication system reached at least 30 million people. He claimed that many readers for his newspapers, and many more millions for his magazines, newsreels, and radio broadcasts. His power was supposedly tremendous. But less than 5 years. 227. 228. Ago certain leaders made the charge that Hearst actually is the enemy of the people. In recent days he has been called the nation's enemy, a place previously held by Al Capone and Dillinger. The latter two, the reader need not be reminded, were connected with bootlegging and murder, whereas Mr. Hearst has been connected merely with influencing the minds of the common people. It is of course difficult to say just when the counterattack began. It must not be forgotten that Hearst has been repudiated before. He was twice hanged in effigy by angry mobs, once when a demented person shot President McKinley after the Hearst papers had published vicious editorials against the president, and a verse about the bullet which had shot a governor speeding its way to Washington, the second time when he espoused the German cause before Wilson led his pacifist nation into the useless World War. These popular uprisings against Hearst did not affect his empire. Nothing is as fickle as the public, nothing as forgetful, nothing as easily misled. But the third, or present attack on Hearst, is made up of something more than emotion and hysteria. It is first and most important of all, a labor union attack in which American Federation of Labor, C. I. 0, and independent labor organizations are united. It is also an attack from the schools and colleges of the country. It was in 1936 an attack from political leaders also, but that is the sort of reaction which may mean absolutely nothing in the end. The strength of the war against Hearst is the labor and intellectual union against him. The most important individual blow was that struck by two private citizens, Bernard J. Rees, the certified public accountant and author of an enlightening book on crooked finances called False Security, and Paul Kern, Civil Service Commissioner of New York City. Mr. Hearst had applied to the Securities and Exchange Commission for permission to float $22,500,000 in bonds for Hearst publications and $13,000,000 for Hearst magazines. Mr. Rees, who can read 229 financial statements between the lines better than most men, objected to a lot of things. He did not like Hearst publications listing as assets $38 million for goodwill, franchises, reference libraries. He did not like the fact that 4 Hearst magazines lose money and 6 dailies made less in 1936 than 10 years earlier. He particularly questioned the financial record of the Seattle Post-Intelligencer and Chicago Evening Examiner. He did not like circulation losses on 6 newspapers which he suspected were due to the growing boycott. Rees and Kern, 2 public-spirited citizens, filed a brief. They claimed in it that if the money were raised by S.E.C. permission, most of it was to be used to purchase a castle in Wales, at $500,000 more than its assessed valuation, and the goodwill of a magazine they claimed was losing money. They also charged that the registration statement failed to disclose the fact almost $4 million were intended to repay loans which Hearst personally guaranteed. They were joined by Labor Research Association in a protest which alleged that profits of Hearst Magazines, Inc., were diverted to holding companies and through them to Mr. Hearst. No public hearings were held. The application for the bond issues was withdrawn. And so in 1937 Hearst began a series of consolidations of newspapers in which many were killed off, and a general retrenchment in which thousands of employees were fired. On December 31, 1937, most of the newspapers of the country suppressed the fact that there was a trial in United States District Court in New York in which a receiver for Hearst Consolidated Publications, Inc., was asked, and also an accounting. The plaintiff was a stockholder named Rudolph Kohlroser. Another turning point in Hearst history was his victory in 1934 when the San Francisco general strike was defeated. It will be remembered that the press, with the exception of the Scripps Howard News, conspired to smash labor as well as the strike, and that the news columns of the California papers generally lied and perverted the news, and that false 230 issues were created, and the public fooled into believing that a red revolution was underway when what really mattered was an attempt of working people to better themselves. The San Francisco publishers won. They were led by James Francis Nallen, the Hearst attorney, acting directly on instructions received by cable from Mr. Hearst. The press announced it was a victory for public opinion, for the people, as against the Reds, but the labor unions passed resolutions for a boycott. Hearst was singled out for marked attention. The "I don't read Hearst" sticker was ruled off letters by order of Postmaster General Farley, but it could not be ruled out of people's minds. In Bridges Seamen's Union it is a crime to be caught dead or alive with a Hearst paper in one's possession. As a result, you will find Bridges called a Moscow agent in the Hearst newspapers. By 1936 there was a People's Committee against Hearst functioning, and Oswald Garrison Villard reported 112 American Federation of Labor Unions were members of the Trades Union Committee fighting the publisher. The Farmer Labor Progressive Federation, meeting in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, passed a resolution to boycott Hearst in which he was called labor's enemy No. I. In numerous meetings in Seattle pending the post-intelligencer strike, Hearst was known as American Menace No. I. On May 7, 1936, the officers of the United Automobile Workers of America placed all Hearst papers on the unfair to labor list. Typical of all resolutions was the Detroit one accusing Hearst papers of having consistently used every unfair and slanderous method of undermining the organized labor movement. The year 1935 marked the height of the Hearst red baiting campaign in the universities. It must be remarked here and now that there is no red teaching in the schools and colleges of the United States, but the institutions of learning of our country still attempt to give their students a liberal education. It is inconceivable that they should do anything else. 231. No school can supply an anti-liberal education, or a fascist education, as these terms are contradictory. Liberalism and education are one, and all Hearst did was to call liberal education red education. To this day the Hearst press is filled with red-baiting articles and attacks upon such notable Americans as Prof. Charles A. Beard, Prof. George S. Counts, of Teachers College, Professor E. A. Ross, of the University of Wisconsin, Prof. Frederick L. Schumann, of Chicago. Hearst reporters in numerous instances have been sent as students to interview professors or to take courses for the purpose of writing red-baiting articles. When these reporters found nothing to write about, they falsified. In several cases they later confessed. In the case of Professor Schumann, he protested misrepresentation in a report in the Chicago Herald-Examiner and incidentally informed the editor that some quotations on dictatorship which all the Hearst papers attributed to Lenin were probably false, as there was no trace of them in the collected works of the Russian leader. Hearst ordered an investigation. Charles Wheeler was sent. He conceded misquoting the Chicago professor and admitted the invention of the Lenin quotation. Professor Schumann asked him how such things could be and quotes Wheeler's reply, "We just do what the old man orders." One week he orders a campaign against rats. The next week he orders a campaign against dope peddlers. Pretty soon he's going to campaign against college professors. It's all the bunk, but orders are orders. Charles Wheeler, Hearst reporter, appeared to be a decent fellow. But shortly afterward Professor Schumann delivered a lecture which Wheeler covered for the Hearst press. This item is described by Professor Schumann as containing statements which were purely products of Mr. Wheeler's imagination. On March 16, 1935, continues the professor, the Herald-Examiner with Hearst papers elsewhere copying published an editorial, Schumann of Chicago, which took 232 out of their context two of Mr. Wheeler's misquotations and presented them as evidence that I am making a direct challenge to American institutions in the name of communism. The editorial described me as one of these American pandarus and trap-baiters for the Moscow Mafia who should be investigated by Congress and gotten rid of as a red. This is but one of numerous instances of slanderous and libelous attacks upon American educators in the Hearst press. This strategy is exactly comparable to that of the Nazi press in Germany between 1920 and 1933. Mr. Hearst has evidently been taking lessons from Göring, Goebbels, Rosenberg, and Hitler. No individual can defend himself effectively from these assaults. If American universities and colleges are to be spared the fate which has befallen such institutions in Germany, if American scholars and educators are to be protected from fascist bludgeoning of this type, if American traditions of freedom are to survive, Mr. Hearst must be recognized as the propagandist and forerunner of American Hitlerism and must be met with a united counterattack by all Americans who still value their liberties. In 1936 the American Federation of Teachers passed a resolution demanding a boycott of Hearst as the outstanding jingoist of the country and a constant enemy of academic freedom, and finally and more important, as the chief exponent of fascism in the United States. The 1936 political campaign also had something to do with the universal discredit in which Hearst found himself in November of that year. However, politics make strange bedfellows, and politicians pass from bed to bed without public disapproval. There is for example a certain Alfred Emanuel Smith, a reactionary, a member of the American Liberty League, a millionaire, a red-baiter, a discredited liberal. In his youth he was on the other side of the fence. He was not rich, he was liberal, he was one of the courageous politicians who denounced the red-baiting of the Lusk Committee and the expulsion of the 5 socialists from the New York State. 233. Legislature. And, on the night of October 29, 1929, in Carnegie Hall, Manhattan, he said of publisher Hearst, "I know he has not got a drop of good, clean, pure red blood in his whole body. And I know the color of his liver and it is whiter, if that could be, than the driven snow." He continued to denounce the Hearst newspapers for publishing deliberate lies, and for the gravest abuse of the power of the press in the history of this country. For 30 minutes Governor Smith of the state of New York denounced the publisher who was such a power in Tammany Hall, and concluded by asking the people of the city, this state, and this country to get rid of this pestilence that walks in the darkness. Today millionaire Smith and millionaire Hearst have everything in common and each other's endorsement. Perhaps another of the little group of leading Democratic politicians of that era will not emulate Smith the renegade. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who once had the support of Hearst, was forced in the 1936 campaign to issue a statement against a certain notorious newspaper owner who tried to make it appear that the president accepts the support of alien organizations hostile to the American form of government. These articles are conceived in malice and born of political spite. They are deliberately framed to give a false impression, in other words to frame the American people. F. D. Roosevelt thus added his damnation of Hearst to that of Woodrow Wilson and Theodore Roosevelt, among presidents. In Congress there were field days when Senator, now Justice, Black was conducting his lobby investigation into Hearst and associated gas affairs. Black himself did not get very angry, but he did point out the incongruity of Hearst's action in trying to prevent the investigation. "Year after year," he said, "this man has sponsored the most ruthless invasion of the privacy of people's lives, yet now he stands on 234. His constitutional rights to keep the Senate from looking at his telegrams. He can own property in Mexico and try to start a war between that country and the United States, but he can't be investigated." Senator Minton answering Hearst editorial attacks upon the investigation, accused the publisher of prostituting the press. He said that to Hearst the words freedom of the press meant license to traduce and vilify public officers as swine and traitors to their country, and as for the Hearst charge that a subversive Congress was being led by Roosevelt administration officials into a dictatorship, Senator Minton asserted that the dictatorship we have to fear in this country is that of a purse-proud, insolent, arrogant, bulldozing newspaper publisher like William Randolph Hearst. He is the greatest menace to the freedom of the press that exists in this country, because instead of using the great chain of newspapers that he owns, and the magazines, and the news disseminating agencies of the country that he controls to disseminate the truth to the people, he prostitutes them to the propaganda that pursues the policy he dictates. The question was raised by M.R. Hearst: in the name of the Constitution, in the name of our ancient liberties, in the name of the freedom of the press. He would not know the goddess of liberty if she came down off her pedestal in New York Harbor and bowed to him. He would probably try to get her telephone number. He would not know the freedom of the press if it sprang full panoplied from the Constitution in front of him. Spokesman for the administration, and opening gunner of the Roosevelt defense against the publishers' coalition, was Senator Schwellenbach, who told the Senate that from 1895 on, the decent editors and publishers in America had criticized and fought Hearst. But nowadays, Mr. Hearst and his stooge, Elisha Hansen, rush behind the Constitution, and Congressional Record, March 26, 1996. 235. Use the Constitution and the freedom of the press to protect them in their right to reduce wages. The securing of news by larceny and bribery was the charge which the Associated Press made and sustained against William Randolph Hearst, this man who talks about the sacredness of the press and the sacredness of telegraph wires. He bribed a telegraph operator and stole the news. And let it be said to the eternal disgrace of the American newspaper profession that the Associated Press did not have the courage to remove Mr. Hearst from membership in that organization. Resuming his speech a few days later, the senator quoted Elihu Root's account of a talk with Theodore Roosevelt regarding the assassination of McKinley, and added, "Can there be a more clear delineation of the fact that the then President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt, directly charged William Randolph Hearst with the murder by assassination of President William McKinley?" Mr. Hearst replied by calling the senator a prize polecat. While he was building his Bavarian castle in California, Hearst 3 times cut the pay of his employees, the senator charged. And in conclusion, he fired this blast. It is a peculiar thing that the leader of the movement in this country today toward fascism, the man who when he returned after a visit with Mr. Hitler in Germany editorially praised Mr. Hitler, the man who more than anybody else is advocating fascism in this country, and under fascism senators know what remains of personal liberty or freedom of the press. This man is the same William Randolph Hearst who today is so ardent in his protection of the rights of the people under the Constitution. Protestant church organizations have denounced Hearst. Several noted leading Catholics, clergy, and laymen, have also done so, but inasmuch as the Hearst press has been the most pro-Catholic press in America, that church has refrained from criticism. In fact, when Hearst joined Cardinal 236 Hayes in supporting the fascists in their campaigns in Spain, which included the slaughter of women and children in non-military zones, the Catholic press sang the praises of Hearst louder than ever. The Ministers' Council for Social Action of New York, which includes ministers of Methodist, Baptist, Congregational and Jewish churches, joined in a plan to preach an anti-Hearst sermon the weekend of Sunday, June 28, 1936. Said their official statement, "No single man has exercised so destructive and immoral an influence in dragging into the gutter those very ideals for which all religious institutions stand." As W. R. Hearst, Metropolitan Church Life, organ of the Greater New York Federation of Churches, asking preachers to quit supplying Hearst with editorial page texts, said, "We can ill afford to believe that the Protestant Christian Church will make common cause with Hearst." The Christian Century seconded the motion. The Artists and Writers Union has picketed the New York Daily Mirror. The League Against Yellow Journalism has been organized in Berkeley, California, to boycott Hearst. In the motion picture Gold Is Where You Find It, the Gold Rush figure of Senator Hearst is introduced. He remarks jokingly he does not know what to do with his son. Willie wants to be a journalist. Instead of a laugh, the line got many boos in many cities. It may indeed be a great satisfaction to William Randolph Hearst to know that his name was powerful enough to bring 6,000 persons to the Hippodrome, in New York, where they paid for the privilege of being a mass jury in the trial of the publisher. The indictment accused Hearst of I. Distorting the news in his papers. 2. Using his press for strike-breaking purposes. 3. Supporting fascism in America and Europe, and notably Hitler. 4. Using his jingoistic press to foment wars. 5. Being anti-libertarian. 237. The most serious charge of all was that made by the governor of Minnesota, Hjalmar Peterson, who concluded the opening speech of the prosecution with the following words, "William Randolph Hearst is being judged tonight by the jury of public opinion. I submit he is guilty in the first degree of attempting to destroy democracy." The witnesses who gave their testimony included, Oswald Garrison Villard, editor of The Nation, Robert K. Speer, Professor of Sociology at New York University, Charles J. Hendley, President of the American Federation of Teachers of Greater New York, Rabbi Israel Goldstein, National Conference of Jews and Christians, the Rev. William Lloyd Imes, St. James Presbyterian Church, Representative Vito Marcantonio, Osmond K. Frankel, Constitutional Attorney. Arthur Garfield Hayes, Counsel for the American Civil Liberties Union, was prosecuting attorney. Hearst was found guilty of betraying the United States and the court sentenced the audience to boycott the Hearst newspapers and other enterprises. If the reader thinks mock trials are somewhat naive and stickers with "Don't read Hearst" ineffective, the proof that he is wrong has now been furnished by a survey made by Fortune magazine and published in its July 1936 issue. It does not tell us what has caused the American people to lose all faith in the Hearst propaganda machine, but it proves that those who are intelligent enough to think about the matter disapprove of Hearst in about a 3-to-1 ratio. Throughout the country, 27.3% of the people asked replied they considered Hearst influence bad for America, 10.7% thought it good, but what is more interesting, the figures against Hearst were bigger in the cities where he has newspapers. 43.3% said Hearst influence was bad, 10.5% thought it good, and 46.2% didn't know anything about it. Still more significant is the fact that the survey was made during the 1936 presidential campaign when almost the 238th entire press was for Landon and where Hearst had joined in the popular journalistic yapping. The Fortune survey also proves that after 45 years of instructing the American people to follow his principles and candidates, the American people are overwhelmingly against Hearst. There is perhaps no happier sign in either the journalistic or political heavens at present. There is but one unfortunate situation to report. The people are growing aware of Hearst and are repudiating Hearst, but the newspapers, including many which fought Hearst for 2 generations, generally stood by his side when he turned Republican. Most of them had the good sense to keep quiet. But the same hypocrisy prevailed as many years ago when the courts found a Hearst news service guilty of the theft of news from the Associated Press, and neither the AP nor the American Newspaper Publishers Association had the courage to expel Hearst. Among the small minority which exercised the freedom of the press to expose their fellow publisher were the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the Seattle Star, the New York Post, and the New York Herald Tribune, which published an interview with William Allen White, who said prophetically that "I believe that Hearst as an ally of any politician is a form of political suicide." In Seattle, the Star answered the Post-Intelligencer's charge that the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America was communistic because it cooperated with the American Civil Liberties Union by saying, "It is a deliberate, gratuitous, malicious, insulting, damnable lie." And W.R. Hearst knows it is a lie. In his campaign of frightfulness with which he has undertaken to browbeat and stifle all Americans who won't accept his brand of politics, this Mad Hatter of yellow journalism has at last gone too far. It is high time for the pendulum of public opinion to swing back the other way and to bump this bullying, would-be dictator off his paper throne. 239. In the Post, Ernest L. Meyer wrote, Mr. Hearst in his long and not laudable career has inflamed Americans against Spaniards, Americans against Japanese, Americans against Filipinos, Americans against Russians, and in the pursuit of his incendiary campaign he has printed downright lies, forged documents, faked atrocity stories, inflammatory editorials, sensational cartoons, and photographs and other devices by which he abetted his jingoistic ends. It has taken 45 years for the intelligent minority of the American people to turn against Hearst. But the turn has come. Despite the fact that he controls the channels of communications which reach 30 million readers and more moviegoers and radio listeners, it has been possible through a few newspapers, a few liberal organizations, the small liberal press, some books, some speeches in Congress, to arouse public opinion sufficiently to boycott the man generally admitted no enemy of the American people. The history of Hearst should be a lesson to the other reactionary publishers of America, but it probably will not be. The American people will have to exercise eternal vigilance against the other smaller Hearsts in the House of Press Lords. Chapter 18. Annenberg. Moses L. Annenberg made millions of dollars from the New York Morning Telegraph, the Daily Racing Form, Running Horse, Miami Beach Tribune, Radio Guide, Teleflash, and the Nationwide News Service, Inc. Through the Cecilia Company he earned considerable sums from the publication of Screen Guide and official detective stories and other pulp literature. When Mo Annenberg bought the Philadelphia Inquirer for $15 million, editor and publisher said his fabulous career as circulation expert and publisher has created an aura of legend about him. Mo got his start as a news dealer. One day he asked MRS Mo what were the things needed most about a house, and MRS Mo replied, "Teaspoons are the things I need most around the house," whereupon Mo Annenberg became the greatest exploiter of the humble teaspoon in history. Send 15 cents with this coupon and get a genuine silver-plated teaspoon. That was the trick that started him on the way to millions. Women never have enough teaspoons. He is also the inventor of the state seal teaspoon and many newer spoon ideas. It was the teaspoon that brought him to Hearst in Chicago in 1900, within 4 years he was circulation manager of the Examiner. In 1907 he had the exclusive distribution rights for all Chicago papers in Milwaukee. In 1917 he was publisher for Arthur Brisbane's Wisconsin News and in 1920 circulation director of all Hearst publications. He was a member of the Hearst Executive Council until 1926 when 240. Annenberg. 241. He resigned owing to pressure of his own activities, chiefly in the horse racing publication field. Regarding many rumors he says, "Contrary to the opinion expressed maliciously by some persons from time to time, I have never in all my life had any interest in any gambling device or business. I have never owned a share of stock directly or indirectly in a horse track, and I do not own any race horses and have no desire to own any." The first thing Annenberg did on getting control of the Inquirer was to start a comic strip war with the Record. In 1936 he announced he would give anxious Philadelphians no less than 50 comics, and today he is supplying no less than 60 in a special section of 30 pages. The Inquirer was the first newspaper in America which the National Labor Relations Board cited for unfair labor practices. It had refused to obey the law which requires corporations to deal collectively with its employees, in this instance the Philadelphia branch of the Newspaper Guild. Within a year after Annenberg took over he completed arrangements with the Guild, and although a new wage scale was granted, Annenberg announced he would not recognize the union. A 15% raise in wages, the 5-day 40-hour week and other concessions were granted. Shortly after Christmas, 1937, after he had disposed of his Miami Tribune and its plants, Annenberg brought out Click, a picture weekly. Space and Time reported early in 1938 that this publication, which added sex to news pictures, led the field with print orders of between 2,500,000 and 3,000 copies. It reported Mo Annenberg keeping huge sums of cash on hand for quick deals, some $10 million ready to rush in and buy should Hearst die or retire. Chapter 19. Northwest, liberal despite the press asterisk. It is a fact that the liberal American tradition rolled westward with the covered wagons. It is also unfortunately true that to a certain extent the movement which drained the East of so much of its daring blood also drained it considerably of its progressive spirit. It is not so much the fact that Maine and Vermont voted against the Roosevelt deal, as the New England attitude against any sort of New Deal. The cities and states which produced the great libertarians now sound the alarm when their descendants repeat their great ideas further west. One would naturally expect that the press would reflect the character of the region. Boston, with its cheap politicians, its narrow-minded masses, its prejudices against art and literature, and its domination by a few banks and corporations, can no longer be expected to produce magnificent enlightened mass circulation newspapers, but the Northwest Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Montana, where the liberal spirit finds most favorable soil, ought as a corollary, to produce newspapers at least as liberal as its politics. The spirit of equality and democracy lingers over from covered wagon days and is reflected in much of the liberal legislation of those states. The right of the people to vote directly on issues. The initiative and referendum had its baptism in the Pacific Northwest, where it soon became Northwest, liberal despite the Press 243 known as the Oregon system and spread to half the states of the nation. Similarly, Oregon instituted the direct election of United States senators before that principle was embodied in the federal Constitution. The recall of public officials, minimum wage laws, maximum hours of labor, public ownership of hydroelectric power, old age pensions, all of these found fertile soil in the vast Northwest. From the Northwest have come such enlightened senators as the late Harry Lane, who with 5 others voted against America's declaration of war. Thomas J. Walsh and William E. Borah carried the liberal traditions of the Oregon country into the senatorial chambers, and today Louis B. Schwellenbach, junior senator from Washington, is among the staunchest supporters of the New Deal. By and large, the congressional delegations of these states are far more liberal than the national average, and nowhere except perhaps in the solid South has the president stronger backing than in the states surrounding Puget Sound. Everyone in the Northwest will admit that it is a progressive region. Even Oregon's 9-foot hotel bed sheet law is sheepishly hailed as a forward step in sanitation. But none of the residents attribute the liberal policies of the Pacific Northwest to the influence of the press. Progress has been made in spite of the newspapers, not because of them. Today few newspapers in the 4 states have any vestige of the pioneering spirit that marked the old independent editors who set up hand presses and type cases alongside the stage relay station or land office. The papers of the Northwest, with pathetically few exceptions, fight all reforms as tenaciously as the chain-ridden press of New England. In common with the newspapers of the rest of the nation, the Northwest dailies ridicule the New Deal, malign the president, and belittle and besmirch all attempts at progressive and reform legislation. Repeatedly the people have repudiated the concerted efforts of the press to preserve the status quo. It is a byword. 244. For instance, that whatever candidate the newspapers unite for, will be soundly trounced. 3 times the press of Oregon tried to saddle the people with a sales tax. Once it was under the guise of relieving property owners, the next time to keep the schools from closing, and finally, Social Security growing popular, to provide funds for old age pensions. Each time the sales tax was licked, and each time by a bigger margin. The influence of the editorial page pride of the elders of the Fourth Estate has waned in the Northwest. A flickering bright spot in the fog of journalistic commercialization is the few weeklies that maintain the tradition of old when editors set their own type and wrote their own editorials. Most of the country sheets, it is true, are splotchy conglomerations of boilerplate and canned editorials with a few columns of locals as an excuse for publication. But around the 4 states a number of editors still believe in trying to print what they believe. C. I. O. And Commonwealth Federation papers once a week tell the stories the press associations ignore. No more refreshing oasis in the newspaper desert can be found than the Salem Capital Press, edited by a picturesque old man named A. M. Church, who wears a battered eye's hate and slashes away at his fellow newspapermen with relish. No one has more contempt for the venal press than this old nonpartisan leaguer from North Dakota, who delights in rattling the political skeleton so carefully preserved among the sacred cows of his conservative colleagues. The Colonel has the largest weekly in the Northwest and insults potential power company and bank advertisers and manages to keep up the payments on his linotype machine. 2 full pages of classified ads from the farmers of the valley are the backbone of his independence. A jugful of quarters under the counter, collected from farmers and swappers for their livestock ads, kept him going through the Depression. Colonel Church is the burr under the Oregon editor's saddle. Progressives look to his new Northwest, liberal despite the Press 245 rotary press to make his paper the liberal voice of the state, just as La Follette's progressive is in Wisconsin. The slightest offense by any liberal or progressive is seized upon greedily by the majority of the newspapers of this great, progressive part of the country. When an automobile driven by Harry Bridges killed a boy in an accident, the mishap was blazoned in screaming headlines. Bridges was later cleared of blame. But when the young scion of Portland's wealthiest department store family was convicted of a felony in a California court, the people of the city did not learn about it through their newspapers. The vigilant defenders of the freedom of the press were too busy to print that news. It was published in other cities, where that particular department store, the largest in Portland, did not buy advertising. The most active of Oregon's newspapers politically is the Oregon Journal. Its principal owner is Philip L. Jackson, known about town as Phil. He inherited the paper from his father, who built it into a powerful publication by being for battling Bob La Follette and Harry Lane and Tom Walsh and other progressives in public life. But Phil inherited only the paper and not these enlightened tendencies. He is a playboy sort of fellow who loves to play at being admiral at various regattas held to publicize commercialized beach and lake resorts. The journal could not find space to tell its readers what happened to the son of the great department store family, but it always manages to devote plenty of space to a picture of Admiral Phil surrounded by the toothsome beauties who comprise his lovely crew. Various other of Phil's enlightened deeds, such as giving a water cart to the university football team, a professional outfit largely recruited from other states, are amply publicized in the newspaper he inherited. Where once the stern, socially useful views of the elder La Follette were heralded in the journal, the paper's readers now learn about Fleet Week and the gay party Phil has given for the visiting naval officers. 246. For a time the journal, being a Democratic newspaper, pretended to be for the New Deal. But as the president steadily adopted liberal policies, the sham ended. Phil made the paper's real hero Governor Charles H. Martin, probably the most reactionary man ever to hold public office in the far West. After being elected by posing as a friend of President Roosevelt, Martin, a retired major general, turned into a virtual autocrat. He inferentially commended the handling of labor problems by Hitler and Mussolini. He advised the state police to move against labor pickets and beat hell out of 'em and crack their damn heads, and he assailed the New Deal with such temperate language as remarking he would like to kick the pants off the National Labor Relations Board. The journal made this hero its own, and conveniently neglected to print Martin's advice to a sheriff's convention. The Italians wouldn't submit, they organized their black shirts. The Germans wouldn't submit, so they had their brown shirts and Hitler. I don't think the Americans will submit. When Martin ran for renomination in the Democratic primaries recently, the journal descended to new depths of journalistic indecency. The rumor spread around the state that President Roosevelt was about to thrust at the militaristic governor who had run out on the New Deal. Martin's furious denial was smeared at the top of page I. The president's thrust at Martin a few days later was shoved into an inconspicuous head. Ralph Watson, Phil's slavishly reactionary political writer, was turned loose to smear Henry Hess, the progressive nominee. A Hess meeting attended by 2,500 people was ridiculed as a washout in the journal. A Martin gathering attended by 400 was an enthusiastic success. The whole paper became a house organ for this fascist-minded militarist. Martin's victory was confidently predicted by the willing Watson. The governor's tour through crucial Clackamas County was heralded in the journal as a trip of Northwest, liberal. Despite the press 241 triumph and success, Hess's reception was contrasted for its bleakness. On election day Hess won decisively. Newspapers are always looking for scoops. But not when the scoop augurs well for liberalism. The Portland News-Telegram, of the Scripps Canfield chain, buys the Washington Merry-Go-Round column by the widely known liberal writers Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen. Shortly before the Martin-Hess election, their column predicted that the New Deal was washed up with Martin's reactionary policies. It was a clean beat, and preceded by nearly a week a direct attack on Martin led by the President, Secretary Ickes, and Senator Norris. It was a national scoop. The news telegram killed it in Portland. The people of Oregon would never have known about the column had not the Oregonian, a rival newspaper, seen it elsewhere and reprinted it. The news telegram is one of the Northwest's most militant defenders of the freedom of the press. Its editor, Tom Shea, is a former football game official. The Oregonian, at Portland, is one of the strange newspapers on America's last frontier. It is extremely unobjective and biased in its attitude toward the New Deal. But it also is one of the few papers in the country that sincerely champions the liberties of the underdog. It led a campaign which resulted finally in the Supreme Court decision outlawing Oregon's abortive criminal syndicalism law. It also has been more outspoken than any other paper on the Pacific Coast in its defense of the Spanish loyalists. The Oregonian sponsored a crusade in Portland which resulted in the curtailment and abolition of that city's vicious police Red Squad. In both editorials and feature stories the paper showed that the Red Squad was financed by leading lumber barons and anti-union employers who wanted to prevent the organization of their employees. The editor of the Oregonian is a liberal of the old school named Paul Kelty. He fears that the New Deal has taken away liberty, and he 248 looks back to the day that is gone, the day when a merchant owning a corner store could thrive and succeed and prosper and become a successful man. Kelty works with the Civil Liberties Union in Portland, and vigilante activities always draw his fire. His editorials lambasting the Dies Committee were the best in the Far West along that line. The Oregonian also conducts its news columns objectively and refuses to make them propaganda for special interests. For the past decade or so the Oregonian has been held under a trust. Now the trust is coming to an end, and the ownership of the paper will revert to a group of wealthy families. They seem to have their eyes on the main chance, and already have enlisted the services of the eminent ex-Hearst efficiency expert, Guy T. Viskneski, who is expected to make a lot of recommendations which may improve the paper as a commercial venture but certainly not as a purveyor of information. If the high hopes for a liberal journalistic force in the Northwest which were occasioned by the appointment of the president's son-in-law as editor of the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, have given way to pessimism and sour laughter. Incidentally, the first persons who expressed their doubts about John Boettiger were his employees. The newspaper writers have had difficulties with their new boss, and it is their opinion that any employer who cannot make a satisfactory deal with his men and win their friendship is no friend of labor, and therefore his position as a progressive and a liberal must be ambiguous. Hearst chose Boettiger after the 1936 election. Boettiger had been one of the Chicago Tribune's Washington New Deal baiting crew. Apparently he was fighting Franklin D. Roosevelt while courting Anna Roosevelt doll, but once given the editorship of the Post-Intelligencer, it was expected. Northwest, liberal despite the press 249 that there would be a change in Boettiger's political viewpoint. Unfortunately, however, Boettiger made his first alliances with Dave Beck, the American Federation of Labor boss, and Mayor Dorey, two of the most powerful enemies of the progressive labor movement in America. In his new book, Our Promised Land, which magnificently tells the story of the Northwest, Richard L. Neuberger explains the failure of the new editor to live up to liberal expectations. Boettiger, writes Neuberger, has been in frequent skirmishes with the National Labor Relations Board because of his refusals to bargain with the American Newspaper Guild. Each time he appears before the board, some of Seattle's citizens muse on the curious fact that he is the son-in-law of the most important advocate of collective bargaining in the nation's history. A lumberjack wrote in the Timber Worker that he had encountered hard-boiled bosses in the woods but none tougher than the president's son-in-law. Whether Dave Beck took Boettiger into camp or vice versa, is unimportant, but the two are now boon companions and apparently it pays, reported the Washington Merry-Go-Round, and the Guild reporter noted that when Pegler wrote some columns attacking Beck's kind of labor movement they were omitted and distorted in Boettiger's paper. Neuberger gives most amusing details of how both Boettiger and his wife, writing her homemakers section under the name Anna Roosevelt, exploit both the president and MRS. Eleanor Roosevelt in their news and feature columns, but when it comes to real support to the important policies and reforms which the President initiates or the First Lady advocates, the boetagers, who cannot of course join the anti-New Deal press in howling, content themselves with support which is scarcely perfunctory. Two great topics agitate the progressive Northwest, electric power and lumber. It is to the public benefit that power. Miss Ellen McGrath of Seattle has written a long report for me of which the following pages are a part. 250. Remain publicly owned, and that the lumber companies do not destroy all the timber, but if the policies of newspapers are studied, it will be found that they are usually on the side of the privately owned electric light and timber corporations. The most recent example of timber control of Washington newspapers, outside routine strike news coverage which is not peculiar to Washington, is the position they took in the Olympic National Park question. Conservationists wanted to save the last stand of giant fir and hemlock in the West, but lumbermen looked with avaricious eyes upon those giant trees, some 40 feet in circumference, centuries old when Columbus discovered America. The newspapers lined up solidly. Including the timber in the park, they said editorially, was not for the public welfare. Ickes was misquoted, and when he protested, Boetager attacked Ickes, but later he incorporated in his own banquet speech some phrases made by the Secretary of the Interior. The darkest chapters in the history of Washington state, the Centralia and Everett massacres, are properly laid at the door of the timber men's fight against union organization of sawmills and logging camps. Both massacres were whitewashed by the press. In Centralia, vigilantes including members of an American Legion post lynched a member of the Industrial Workers of the World after torturing him for a day and night. The Business Chronicle, weekly mouthpiece for the open shoppers, now thought the lid was off. It printed an editorial called, "The Thing. The Cause. The Cure." The editorial read, "Real Americans must rise as one man in righteous wrath. Smash un-American, anti-American organization in the land. Put to death the leaders and imprison for life alders and abettors. Deport aliens." This editorial, published by the Open Shop Weekly, was presented to the Post-Intelligencer, which prepared to run it on the editorial page without even a paid ADV. Added. Northwest, liberal despite the press. 251. The printers gasped and called a chapel meeting. They passed a resolution. It read: "We have been patient under misrepresentation, faithful in the face of slander, long-suffering under insult. Little by little, as our patience seemed unbounded, your editorial and business policy encroached upon and further overstepped bonds not only of fairness and truth but decency and Americanism itself. But there is a limit to all things." The printing trades at the Post-Intelligencer told the publisher either to pull that editorial, call back all the early editions in which it appeared, or there wouldn't be any more newspapers printed for quite a while. The Post-Intelligencer pulled the editorial, called back the early editions and printed an apology. Edwin Selvin, publisher of the Business Chronicle, was arrested by federal agents a few days later for violating sections 211 of the Penal Code for tending to incite murder and assassination. It was not until 1935 that lumber workers won their fight for an 8-hour day and union recognition. Governor Martin dispatched state troops with guns and gas to the largest lumber mill in the world, the St. Paul and Tacoma Lumber Co., a Weyerhaeuser mill at Tacoma. Toll of the strikers was, 2 dead, 24 beaten, 396 arrested, Lou pickets and 30 bystanders gassed. Toll of strike breakers, 9 beaten, windows broken, rotten eggs thrown. Despite this tabulation, all the newspapers gave an impression that violence was committed by the strikers. A sample of the headlines run by the Post-Intelligencer follows. Protection of workers guaranteed by Governor Martin. Guards rout Tacoma Reds. Troops called to halt mill strikes. The Times, rioters rooted with bayonets after mobbing 3 mill workers. 252. The Star, workers rout union leaders. The strikers won, however, union recognition and a minimum wage of 6.21 an hour. The newspapers have been attempting to get Harold J. Pritchett, youthful president of the International Woodworkers of America, who led the strike, deported to Canada ever since. The Scripps League of papers not connected with the Scripps Howard chain but an outgrowth of another chain formed by E. W. Scripps made a bid for circulation by championing the underdog, the underpaid. The Seattle Star indulged in this public service so long as the editorial workers writing the stuff did so at $12 and $15 a week. But the newspaper guild came along. Better wages were asked. On July 2, 1937, IG men were fired for refusing to quit the guild. The NLRB ordered their reinstatement and the Seattle Star had to pay about $30,000 in salaries. It now fights the New Deal and defends no underdog. In the congressional record for May 2, 1938, Senator Schwellenbach accused the Star of perpetrating a newspaper hoax intended to destroy him and Senator Bone politically by quoting them with Senator Nye, Dr. Moulton of Brookings Institute, and others as favoring its plan for the abandonment of Roosevelt's power development program. I think that those who are in public life today, said Schwellenbach, are entitled to some measure of protection against newspapers which without responsibility, apparently without the slightest regard for the truth, and without the slightest regard for the real position of those in public office, attempt to put into their mouths words which were never uttered. The Star apologized and blamed a press association. The press of the Pacific Northwest is to a large degree the same as elsewhere. The difference is in the Northwest that only one or two newspapers approach the objectivity of such Eastern publications as the Christian Science Monitor and the New York Times. Another difference is that the papers Northwest, liberal despite the press 253 of the Northwest have virtually lost all their influence. President Roosevelt carried the region about 2-1 in 1936 with scarcely any newspaper support. The sales tax sponsored by the newspapers has been voted down by margins as high as 6-1. A legislative measure to force students to pay a compulsory fee to support the university football team was favored by nearly every paper in Oregon except the Oregonian, yet at a referendum at the polls it lost by a margin of better than 3-1. Such men in public office as Senator Schwellenbach and Jerry O'Connell, of Montana, never have newspaper support, yet they win consistently. In many parts of the Northwest, men running for office boast that certain newspapers are against them. On this basis they assure the people that they must be acting in the public interest, else those particular papers would not be against them. The Pacific Northwest is, according to Secretary Ickes, one of America's progressive spots. He says the East looks to it for liberal guidance. That liberalism exists not because of the region's newspapers but because the people have learned not to believe those newspapers. Chapter 20. Speaker in the House of Lords. For several years now the publishers of America have chosen James Geddes Stallman, of the Nashville Banner, as their spokesman and president. Stallman has been the traveling orator, the vocal upholder of what is known as freedom of the press in ownership circles. The press of this country is not venal, is one of his favorite expressions. At the Herald Tribune Forum he told how brave the New York Times had been in exposing Boss Tweed generations ago, and other brave acts in distant cities. He himself is noted for having conducted a crusade against loan sharks. And he would no doubt bravely engage in another against the man-eating, non-advertising Bengal tiger. Nor is the sneer unfair. Let us look at 2 or 3 items in the record of the man chosen to represent the publishers of America. Does he publish all the news or suppress what he does not like? Do financial interests enter into the conduct of his own newspaper? Is he fair to labor? Is he liberal, progressive, or reactionary? Is he editorially on the side of the public or the public utilities? In answering some of these questions we may be able to learn something of the relationships of the many parts of a complex system which because of a plethora of names it may be best to label merely the status quo. It is not my object to make out any personal devils in this investigation into the behaviorism of the lords of the press. As a certain Euripides said long ago, let the facts speak for themselves. very appropriately journalistically as well as ethically. 254. 255. The Newspaper Guild investigated the record of the man who was leading the embattled publishers in their fight against the reporters. Since Stallman, traveling up and down the country, was beating his breast every time he cried freedom of the press, the Guild went to work on the supposition that he was running a free newspaper back home, free, that is, in the sense that it served the public, not the interests. The first Guild report it was followed by numerous others alleging suppression and distortion of news makes 3 charges against Stallman, to wit, I. published an article viciously maligning the reputation of the late Mrs. Florence Kelley, one of the leaders in the fight for the child labor amendment, in an attempt to blacken the amendment in the eyes of his readers, and then refused to print an answer and correction from Newton D. Baker. 2. Suppressed all mention of the recent beatings of the C.I.O. organizer in Memphis, Norman Smith, despite the fact that the story was nationwide news and appeared on many front pages not only in other cities, but in his own rival the Tennessean, also despite the fact that his paper has consistently tried to represent the C.I.O. as given to violence. 3. Edited the news of the Chicago Memorial Day Massacre film to distort its revelations about the police and cut the piece down to a 2-inch story on the back page. The attack on Florence Kelley was made with the aid of a committee from the Sentinels of the Republic, one of America's leading fascist organizations, which had labeled the famous leader a communist. The banner used the headline National Welfare Organization brand's child labor proposal as work of communist leaders. Newton Baker protested. He said in his letter that Florence Kelley was a very great and very noble woman. Intellectually the greatest woman I have ever known, but the leading apostle of freedom of the press refused the former Secretary of War space for a correction. 256. Summing up its report, the Guild said of Stallman that in his own paper he publishes contemptible distortions, he traduces the memory of great characters when it serves his ends, and when the truth gets in his way he suppresses it. Like many sincere men and many hypocrites who proclaim themselves as liberals when in heart and truth they are reactionaries and even worse, James G. Stallman proclaims himself a friend of labor when all his actions prove him to be the enemy of labor. He resents that classification. In one of his press association orations he called editorial dishonesty an editorial in an unnamed paper which said Stallman is one of the most rabid open shoppers in the country. Recently liberal weeklies have published a photostat of a letter in which Stallman's banner asks that non-union men only be sent for jobs in the typographical department. He cannot deny that his paper broke the union there, refused to employ union men, fought the unions and maintained an anti-union editorial policy, but he gets angry when he is called an open shopper. The Nashville Banner locked out its employees in 1929 and imported a gang of strike breakers. The management refused to hire composing room workers without first checking their pasts for evidence of pro-union tendencies. Union men had no chance. This condition prevailed up to August 1, 937, when the Newspaper Guild made an investigation, but in December of that year La Follette's Progressive reported that the newspaper printing corporation which prints both the Banner and the Tennessean did sign a contract with the Printing Pressmen's Union and adds that Stallman is violently anti-New Deal and anti-labor. The Guild goes further and charges the Banner with serving as an informal clearinghouse for strike-breaking typesetters. 2 documents support the charge. First there is Guild Reporter, October 25, 1937. 257. The Banner letter which contains the statement, naturally the thing we wish to avoid is the placing of workers with union sympathies, so if, the name of the man seeking the job, has any sympathy for the union that you know of, we would be particularly interested in the most complete information you care to give us. The second is the signed statement of the president of the Nashville Typographical Union, Robert Cuthbert, who describes the lockout of the composing room of the Nashville Banner of which James G. Stallman, president of the American Newspaper Publishers Association, is publisher. It continues. The only alleged reason for that act was that, After the paper's contractual relations extending over a period of 40 years or more, Mr. Stallman posted a notice in the composing room stating that on Monday following the wage paid in the composing room would be at a rate of 12 cents per thousand EMS, an arbitrary figure, even at that date wholly inadequate with no provisions for any method of determining details of such a practice. At the moment the notice was posted, Mr. Stallman had quartered in a local hotel nearby a large number of professional strike breakers obtained through arrangement with the H.W. Flag Agency. The Typographical Union made every honorable effort to reach an amicable settlement with the Banner, but Mr. Stallman has declared consistently that he never would employ members of the Typographical Union in the composing room of the Banner. Aside from his own paper's anti-labor attitude, Mr. Stallman sponsors and foments every effort possible against any organization of labor and every so-called New Deal activity or legislation. The Banner loses no opportunity to denounce and to issue derogatory statements about the present administration in Washington. It editorializes all news items affecting any labor matters. 258. This is the record of the man who as president of the Publishers Association was chosen by them to fight the newspaper guild. When the A.N.P.A. convened in 1938, Stallman was re-elected president. He made another oration, this time charging that labor generally has been extremely obstreperous. He had no criticism of the older labor unions, he said, although his lockout was directed against one of the oldest A.F. of L. unions, but he was opposed to certain movements which the press of this country considers inimical, not solely to its welfare but contrary to the interests of a free people and to the preservation of free institutions in a democracy. As the C.I. Newspaper Guild is the only new labor movement, it was understood that Stallman was lining up the press against both the C.I. and the Guild. He was also opposed to taxes. So in fact were most men who make enough to pay them. In 1938 the Nashville Banner and the Nashville Tennessean made a working agreement. It was for their mutual benefit, it was called cooperation, and what economic crimes are committed in that name nowadays, and publishers everywhere applauded. But the latter newspaper dropped 8 men from its editorial department and 8 or 10 from its business and circulation departments, and the Banner also discharged many employees. But that was not news. Nor was it news for the editor and publisher and other spokesmen of the owners that the commercial arrangements of the 2 rival newspapers in an important southern city also put the dominant business interests in control of all the means of journalistic power, as the Guild reporter pointed out. The coalition, it said, includes notably men prominent in the power and utilities industries. The TVA fight is hot in Nashville and in banking, in addition to the newspaper industry itself. If presence on the board of directors of the same bank is evidence of close interests, as it probably 259 is, the circle would take in even such individuals as heads of nationally known patent medicine companies. The rivalry between the Banner and Tennessean began to end when Paul M. Davis, president of the American National Bank, bought the Tennessean at a federal receivership sale. Davis is a friend of Stallman's. He had also been a director of the Tennessee Electric Light Company, and it may be a coincidence that Stallman has been friendly to this public utility. It is interesting to note that in an attempt to get the Tennessean back, its former owner filed a brief in which it is stated that defendant avers that on account of the position of said Paul M. Davis as responsible head of large financial institutions, it has been essential for the said Paul M. Davis to suppress publication of legitimate news items regarding the matters set out herein above, and other matters of similar nature. The conflict between privately owned utilities and the TVA is then mentioned, and the brief continues. The said Paul M. Davis has been active in assisting in hindering, delaying, and obstructing the objects and purposes of the TVA. The defendant is informed and therefore charges that as part of such obstructive tactics, the control of the press is important and essential, and for that reason, both the power company, of which the said Paul M. Davis is a director and the said Paul M. Davis want the properties of the defendant to be acquired by the said Paul M. Davis. After the filing of this brief, Davis resigned as utility director. Stallman, said the Guild reporter, is a close crony of J.P. W. Brown, vice president of the Tennessee Electric. Federal Circuit Court of Appeals, Cincinnati, filed by attorney Jordan Stokes, Jr., January 6, 1938. 260. Power Company. These two and John J. Edgerton, formerly president of the National Association of Manufacturers, and still a power in it, figure together in many local and state activities. Stallman's paper constantly reflects the close identity of interest with the big power, utility, and manufacturing concerns. There is a large file of evidence. An anti-labor policy, of course, is usually the giveaway of a big business policy, and the Nashville newspapers, despite their shrill denials, are known by union men as their enemies. The Banner always plays up the pro-private utility news, but had no mention of a report by the State Utilities Commissioner which revealed that the private corporations were paying huge sums to attorneys to fight TVA, charging these dollars to operating costs, which meant high rates and public loss. Moreover, continues the survey made by the Guild reporter, the Banner uses material by known propagandists for special causes without revealing the source. It ran an article pleading the cause of the private power companies by Dr. Gus W. Dyer, of Vanderbilt University. Dyer is one of the 8 professional writers for the 6-star service, a service paid for by the National Association of Manufacturers and furnished to papers without cost. The Tennessean in many respects represents a more liberal and progressive appearance. It has actually published several stories which criticized the utilities and others with a friendly labor tone. But it was neutral in the 1936 elections. Stallman, banker Brown, and tycoon Edgerton form a powerful group on the board of trustees of Vanderbilt University, where they are charged with reactionary militancy against all attempts at liberalism by the faculty. They have been accused of proposing the dismissals of professors and even the abolition of certain liberal departments. The ramifications of big business, the press, the utilities, higher learning, and the church were further exposed recently when an attempt was made to start a religious revival. 261. In Nashville. The way the two newspapers and big business went about it was so crude that its innate hypocrisy overwhelmed it. The idea was announced by banker Brown at a Chamber of Commerce meeting. It was proposed to issue a call to righteousness in which the leading ministers, the Chamber of Commerce, and the two newspapers would cooperate for the purpose of stilling the labor unrest in the leading industrial plants of the section. The Banner and Tennessean did not publish this fact, of course, but issued the religious appeal later without mentioning the ulterior motive. But the C.I. 0. Unions and the Nashville Labor Advocate denounced the entire business, and the National Weekly, the Christian Century, in an editorial which said that the besetting sin of religion is hypocrisy, added that this particular reflection is suggested by a recent news report in the Nashville Tennessean describing the call to righteousness. Among the half-dozen leaders of the movement, one notes the names of J. P. W. Brown, vice president of the Tennessee Electric Power Company and a vigorous opponent of organized labor over many years, C. Gilbert, longtime secretary of the Tennessee Manufacturers Association and as hard-boiled an enemy of every effort to ameliorate the lot of the workers and their women and children as could be found, and Leonard Sisk, also with the Tennessee Electric Company and a leader in red-baiting circles. The thing which lies back of these men's concern for Nashville's righteousness is fear of the growing unrest among Nashville's labor. The relationship between newspapers and fraudulent medicinal advertisements was recently aired in a dispute between U.N.L. Davis, brother of Norman H. Davis, M.R. Roosevelt's ambassador at large, and of Paul M. Davis, owner of the Tennessean, and Paul M. Ward, Washington correspondent. Ward had written in praise of Edward R. Keyes, who had used the Tennessean as an example of a newspaper publishing advertising making the same fraudulent claims for bad medicine 2 years after the Federal Trade Com. 262 mission, of which UNL Davis was chairman, had issued its cease and desist orders. UN Davis protested that Brother Paul never owned the Nashville Tennessean nor any stock therein, nor had exercised any control whatever of the Nashville Tennessean, at the time any of the advertisements in question appeared or either the Keyes or the Ward article was published. Correspondent Ward replied, I have before me an official statement by Jesse H. Jones as chairman of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, which notes under date of October 3, 1935, that the RFC had some time before that date sold $250,000 worth of the Nashville Tennessean bonds to Mr. Paul Davis as president of the American National Bank of Nashville, and that this brought the bank's total holdings to $460,000 out of the $750,000 in bonds outstanding, the bank having previously owned $210,000 worth. I think that settles the point as to who owns the Nashville Tennessean. Mr. Ward went farther, offering more copies of the advertisements in question after March 1937, when UN admits Paul officially became the proprietor. Mr. Ward claims the obnoxious advertisements appeared in many newspapers which replied affirmatively to the letters sent out by William P. Jacobs, of Jacobs Religious Lists and the Institute of Medicine Manufacturers, urging pressure on newspapers to defeat the Tug-Will Bill. Having made a thorough study of the Tennessean Mr. Ward notes that among the directors or advisory board members of Mr. Paul Davis Bank are Balling Warner, J. M. Gray and F. M. Bass. Men of the same names and Tennessee addresses are active figures in the patent medicine industry. One heads the Warner Drug Company, manufacturer of Renfrew salts for gout and rheumatism. Another is the manufacturer of Gray's ointment, the erstwhile cancer cure which occupies a prominent position in the food and drug. The Nation, May I, 1987, page 519. 263. Administration's Chamber of Horrors. Attorney Bass has represented the manufacturer of Gray's ointment in proceedings before federal agencies. Mr. Ward concludes by asking Mr. UN Davis why FTC control of advertising has been a flop, why the worst frauds in the food and drug racket are fighting to keep advertising control vested in the FTC. It is hardly necessary, after the presentation of the foregoing facts, to draw a moral. If we admit that Stallman and Davis are representative sincere patriots, fanatical devotees of a free press, the picture of today's journalism is more than clouded, it is actually hopeless. But if we take them for what their actions show them to be, good businessmen making money out of newspapers in complete disregard of the ethical overtones of the profession, then we have a very fair clue to what is the matter with the press and why the American people have a suspicion that newspapers are biased against labor and in favor of the utilities, why they speak more often for the banks and big business than for the common man, why they frequently suppress the news and more frequently color it. In short, why the publishers of America run their newspapers as big business instead of the Palladium of Liberty, as they continue to say on their mastheads. Chapter 2 Post-Dispatch, or Absentee Landlordism. At the beginning of the year consumed in the actual writing of this book, I had planned as one of the concluding chapters of Part I a short tribute to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. It was intended to be the most optimistic of the few chapters devoted to the brighter chambers in the House of Lords. The Defeat of Hearst, the strictures on the present situation by William Allen White, were to be followed by the story of prosperity and absolute freedom in a great newspaper, namely, the PD. When the world died in 1931, journalists tried to apportion the blame. Some said it was due to Ralph Pulitzer because he had not inherited either his father's talents or enthusiasm and because he preferred to play the role of absentee landlord, devoting himself to his clubs or his country home. Others laid the blame on Herbert Bayard Swope, the executive editor, who apparently had a deeper interest in Wall Street and Park Avenue than in Park Row, and still others blamed Walter Lippmann, the chief editorial writer, who was becoming a master of straddling and therefore losing for the paper its great reputation of fearlessness, courage, and forthrightness. The World may not have been the great newspaper which we think it today, but it was something to measure the press by, just as the Manchester Guardian, which also is not without its faults and weaknesses, is used as a standard for 264. Post-Dispatch, or absentee landlordism. 265 Europe. In America, when the World passed out, there was satisfaction in knowing that the Pulitzer tradition would be carried on in the Post-Dispatch. And it was carried on. As late as a year ago, the only thing I intended to deplore was the fact that the Post-Dispatch was physically in St. Louis, that despite the fact that it was great and fearless and free, it was provincial, that America being what it is geographically, it is impossible for a newspaper, although it may be the greatest in the country, to exercise a great power if its circulation is confined to a Middle Western state. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch, transferred to New York or perhaps Washington, would have been the most important newspaper in America. I regret to state that considerable doubt, if not considerable disillusion, has entered the situation. Under Joseph Pulitzer's will, his youngest son, Herbert, was given 6/10 of the estate. The great publisher believed in a myth which he thought scientific truth, namely, that the child of late years inherited the greater mental and physical vigor, while Ralph and Joseph Pulitzer got 2/10 and 1/10 respectively, the last 10th being a gift to the executives of the Post-Dispatch staff. Herbert tried his hand at journalism. In 1921, when Russia was open, he went as world correspondent and later worked in the World office in New York. But it was definitely not his métier. Ralph ran the World, and ran it to death. Joseph made a great success of the Post-Dispatch. Herbert and Ralph never visited St. Louis. Joseph lived there, but in recent years he spent half his time in his country home at Bar Harbor. As Maine goes, so go the natives of Maine. In October 1936, within a few days of the great election, Joseph Pulitzer returned to St. Louis to give the Post-Dispatch a final Landon spurt. That was the sentiment of Bar Harbor. It was the yacht club sentiment, the absentee landlord sentiment. Some time earlier the Post-Dispatch had abandoned the 266 Democratic Party policy, ceased its support of President Roosevelt and the New Deal, but unlike the Baltimore Sun, it did not straddle the issue of supporting Landon fervently. It also raised the shout that the president was growing dictatorial. It accused him of dangerously centralizing governmental power over the economic life of the country. To what extent the absentee owners dictate the policies of the paper, writes Paul Y. Anderson, has always been a mystery to its employees. There is no doubt, however, that all three brothers concurred in the decision to desert the New Deal. Since that time the policy of the paper has steadily become more conservative, more on the side of property rights and the vested interests. In fact, the abandonment of liberalism occurred 2 years earlier, in 1934, Anderson states, when the late Clark McAdams was demoted as editor of the editorial page. McAdams was a liberal and a crusader. He was IOO% for the New Deal. The brothers Pulitzer, in their yachts, their clubs and their palaces, had begun to waver. If it is wrong to create personal devils, it may be just as bad to make personal heroes. Newspapers are not only the prolongation of the characters of their owners, but of the forces which are stronger than men, and when they are good or bad, liberal or conservative, pro-public or pro-public utility, it is due to a combination of many things, material and psychological and whatnot. For many decades the Post-Dispatch was an ideal newspaper. Whatever mistakes it made were human errors, of which journals as well as men are capable. They were not actions dictated by an owner serving outside interests or, at the very best, his own egotism. Venality never entered the doors of the editorial sanctum. Post-Dispatch, or absentee landlordism. 267 The best proof that the Post-Dispatch was a free newspaper was the angry report of the Missouri head of the propaganda bureau operated by the National Electric Light Association, in which he complained that he had not been able to corrupt this newspaper. He did claim that he had reached all the other daily and weekly publications in the state, some 700, and failed only in this one instance. It is probable that there were a few other publications which refused part of the $25 million a year public utility corruption fund, but it is unquestioned that the Post-Dispatch angrily threw the propagandists and their money out of the office. In the case of several Chicago, New York, and other great dailies, the NELA probably did not corrupt by buying advertising space, but their propaganda was used willingly by editors. This is not corruption. This is part of the big business finance system under which we live. Refusal to be bribed is negative. The Post-Dispatch went after the corrupting elements, it fought them in every field in which they existed, from national politics to petty racketeering. Take Teapot Dome, for instance. I have given credit to Carl McGee of Albuquerque for unearthing the scandal when he followed his feud with Secretary Fall. McGee unearthed the scandal, but it was the Post-Dispatch which forced the investigation of the Ohio gang by producing enough evidence to make the attempt by the New York Times, Washington Post, Philadelphia Public Ledger and other conservative big business newspapers to squash it look ridiculous. It was Paul Y. Anderson, Washington correspondent of the Post-Dispatch, who gave the Teapot Dome scandal air after the Ohio gang had succeeded in silencing the first reports of vast corruption. It was also M.R. Anderson who in 1927 exposed the State Department for fostering a Red Scare in Mexico on behalf of the American oil corporations which wanted an excuse for invasion and inevitable war and an 268. Annexation. It was also Anderson who exposed the Chicago police as guilty of massacre in the notorious Republic Steel Company Memorial Day rioting which the Chicago Tribune had defended. And it was John Rogers who exposed Lingle, the Chicago Tribune reporter, as a racketeer, and it was Rogers who helped get the evidence in many other great exposes. I could go on for pages telling stories of what reporters of the Post-Dispatch have done, all the way from exposing the political corruption such as the Pendergast machine, the Kelly machine, the Hague machine, down to some local kidnapping which involved no political party and no big money. The Ku Klux Klan was exposed by the Pulitzer Papers first. Federal Judge George W. English was impeached by the Post-Dispatch. And something of a like nature was happening every week in St. Louis. All this work it got the Post-Dispatch the reputation of being the outstanding crusading newspaper in America, but its managing editor denies the predicate adjective was done under the direction of Oliver K. Bovard. Honor where honor is due, Anderson wrote as a valedictory to the most famous managing editor in America, for most of the distinctions which have come to Post-Dispatch men, Bovard is entitled to a large share of the credit. He would show a reporter how to pull off a terrific story and then insist that the reporter be given a salary increase for pulling it. If there was anything on which he set more store than professional skill, good craftsmanship, it was truth. And when I say truth I also mean precision and exactitude to the limit of human performance. He would fire a man for failing to get a middle initial or getting it wrong. In the larger aspects of truth he was even more severe. Bovard made it his business to eliminate the barriers between news and truth. It is news, for example, that a Ku Klux Klan parade took place, or that Kluxer spurned a Post-Dispatch, or absentee landlordism 269 fiery cross, or that they committed a certain crime. That is all surface news. Behind it is the news of who the leaders are, how they organize, what financial interests are involved, what their objectives are, what the social, economic, and political significances are. And in Bovard's opinion the news behind the news was the real story, the true story. The newspaper that went out attacking corruption was all right, it was a crusading newspaper, it did the public a service. But the newspaper that disregarded all the corrupting forces, notably the big money, and in addition to the surface facts published the hidden facts, the cause of the effect, that was a true newspaper, and not at all a crusading newspaper. That was Bovard's idea, and he made it work for almost 40 years. The more he saw of the pressures which change policies, the more determined he was to keep away from all contact with men and forces which might influence his one policy, to tell the real story. He saw fellow editors joining clubs, flitting about in society, he saw a noted columnist playing polo, he found a noted colleague giving more attention to his Wall Street investments than his editorial page, and it made him more determined than ever to steer clear of entangling alliances. He avoided associations which might embarrass him in his single-minded determination to get and print all the news. For a quarter of a century Bovard, says Anderson, exercised as much influence on the daily lives of St. Louis Sands as any individual in the city. He also exercised an influence on the journalism of the nation. If honor goes to Bovard for the great work for which two of his reporters won Pulitzer Prizes and for publishing a really free and uncensored newspaper uncensored by publishers, advertisers, or the spirit of the times, then in turn. 270. There must be honor for the owners of a big property which can permit this freedom. Therefore the three Pulitzer sons, Herbert, Ralph, and Joseph, and especially Joseph, who is editor and publisher, were deserving of great honor. But after 30 years of stamping his character and ideals on the Post-Dispatch, O.K. Bovard on the 1st of August, 1938, posted a notice on the bulletin board saying, "To the staff, with regret I have to tell you that I have resigned because of irreconcilable differences of opinion with M.R. Pulitzer as to the general conduct of the paper, and am leaving the office August 13th. I recognize and respect the rights and responsibilities of ownership and make no complaint. I salute you, a splendid body of men and an exceptional newspaper staff." On another occasion Bovard had also electrified his staff with one of his bulletin board notices. On election night, 1936, when the electoral vote avalanche spoke for Roosevelt, he wrote this announcement. The Country 523. The Country Club 8. Can there possibly be any relationship between these two bulletin board notices of 1936 and 1938? Anderson, who now represents the St. Louis Star-Times in Washington, says that in recent years Bovard has been taking a deep interest in politics and economics. He has studied the great economists, not forgetting one named Karl Marx, and he has made several visits to Russia to see how the theory was working out. During these years members of the Post-Dispatch staff received a distinct impression that Joseph Pulitzer was torn by conflicting emotions: apprehension over the deepening radicalism of his managing editor, and fear that the paper could not survive without him. M.R. Pulitzer referred to honest differences of opinion when he accepted Bovard's Post-Dispatch, or absentee landlordism 271 resignation, which referred to irreconcilable differences of opinion with M.R. Pulitzer. No other statement was forthcoming. But Mr. Anderson says the nature of those differences is no secret. They are economic and political. The Post-Dispatch has grown more and more concerned with property rights and the vested interests. Naturally, honest differences of opinion have become irreconcilable differences, and the most distinguished managing editor in America resigned because he could no longer maintain his policy, which was inimical to the special interests. The tragedy is all the greater because in all discussions of a free press up to now it was customary to point to the Post-Dispatch as the almost unique example of prosperity accompanying a policy of public welfare. Following Mr. Bovard's resignation, the entire staff rushed into the newspaper guild. Previously a large number of reporters, owing to some mistaken sense of loyalty, had refrained from joining. To New York guildsmen Bovard made a statement which had a thundering effect throughout the country. "It's inevitable, why discuss it," he said of the guild shop. As for the guild itself, he said it has proved a good thing for newspapermen. The need for it was obvious. I think it may also prove to be a good thing for newspapers. The ideals of newspapers which the mass of newspapermen hold are high. Because of this I look for the guild to become in time influential in elevating the tone of the press as a whole, to aid in making it more journalistic and less commercial. On his way to Europe for his first real holiday in 40 years, Bovard was captured by my friend Kyle Crichton and taken to my apartment where we argued freedom of the press until 4 a.m. Mr. Bovard went away still maintaining that it is possible under the present economic system to run a wholly free newspaper which will make money despite all social, economic, and other pressures. He said he spoke from practical experience. Chapter 22. William Allen White, Anti-Press Lord. The most outstanding figure in American journalism is William Allen White, of Emporia, Kansas. He is not a press lord. He is a small-town editor and publisher. It is perhaps the most unfortunate thing in our modern newspaper history that White chose to remain in Kansas. If he had accepted an editorship in New York, or Chicago, or St. Louis, and produced a national newspaper as honest, sincere, liberal, and altogether free as his Emporia Gazette, it would have been the greatest achievement of our journalistic times. As it is, William Allen White himself is a national figure, but his newspaper has no influence outside Kansas. Emporia's gain is America's loss. What are Mr. White's views on the newspaper problem in America today? He believes that the press has become too commercial. He sees that it is losing its influence because it is not keeping faith with the people. He notes the conflict of labor and capital, and finds that capitalism has gotten control of our press. In fact, Mr. White at times goes further in his criticism and strictures on our press and our press lords, than the present writer, and since he is the president of the Society of Newspaper Editors and Dean of American Publishers, it might pay us to listen to his exact words. The Curse of Wealth. In a letter to Alfred M.C.K. Lee for his History of American Journalism, Mr. White says the real threat to freedom of the 272. William Allen White, Anti-Press Lord. 273 Press lies in the publishers themselves. He continues, too often the publisher of an American newspaper has made his money in some other calling than journalism. He is a rich man seeking power and prestige. He has the country club complex. The business manager of this absentee owner quickly is afflicted with the country club point of view. Soon the managing editor's wife puts him in the country club, and then the city editor's wife nags him into it. And they all get the unconscious arrogance of conscious wealth. Therefore it is hard to get a modern American newspaper to go the distance necessary to print all the news about many topics. On the whole, sooner or later in the long run, the American people do get the truth. But they often get it when it is cold potatoes, and does them no good. Mr. Lee suggests that some would substitute, in the case of employees, the conscious arrogance of expected wealth for the unconscious arrogance of conscious wealth. It would be a little more accurate. This conscious arrogance of expected wealth is particularly noticeable in the Scripps Howard United Press Organization. Favors the Newspaper Guild. Most of the publishers hate the Newspaper Guild, and fight labor unionization generally. Mr. White takes an opposite stand. I believe the union principle is right, and I don't feel the coming of the union, even a vertical union, in the newspaper business, will affect the freedom of the press. As a matter of fact, it will be God's unmixed blessing if the newspaper owner who generally buys a newspaper for social or business reasons, can feel at the back of his neck the hot breath of the disapproval of the force when he gets too class conscious, when he goes too obviously country clubby. 274. And too strongly pro-clearing house and chamber of commerce in his proprietary attitude. After all, Jesus had the goods on the rich man. Of the conflict between the Press House of Lords and the Guild, Mr. White says, it is a typical conflict. It is the conflict between ownership and public interest. It is the gist of all the issues that will come up during your whole life. There is something, indeed there is much, to be said for ownership, but ownership without a considerable consideration of public interest, is probably going to be decided by the American people to be an archaic hangover from feudalism. Free press enemy, commercialism. Mr. White was the first of the owners to admit that commercialism means the ruin of a free press. When Munsey, who wrecked many great papers which were inimical to big money, died in 1925, White wrote, "Frank Munsey, the great publisher, is dead." Frank Munsey contributed to the journalism of his day the talent of a meat packer, the morals of a money changer, and the manners of an undertaker. He and his kind have about succeeded in transforming a once noble profession into an 8% security. May he rest in trust. For the past decade, Mr. White has spoken more and more bitterly and openly against the money power in journalism. He is almost unique among publishers in admitting that the press is not only commercial, but a part of the ruling capitalist world. In the past 30 years, he says, newspapers have veered from their traditional position as leaders of public opinion into mere peddlers and purveyors of news. The newspapers have become commercial enterprises and hence fall into the current which is merging commercial enterprises along mercantile lines. As the newspaper's interest has become a mercantile or William Allen White, Anti-Press Lord. 275. Industrial proposition, the dangers of commercial corruption of the press become greater and greater. The power trust, of course, is buying the newspapers in order to control the old vestige of leadership, the remaining fragment of professional status that still remains in the newspaper business. As a commercial enterprise, the newspaper is yielding good returns for investment. But as a political weapon, it is worth to self-seeking service corporations hundreds of dollars in undercover influence where it is worth dollars in direct returns. If this country turns from a democracy into a Hamiltonian plutocracy, it will be because the moral sense, moral intelligence, and moral courage of the American people are sapped at the roots by insidiously corrupt plutocratic influence undermining the sources of courage and intelligence which have been so ably represented by the American press in other generations. Unless democracy is indignant at the encroachments of plutocracy, democracy cannot fight. When plutocracy destroys the sources of information which should make indignation, plutocracy has paralyzed democracy. But it is no sudden thing. It is a part of the tendency of the times. I do not know the answer. The reader may note a progression of thought in the foregoing quotations from the writings and speeches of the foremost journalistic figure in America. William Allen White is no longer a young man, he has in fact grown gray in the service, and although he has not grown rich, he has at least become comfortably well off, and it would be more natural to find him growing more and more conservative in his views. In 1936, when he supported a fellow Kansan named Alf Landon for the presidency, there were in fact many who saw it as a sign of the old reactionary spirit which comes with comfort and gray hairs. But all these suppositions are not true. As he has grown older, Mr. White has grown more free-minded. His enemies, 276, would call it radical, but that really does not matter on the subject of American journalism. And in 1938, while this book was being written, Mr. White, who had just been elected president of the American Society of Newspaper Editors, said, in an address to the students of the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, many things about our lords of the press which equal and perhaps surpass in severity all the criticisms made in this book. The menace is capital. Publishing is a business, he began, a legitimate business, which in certain of its higher realms may be reasonably called big business. He traced its three distinct periods. The first was pre-Civil War years, when a printer or anyone with a few dollars could publish a newspaper. 50 years ago or so, publishing became a profession, but money was needed to indulge in it, not much, but a little, and the editor belonged to the ruling class. He was a free man, ran a free press, restricted only by his courage, his honesty, and his intelligence. No outside influence restrained his powers. The machine age arrived with the turn of the century. Advertising became one of the big influences in America, and the trade which had become a profession turned into a business, and there it is today. It now requires capital to start and run newspapers, even in small towns. And now Mr. White comes to the crux of the newspaper problem. Capital today or tomorrow always has a lively sense of its own advantage. Capital is instinctively, for all the noble intentions of us capitalists, class conscious. It is that class consciousness which is discrediting the press of the world today, particularly the press of the English-speaking democracies. Any newspaper in any American town represents a considerable lot of capital for the size of the town. The owners of newspaper investments, whether they be bankers, stock. William Allen White, Anti-Press Lord. 277. Holders of a corporation or individuals, feel a rather keen sense of financial responsibility, and they pass their anxiety along to newspaper operatives, whether these operatives be superintendents known as managing editors, foremen known as city editors, or mere wage earners known as editorial writers, copy desk men, reporters, or what not. The sense of property goes thrilling down the line. It produces a slant and a bias that in time becomes unconsciously and probably in all honesty is a prejudice against any man or anything or any cause that seriously affects the right, title, and interest of any other capital, however invested. We editors realize that we have lost caste with the American people. We are on the bad books of the public esteem. Labor as a class distrusts us. It wouldn't distrust us without reason. The labor press sneers at us, that is to say, those class-conscious newspapers that are circulated entirely in what is known as labor circles. The deficiencies of American journals in treating the news of what we might as well frankly if regretfully call the class struggle in this country are found largely in unconscious political attitudes. It is so easy to policy the news. Indeed, it is hard not to policy the news when the news is affected with a vital bread and butter interest to the capitalist who controls a newspaper, great or small. And strangely enough, capital is so fluid that a threat to the safety of any investment seems to be a threat to all investments. Therefore, newspapers which represent sizable investments are tempted to shy off and shiver when in Congress, in the legislature, or in the city hall a man or a group threatens an investigation in any kind of patent medicine, in any kind of holding company, in any kind of misbranded food, in any kind of railroad security, in any kind of banking affiliate, good or bad. It is not longer the advertiser who puts on the pressure. It is not even the boss back of the payroll who begins to $27. Quake. It is the whole middle and upper structure of society. Sooner or later the truth about any social abuse is gladly received by the middle class and by those who own and control newspaper investments. But off the bat, the newspapers representing the innate conservatism of property interests which crystallize middle-class psychology are sometimes unfair in their treatment of men or movements that threaten to disturb property in any form. Which is only another way of saying that every new day produces its own peculiar threats to liberty. The new menace to the freedom of the press, a menace in this country vastly more acute than the menace from government, may come through the pressure not of one group of advertisers, but of a wide sector of newspaper advertisers. Newspaper advertising is now placed somewhat, if not largely, through nationwide advertising agencies. Some of these agencies have lately become advisors of great industrial corporations, which also advertise. These advertising agencies undertake to protect their clients from what the clients and agents may regard as real dangers from inimical social, political, or industrial influences. As advisors, the advertising agencies may exercise unbelievably powerful pressure upon newspapers. There is grave danger that in the coming decade, as social, industrial and economic problems become more and more acute, this capacity for organized control of newspaper opinions through the political advisors of national advertisers who in turn are paid to control public opinion may constitute a new threat to the freedom of the press. Mr. White interrupts his indictment with references to what he considers another black mark against editorial judgment, the overplaying of sensational news to please the circulation department, which he considers as dangerous as the advertising department in menacing the ultimate freedom of the press. The opposite side of this picture is the underplaying of constructive news, such as, for example, the William Allen White, Anti-Press Lord 279. Scandinavian Neutrality Pact. It is true that it is a desire for circulation, which means more advertising, which means more money, that motivates this handling of news, but in this writer's opinion this is a situation which is easily remediable since it is not forced upon the publisher by outside pressure. It is merely a gesture to the mob. Mr. White concludes. The problem of the American newspaper today is to open its channels to new social ideals and to ensure fair treatment for any reformer who is obviously honest, reasonably intelligent, and backed by any considerable minority of the public. How can this be done? How can the newspapers become open-minded? I don't know. They might try to hire as doorkeepers in the House of the Lord on copy desks and in editorial chairs men who are free to make decisions. Not controlled by an itch to move to the next higher desk by pleasing His High Potency who sits in the mahogany-paneled room in front of the front office. If owners would encourage a little chronic arthritis of the knee in the lower realms of reporting and copy reading, we might come out from the clouds of suspicion that envelop our noble profession at the moment. But I suppose in the end newspapers cannot be free, absolutely free in the highest and best sense, until the whole social and economic structure of American life is open to the free interplay of democratic processes. Mr. White here says about the last word. We have no free press, and we cannot have a free press so long as the sense of property goes thrilling down the line of capital invest. Some minutes after making this speech, a free press in a machine age, Mr. White discussed politics informally with several students and the result was the New York Times heading W.M. A. White likes the La Guardia type. The Times ran the paragraphs about the sense of property, but Time did not. Time ran most of the attack on the advertising agencies, the Times had no mention. But neither ran the last paragraph. The Nation, June 8, 1988, ran the speech in full. 280. Meant, so long as capital is so fluid that the threat to the safety of any investment seems to be a threat to all investment. The obvious thing is to change the world. That may take some time. But meanwhile, in the third part of this volume, some more or less practical non-idealistic ways of helping produce a better, if not a free press, will be mentioned. Part 2. Sirva di Senor, y sabres que es dolor. Chapter I. Journalistic noblesse. Foreign correspondence. Among the servants of the press lords the columnists are the highest paid and rated, they are also the freest, but being syndicated, in most instances, they practically cease being the representatives of a certain paper, or even of a chain, and function as independents. The two highest categories of staff men remain the Washington and the foreign correspondents. These are also well paid, but whereas the Washington correspondent is generally as much a slave of editorial policy as editorial writers at home, the foreign correspondent is without doubt the freest man on any newspaper. Two reasons for this freedom are, a. the general ignorance of the editor and publisher about affairs European and, b. the don't give a damn policy of newspapers about foreign events. Of course times are changing in journalism as elsewhere. And one cannot accuse the New York Times or the Chicago Daily News foreign services of ever maintaining such an attitude. But it was pretty general when foreign services came into being just after the war. Raymond Graham Swing, who was a foreign correspondent before the war, says that the Chicago Daily News bureaus in Europe were established chiefly to advertise the paper, to furnish a restroom, reading room, and convenient toilet facilities for visiting Chicagoans, and a place to register their names. Swing cabled this list every day. It was his main work. In early 1914 he wrote a 283, 284 series of articles about the war clouds in Europe, practically predicting that war was inevitable before the end of summer, but these stories were cut down until nothing but a sort of tourist guide to interesting capitals remained. When he protested, his editor told him that back in Chicago they considered the whole matter preposterous, they had previously heard nothing about the British, German, and French rearmament programs, they refused to see militarism in the German order for two army corps which was the signal of a coming war, and they did not believe in scaring their readers with bold from the blue type of stories. Thereby Swing's reputation as a major prophet was killed a burning. A great number of the first members of our foreign services were men who had been in the army. Some were excellent journalists, but many were glorified police reporters. On the Chicago Tribune a premium was actually paid for ignorance. I remember in the early IG-20s when I asked our director why he had chosen Mr. A to succeed me in the capital of X, he replied, because A is the only reporter we have who doesn't speak the language. He knows nothing about the country. In fact, he is the only man we have who has never visited Europe. So you see, he will be unaffected by the propaganda and intrigues of those foreigners. What we want is the real American viewpoint. In the middle, three O's: the Mr. A.'s and their colleagues, whose ignorance of Europe served them so well in the formative days of several American foreign news services, supply the intelligent American's guide to international affairs, combining high adventure, daring-do, and romance with philosophic trimmings by Freud and Stekel, William James, and Karl Marx. The world is their oyster cocktail and the bestseller list their club room. In recent years we have had Vincent Gian, once Jimmy to his pals, recounting his personal history, Walter Durante claiming he writes as he pleases, John Gunther telling the inside story of Europe, and Negley Farson confessing his 285 transgressions, and it was not so long ago that H.R. Knickerbocker, Dorothy Thompson, Edgar Ansel, and Paul Scott Maurer, William Henry Chamberlain, Louis Fisher, Eugene Lyons, Anna Louise Strong and others uttered historical or sensational remarks on Germany and Russia, while Larry Rue, the first foreign correspondent to fly his own airplane, told of Afghanistan, and Mrs. Marguerite Harrison confessed she was an American Secret Service operative while masquerading as representative of the Baltimore Sun and Associated Press. All these men and women were my colleagues. For 15 years I worked with them in Europe, and now as I read their best-selling books I too am carried away by the excitement, physical or mental, the spirit of adventure, the thrill of history in the making, and at times the tropical romantic pages which have brought such unprecedented popularity to the noblesse of the reportorial profession, the foreign correspondence. If these books affect me in this way, how much more fascinating must they appear to the lay reader? And what a heroic portrait they must give of the author's low yet, strange as it may sound in realistic days, this nightly stained glass picture is not entirely false. This is the colorful panel begun by Floyd Gibbons in wartime, exhibited on the stage by Sam and Bella Spivak of the old New York world, touched up today by Negley Farson, who might have stepped right out of the crossed works of Richard Harding Davis and Zero Henry. In other words, this is the picture of the glorified reporter. Between him and the journalist there is no sharp way of differentiating, inasmuch as most newspapermen on foreign service go through both phases, sometimes revert, frequently remain both. To illustrate, there was the famous Genoa Conference when the Bolshevik diplomats made their first appearance in Western Europe, in mysterious official silence. Well, there were more than 450 journalists at this conference, most of them in spats and canes, and all of them stood 286 around acting respectfully. But there were 2 New York reporters freshly arrived among them, and they did what every reporter and no journalist would ever do. One of them crashed through the third day's diplomatic parade to the convention hall, seized Chicharin by the coat, and extracted the first interview with the Russian, and the other by hook or crook, probably the latter, got a world scoop on the Russian-German treaty. For reporters on European service, manners and ethics, unwritten codes and diplomatic protocol, are of no more importance than they are at home, and they pursue their prey in the manner they made notorious in the Lindbergh honeymoon affair. In fact, for them Europe is no more than one glorified police court. But for most of the time and for the majority of newspaper men abroad, all life is not running to a fire, nor even to a revolution. The reporters in time become journalists. The Walter Durante, catapulted out of Cambridge University and the Paris office of the Times, into a life of scoops, the Dorothy Thompson of the King Karl of Hungary adventure, the Jimmy Sheehan of the Riffy no man's land, inevitably join the non-adventuring Mowers and Chamberlains and Fishers in serious contemplation of the European scene and the prosaic work which marks the journalist as compared to the adventurer reporter. At the risk of destroying all illusions, I have summed up under 7 headings the main activities of practically all American journalists in partibus infidelium. I. Ear-biting. This is not the most important source of news but the recommended first step. It consists of getting oriented by pumping dry your colleagues who live in the capital and know the country well, the term ear-biting being the invention I believe of that same Mr. Spivak who broke up the Genoa Conference and retired to Broadway and Hollywood. Incidentally, the most famous ear-biter in Europe in my time was the journalist Isaac Marcosson, who has glorified for American hero seekers the 3 leading charlatans of 287. Europe, Hugo Stins, Ivor Kreuger, and our old colleague, B. Mussolini. 2. The press of the country. Although some claim only 75% and others say that 95% of the foreign news sent to America comes out of the newspapers in countries where correspondents are stationed, it is acknowledged that this press is the source of most of it. In Berlin my assistant and I read 40 papers a day, including the leading Hamburg, Frankfurt, Cologne, Munich, and Dresden dailies, and got most of our news from them. In London you do not even have to trouble much about translating. G. News services. Although the Associated Press has tied knots around all the official and semi-official news agencies, most every journalist buys one or more rival services, and also hires a parliamentary reporter, and string men in the provinces, the latter erroneously so called after the American prototype, who keep a string of their dispatches and are paid space rates. 4. Handouts. Although European governments do not do much handing out of news, a major Washington activity, the press bureaus furnish considerable usable material, obtain statements which later appear as interviews, and generally supply a fair part of your cable crop. 5. Scoops. Bought and paid for. You may remember that M.R. Hearst and one of his reporters named Horan were expelled from France after publishing a world scoop about a Franco-British naval agreement. That document was purchased. You will not remember the world scoop on Admiral Scheer's report on the Battle of Jutland to the Kaiser. That item cost me only $50 in gold. Exclusive interviews with Lloyd George at certain times were part of a contract, and once when I begged Professor Einstein for a statement he agreed, provided the Tribune donated $25 to the Palestine Fund. Lindbergh and Byrd flew the Atlantic for the Times. King Tut's tomb was opened for the London Times, the first. 288. Zeppelin trip to America belonged to the Hearst service, and a dozen of the big stories and scoops of recent times, including Queen Marie, were bought and paid for by the North American Newspaper Alliance. 6. Think pieces. Despite 40 newspapers, the various news services, the bought scoops and the stuff from the Foreign Office, the time comes frequently, in fact several days a week, when there is no news or when the situation is in such flux that no definite bulletin news can be made out of it. Whereupon the foreign correspondent sits lightly down and taps 200 or 1,000 words out of his head. These are known as think pieces. The layman can detect them easily by watching for the stock phrases. I learn on good authority, a favorite with the British type of journalist. In official circles it was said, a usually reliable source informs your correspondent. In diplomatic circles it was the opinion that persons close to the government believe. And, when all else fails, and even more anonymous, it is reported. These phrases are not to be confused with the official spokesman of the White House, who is usually the president himself. In European dispatches they may sometimes represent that very minor official who is detailed to the North American division of the Foreign Office, but more likely the qualifying phrases are the self-styled creations of the correspondent himself. And for this very reason they become important. Take for example the cables from M.R. Durante. This correspondent has now reached a position when he can put his best pronoun forward and say I, but it has been an unwritten rule among American newspapermen to hang the news on someone else. No one gives a damn what you think, is the way one of my editors once put it to me. So you write your own think pieces with the phrase in high circles and it is immediately regarded with the proper awe by the receiving end. Of course I cannot tell how many of 289. The Durante cables which contained these qualifying lines were out of high circles and how many out of his mind, but rereading them I find that they were always intelligent, frequently brilliant, and never tendentious. Consider, on the other hand, the think pieces of M.R. Durante's colleague in Rome. Last October, for instance, Mussolini was facing a blockade whereupon the Cortese think piece informed us that the European situation is considered here to have become critical. It is interpreted as evidence that Britain is ready to go to war. The belief that the present deadlock is inevitably leading toward a European war consequently is gaining ground. Now this is a fair example of tendentious reporting. It is a think piece either originated in the Cortese head or planted there by the propagandists of the Foreign Office. Even more tendentious is the July 5, 1935, cable saying that official circles scoff the very idea of an economic blockade of Italy and other Italian circles are inclined to make light of the British government's reported intention to propose an economic blockade, and again, it is not believed by these groups that Britain ever would take the initiative on such dangerous ground. Of course what you have here is the typewriter of Cortese, but the voice is that of the Duce. In the view of the fait accompli these items sound not only ridiculous but appear reprehensible. 7. Original work by native assistants. The foreign correspondent, on taking over a European capital, usually surrounds himself with assistants, American and native. Sometimes the work of the American is signed, but usually it is unsigned and frequently it is credited to the head of the bureau. Natives of course get no recognition. But very often when there is a scoop or a fine piece of original work produced by one of them, it is blazoned and headlined with the illustrious name of the American correspondent who is the head of the bureau. Having stated orally for a decade that a large number of my masterpieces were the work of my 290 American assistant, Miss Sigrid Schultz, I now hasten belatedly to say so in print. If these 7 headings I believe account for 90% of the time and work of a foreign correspondent. They place him heavily at a desk in an office, reading newspapers, watching the news ticker or the flimsy brought in from the news bureau, dickering with some notable over the price of a scoop, editing the translated pieces, rewriting the stories supplied by assistants and natives, and writing situation stories which may be intelligent or vicious propaganda, depending upon the many factors which cannot be detailed here. At any rate, this 90% of the journalist's life is routine work, leaving only 10% for war, revolution, coup d'état, violence, and romantic adventure, which occupy 90% of the volumes of personal history, memoirs and autobiography which in the course of time make their bestseller appearances. Very naturally their authors are too good judges of human interest, to ask their readers to spend time on the dull everyday office work when there is so much to tell about kings and dictators, rebels and charlatans, plots, the rise and fall of dynasties, the armed march of economic and social philosophies, the thrilling tithe, prognologue to you, my Moscow colleagues, of the harvest of the years. This is what the life of foreign correspondents has been like ever since the great expansion which occurred during and as a result of the World War. Up to that time the few who comprised the corps, outside the news agency men, were considered a luxury, but in IG not only all the New York morning newspapers but the Chicago Tribune, Chicago Daily News, Christian Science Monitor and Philadelphia Ledger, extended or established services, and the Brooklyn Eagle, Baltimore Sun, Detroit News, Detroit Free Press, Newark. 291. News and other important papers sent one or more permanent correspondents to Europe. While it is true that not many of these men and women who became the nobility of American journalism were chosen originally because of their ignorance and provincialism, as in the case of my successor at X, it is equally true that few of us were especially fitted for the job. Several of us were accidents. We were in the army, or we happened to be in Europe, or we pulled the best strings in the Home Office because we considered the foreign assignment an adventure or good fun or a chance to see the world on an expense account. There were few Mowers, Durantes and Chamberlains among the lot, more Gibbonses and Roos and Farsons. The majority, it is safe to say, were reporters, not journalists, and we never had a thought in the world outside the production of news. I speak of course for only the 20 capitals where I have been stationed. Some of my colleagues drank themselves to death, several reformed, some made love to each other's wives, one committed suicide, several were married and divorced or psychoanalyzed, most of them shot dice and played poker, one made a fortune in foreign real estate, two wrote poetry, one collected shoes, nearly all tried their hands at plays and novels. In short, they were very much the same group as the American diplomatic, consular, military, and commercial groups to be found in all foreign countries. They were no more cowardly or bold than other workmen who live in economic insecurity, although they gave a swaggering appearance of brave freedom. Because Europe is terra incognita, because the owners of the papers are ignorant about Europe and careless, they rarely instruct the foreign correspondents, as they do the Washington or local men. The journalists therefore do much as they please. For some years one I know glorified fascism and later his successor attacked fascism, and it was not until the Roosevelt administration made America cognizant of 292. That word that the publisher noticed this little matter. Up to recently Bolshevism alone among foreign happenings received any attention from the newspaper proprietors. It was recognized early as a threat to possessions and profits, and every newspaper worker who could see on which side his bread was buttered 3,000 miles away, knew how to handle that subject. If he was so dumb as to think he could treat Bolshevism as fairly as other European phenomena, as one of my colleagues did, he soon found out better. The gentleman in question had been converted after 3 months at the shrine of Lenin, and reconvert almost instantaneously at the Western Union cable office in Paris at 4 p.m. on a tepid August afternoon. Generally speaking, the majority of foreign correspondents in my time were men who took no sides, who did straight reporting, spent most of their time in their offices, wrote few think pieces, kept themselves neutral in all political storms, never entered entangling alliances, except amorous, in European countries, and maintained pretty well the American provincial attitude of sneering down upon everything foreign. If, in the early days, the correspondents made trips to Rome or Moscow, the result might well have been headed, "The Richard Harding Davis Boys Discover Fascism," or "The Richard Harding Davis Boys Inside the Kremlin." But, reading the numerous important and valuable books of the foreign correspondents, it is apparent that everything is different now. Obviously and almost without exception, the men who have been cabling about Bolshevism and fascism, the collapse of the capitalist system, wars and revolutions, have really been thinking about them. They seem suddenly to have discovered that there are economic forces at work in a world whose adventurous surface they have reported. They not only have found a social conscience loose in Europe, but they seem to have sounded themselves and also found it within. They have apparently advanced from 293 reporters of symptoms to interpreters of cause and effect. At least in their books. Rather than explain this phenomenon, I would just welcome it as another sign of the times, another proof that the first to recognize a sinking social system and move to higher ground is the intelligent minority. But this much I must say, that although from 1917 to just recently the foreign correspondents never appeared to have been shaken by the cataclysmic Karl Marxian thunders, they were never in their lives misled by the false summer lightnings of the shyster professional economists who wrote pieces to the publishers' orders for their daily newspapers at home. Whereas here in America the left still shouts to the writers, "Descend from your ivory towers," in Europe nowadays there is no longer the call to the journalists, "Beat it out of the Adlon barrel." The journalistic noblesse seems to have come of age since that day when the linguistically crippled, the socially irresponsible, the economically illiterate were thought the best representatives in foreign lands, and when Ring Lardner was sent by his Chicago newspaper to write the comic side of the World War. Chapter 2. The Washington Galley Slaves. Leary, the foreign correspondent, the Washington representative of a newspaper, is privileged to write think pieces. he is in the nation's capital not merely to report actual happenings the news services will see to that, but to interpret events for all the people. In other words, the Washington correspondent is really a semi-editorial writer. And, since no owner would appoint a man to Washington unless he could rely upon him to continue the home editorial policy, and because correspondents know that they cannot write contrary to the social, political, and economic prejudices or philosophies of their bosses and get away with it for long, it had become an accepted supposition in the trade that the Washington correspondents were servile, contented galley slaves, sycophants, the worst yes-men of all. But apparently times have changed in Washington just as they have in the Foreign Service. In the 1936 campaign, the lay reader might have found cause for thought in the report, made in a Democratic Party paper of course, that the overwhelming majority of the correspondents traveling with both Landon and Roosevelt, most of them writing Republican or pro-Landon news, would vote for the re-election of the president. In New York at the time it was reported that almost the entire Herald Tribune staff would vote for the man this paper was attacking. The reader might have wondered how it was possible to write one way and vote another. At the same time, liberal leaders and the liberal weeklies were hinting that Washington correspondent 294, 295 ants were the most biased of all reporters, and the great publishers were replying that no bias could be found in their papers except in the editorial page. Newspapermen themselves were not fooled. They knew that most Washington news is cut to fit editorial policy, that despite the fact the Capitol representative is reliable and would not openly or subversively write the truth in defiance of his boss, there are nevertheless numerous instances of distortion and suppression of their telegrams, that news is frequently colored, sometimes faked in the Home Office, and that a great number of Washington correspondents are cynics who do not themselves believe in much of the bunkum they send, and which their publishers use to fool the American people. The profession has always known that. But there has been no scientific test of this common knowledge, until Leo C. Rawson, emulating the Linds who wrote their magnificent study of small-town life in Middletown and Middletown in Transition, went to Washington on a 2-year grant from the Social Science Research Council and emerged with his book The Washington Correspondence. It is not merely another book about newspaper writers. Nor is it merely a documented study of the situation in journalistic Washington. It is the most illuminating inside story of a newspaper corps ever made. It is partly an indictment of newspapers and publishers. It is partly an expose of how the nation is fed political dope. It is without a doubt the most illuminating light ever cast upon the human forces which through journalism direct the political thinking of the United States. This investigation knocks into a cockeyed derby the publishers' claim that editorializing and coloring is confined to the editorial page and that the news columns are free. It supplies the documentary proof that, either the Washington correspondents themselves distort the news, or 2. That their news is distorted, by order, in the home offices. The study of the Washington press corps was made largely through a series of questionnaires submitted by M.R. Rawson. Here is a sample question and result. He asked, "What is the most fair and reliable newspaper in America?" 99 Washington correspondents answered. The great majority did not include the newspaper for which they worked among the fair and reliable ones. The poll showed New York Times, 64 first choices, 16 second, 9 third, or 8 mentions, scoring 747 points, and winning by a mile. Baltimore Sun, 284 points, in show. Christian Science Monitor, Go points, in place. Scripps Howard Papers, 85 points. St. Louis Post-Dispatch, 84 points. The present writer cannot quite figure out the vote for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, which has always been considered one of the most fair and honest papers in America, and which has frequently been given first place in lay and journalistic polls. But when it comes to the vote on the least fair and reliable newspapers in the United States, the vote is startling. 93 Washington correspondents were willing to go on record on this one, and the vote was Hearst Newspapers, 59 first choice, 20 second, and 8 third, making 714 points. Chicago Tribune, 24 first mentions, 37 second, 103rd or 455 points. Los Angeles Times, 103 points. Next in order were, Scripps Howard Papers, Denver Post, New York Herald Tribune, and Washington Post. 297. The amazing thing was that the entire Hearst Press, which consists of 24 newspapers throughout the country, should have been so universally condemned as comprising the worst papers in America. Another outstanding fact is that the Washington correspondents were unanimous in naming the three leading reactionary, red-baiting papers as the three most unfair and most unreliable. Perhaps this too was a coincidence. Another sensational disclosure regarding Hearst News in general was the voting on press agencies. 97 journalists were willing to go on record as to their choice among the Associated Press, United Press, Scripps Howard, International News Service, Hearst, and Universal Service, Hearst, and this was the result. This shows, strangely enough, that the United Press, which is a private business concern and therefore might naturally run its news service to suit its owners, is considered better than the Associated Press, which is the great cooperative of the American newspaper publishers and which is supposed to be more honest than Caesar's wife and a darn sight more virtuous. This vote was followed by another. Why did the correspondents prefer the stories of one or the other press services? Because they are better written, more reliable, more liberal. The vote was, better written, more reliable, more liberal. United Press 42, 1927. Associated Press 543. International News 3-4. Universal Service I. No. Of votes percent of 97. United Press 48-49. 4. Associated Press 44-45. 3. International News Service 4-4I. Universal Service I 1.0. 298. This brings up an amusing conclusion. There was one vote for Hearst's Universal Service in the table on preferences, which may have been that of the Universal correspondent. But when it comes to expressing reliability, the lonesome voter who in the table sticks to his own outfit under the heading better written can't go the more reliable column. The important fact, however, is the vote on more liberal. 27 correspondents vote for the United Press, but not one vote is cast for the Associated Press, the supposedly most impartial and objective agency. The author in a footnote explains that 9A. P men, 7U. P, 5I. N. S. and 2 Universal Service men were sent his questionnaire, and this adds to the amusing conclusion that Hearst representatives voted pretty consistently against the Hearst outfit in all departments. What are the politics of the newspaper correspondents of Washington whose writings considerably affect the political thinking of the nation? Despite the fact the great majority of papers were bitterly anti-Roosevelt, the Washington correspondents were for Roosevelt. Of 85 who answered the question, 63.5% declared they were voting for the president. In other words, a large part, if not the majority, of the Washington Corps was writing pro-Landon news for pro-Landon newspapers and voting pro-Roosevelt. Only 21.7% believed in the old program of rugged individualism. 80% voted for some form of government control of big business. 67% favor higher taxes on the upper income brackets. 5 questions dealing with the press in general were put, and the answers constitute an indictment of the publishers by their employees. I. Does the press devote too much space to trivialities? 299. Scandal, sensations, divorce, etc. Yes, voted more than 60% of the 104 who answered. 9.6% were undecided. 2. Is it true that the newspapers fail to give significant accounts of the nation's basic economic conflicts? Here the vote of condemnation was 86.6%. 3. In general, news columns are equally fair to big business and labor. This was the third statement the correspondents were asked to check, and 48.5% replied that this statement was false, because the press was generally on the side of big business as against labor, while 43.8% thought the press was impartial and 7.6% could not make up their minds. 4. The reader may remember the old Blue Eagle, the famous or infamous NRA, the great days of the parades and the codes, and the decision of the Supreme Court which ended that dramatic and colorful episode in our history. The newspaper code was the one on which the president stumbled. Up to then the going was unimpeded. The newspapers raised the issue of freedom of the press, claiming that while codes are all right in the chicken business, which proved just the reverse, later, they were not to be thought of in publishing. Listen then to how the Washington Press Corps played its part during the code battle. Mr. Rawson says, some of the correspondents acted as agents for their publishers in getting information, sounding out opinions, suggesting to congressmen what the preferences of the publishers were. Many of them were under an obligation to sound the freedom of the press alarm. Many believed the code was bad. How did the correspondents themselves feel about the publishers' stand on the issue? He put the question to them. The publishers' cry of freedom of the press in fighting an NRA code was a ruse. 105 replied. 67 journalists or 300. 63.8% agreed that their own employers had hurled a dead cat, set up a straw man, pulled a Charlie McCarthy, put over one big bluff on the country. Only 24.7% thought no hoax was planted, no skullduggery practiced. 12 men were uncertain. This is probably the most self-revealing statement of the great political press corps of America and one of the most appalling indictments of the newspaper publishers. 5. Related to the foregoing question was one asking whether the newspaper press of America published fair or distorted stories about the Tug-Wool Pure Food and Drug Bill. This measure, it may be remembered, was largely an effort to compel manufacturers or processors of food and drugs to advertise them as carefully as they labeled them, under the Harrison Pure Food and Drug Bill of 1906. It is no secret that the newspapers knifed and murdered this bill and knifed Mr. Tugwell as well. But while the newspapers universally denounced the measure, their foremost writers, the Washington correspondents, voted 46.2% to the effect that their newspapers were unfair and distorted the news about it. Only 21.6% thought the Tugwell story honestly handled, and 32% were uncertain the first instance when more than a dozen or so were not sure about the journalistic situation. Is the news colored? 60% of the correspondents admitted that they were aware of the definite fixed policy of their newspapers. A fraction of a point over 60% agreed that my orders are to be objective, but I know how my paper wants stories played. This does not mean, Mr. Rawson hastens to add, that all the correspondents in Washington are the tools of their publishers. Policy is rarely enforced by policy orders from the Home Office. The policy of a newspaper is maintained through less conscious and more subtle channels, through a choice of personnel, through subjective adjust. 301. Ments on the part of reporters, and through the institutionalization of a scale of values within the organization. As a human being, the reporter adjusts himself to the tastes of other human beings who pass judgment upon his work. Have stories been played down, cut, or killed, for policy reasons? Of 72 who replied, 40 or 55.5% said yes. 30 or 41.6% said no, and only 2 were uncertain. Policy means many things. But it does not mean truth. One correspondent explained he watched how stories were played up and revised his slant on the news accordingly. The statement was made that it was impossible to be objective when one read the editorials in his own paper and sensed its policy. 60% voted this true. But, worse yet, there were specific instances when correspondents got their orders to color the news. Many are quoted. Don't forget we are backing Al Smith, said an editor's telegram sending its Washington correspondent on an objective tour of the East. 2. Publishers instructed their Washington men to fight the pink slip law on income taxes. 3. 8 correspondents confessed they wrote around the THIRD-WORLD story owing to publisher opposition. 4. A correspondent wrote an unbiased story about war bonuses and pensions. It was returned with the comment that the paper was supporting the bonus. He changed it to say veterans' demands were in the American tradition. This story was accepted. 5. A correspondent was asked by telephone if certain facts were true. He replied they were not. The Home Office kept on insisting and questioning until, he confesses, I strained the facts and wrote the story the other way. 6. A correspondent was told not to crusade when he wrote a story which had implications the paper did not want. 302. 7. An editor explaining why a story was killed said it was unwise to publish it, but did not deny its truth, timeliness, etc. 8. A foreign correspondence cable from Hungary was rejected because it does not reflect Midwestern opinion on this point. 9. 3 correspondents wrote an honest report on ethyl gasoline. 2 newspapers killed it, the third eliminated the name of Standard Oil. The interested reader will do well to get the Washington correspondence and study it page by page. It is one of the most revealing documents of our time. It adds a stream of gasoline to the fire which is burning throughout the country, the fire of doubt about everything that appears in the press. After all, the Washington press corps is the elite. Its integrity is of the highest. And yet it confesses the fact that the political news of America is colored, distorted, played up, played down, perverted, suppressed, and sometimes completely falsified. This testimony gives the bum's rush to that famous phrase of the newspaper publishers of America, freedom of the press. It ties the can to the code of ethics of the American Society of Newspaper Editors. It exposes the American Newspaper Publishers Association completely, scientifically, without prejudice, with great objectivity. Chapter 3. The Plutagogues. Serve de Seigneur, y sabrez que es dolor. Serve, press, Lord, and you will know what sorrow is. Serve any other businessman and you sell your hands or feet and perhaps some intelligence, but there are very few of the 49 million jobs in America which involve integrity. Most all the 40,000 newspaper jobs do. The editor, the headline writer, the Washington and foreign correspondent are involved with their conscience every day provided they have such a thing, and even the lowly wild police reporter at times must struggle with the devil in making his news truthful and honest. In addition to the regular newspaper staffs, there have arrived in prominence lately 2 new groups whose writings are having a more and more subtle and powerful influence on politically intelligent Americans. One group has been labeled Plutagogues, the other consists of a dozen famed columnists who cooperate in a semi-independent fashion because their vast income is from syndication rather than the lone newspaper which has served as their springboard to fame and wealth. The Plutagogue is not new, but the name is. Let the inventor define. Addressing the Institute of Human Relations, Dr. T. V. Smith, Professor of Philosophy of the University of Chicago, practical politician, he is a member of the Illinois State Senate and author of many books, including The Promise of American Politics, said the enemies of 303. 304. Our democracy are demagogues, plutagogues, and theagogues. Demagogue we all know as the personage who mistakes the empty echo of his own cadences for the very heartbeats of humanity. Plutagogue, however, is not so well known nor so easily identified. Plutagogue is the voice of the wealthy when they can no longer speak for themselves, the successor of the plutocrat of other days. He is not Allah, but Allah's public relations counsel. You will hear his soft-spoken message in the columns of our sophisticated Walter Lippmanns and our unctuous Glenn Franks. You will see or gently feel his gloved hand in the eulogistic releases of our late Ivy Lees and our ever-present Edward Bernays. These men perform wonders in ectoplasmic surgery, lifting fallen faces, enlivening sullen eyes and, in emergencies, grafting entirely new reputations upon financial satyrs who need only to be known in order to be rightfully despised. We who let these elegant lackeys hoodwink us, join them to constitute the plutagoguery of democracy. In an interview with May Cameron, Dr. Smith enlarged the definition. He said that we are all more or less in a jitter out of fear of outer enemies. But we would not be so afraid if we did not suspect inner enemies who might open the gates to them, the demagogues who promise only what God could perform, the poligogues who lend their voices to the defense of the wealthy when the wealthy can no longer defend themselves, and the theagogues who start by claiming in religion differential access to the deity and who end by forgetting that they themselves are not God. Democracy needs men who have learned the lesson that the late Justice Holmes said had saved him from many an error, namely that he was not God. The majority of poligogues, as distinguished from columnists, are not newspapermen. They may be diplomats, college professors, politicians, or persons of neither ability nor intelligence who have become public figures and their 305. 4. Useful to the special interests. In some instances they are just plain crooks. In other cases they are the hired prostitutes of big business. In all instances they are the voice of the plutocrats, as Dr. Smith has said, and the enemies of the general reader. The newspapers which employ or publish the work of the extreme poligogues, that is, the hired agents of such special interests as the Italian government, or the National Electric Light Association, or the National Association of Manufacturers, and do so knowingly, are without question violating every canon in the code of ethical journalism. They are doing exactly what the majority of the French press has always done, except for the bigger profits involved. In France you can buy a favorable review for your play, painting, or book, for 1,000 francs. The middle group of poligogues consists of men who are not bought up for fat sums of money but who are hired by either newspapers or big business because their policies agree. It is of course difficult to differentiate among the college professors who spread the N.E.L. propaganda against public ownership of public utilities because they believed in private ownership, and those professors who did so for N.E.L.A. money. In either case it was an action against the public interest because it was done for private interests. But the most important group of poligogues consists of important and usually wealthy men, including some columnists, who, honest or dishonest in their avowal of liberalism and freedom of the press, become the spokesmen of the plutocrats voluntarily. No one hires them to do a job of work. No one bribes them to change their views. They are not tempted by the big money which is always on the right, the reactionary or big business plutocratic side, because they themselves are wealthy enough. They have simply become part of the same ruling setup, giving it their services free while other men 306. doing the same work call their wages the wages of prostitution. Peace be to the ashes of Richard Washburn-Child. But for many years he was the worst of poligogues, the paid agent of the Electric Light Trust and the fascist government. He was also one of the hired hands of the Hearst red baiting campaign against college professors and teachers. Another deceased prostitute poligogue was Arthur Brisbane, a renegade socialist, who made $250,000 a year by serving Hearst, and who had his moments of remorse. But not in his syndicated columns. There he called the income tax and partial inheritance tax plans confiscatory, Boston American, July 16, 1935, and uttered reactionary nonsense such as this. The United States Chamber of Commerce objects to the income and inheritance tax program, calls it confiscation. The question involved seems simple. Does the property of the United States, results of thrift and intelligence, belong to the people that created it, or is it only held in trust by them for public use by those that, for the time being, exercise powers of government? The American theory, until recently, was that what a man had acquired without violation of law, usually by working, was his property. This is a rich country, but all the property put together wouldn't satisfy the social needs of the masses if the masses decide not to work. Readers of the Hearst press for years have been asked to sympathize with the large taxpayers. Whether or not this appeal to public opinion was ordered by Hearst himself I do not know, but Hearst employees as a rule do not need the daily specific order to know what to write. When Hearst opposes taxation, every columnist opposes taxation. Frequently Mr. Arthur Brisbane came forward with daily little paragraphs castigating government for increasing taxa. 307. Real estate taxation especially annoyed this columnist. And on one or more occasions he mentioned the needs of the hotel industry especially. Mr. Brisbane, according to a test by Fortune, was the foremost columnist in popularity. He appeared regularly in 1800 newspapers, and supposedly reached the eye, if not the so-called mind, of 30 million readers. It is a safe bet that less than 1% of them knew that Brisbane and Hearst were large real estate and hotel operators, and Brisbane was nothing more than a propagandist and pedagogue when he wrote against taxation of his hotel real estate. And when it came to labor troubles in real estate, especially in the hotel business, these two hotel keepers were pulling their hair in fright. Brisbane yelled Red Revolution. You hear a little talk of revolution in the United States and may hear more, he wrote in his column of February 16, 1935, when an elevator strike threatened. It does not sound quite as silly as it did at first. The present threat of a labor union to tie up New York City, its hotels, apartments, and office buildings, in all of which these two entrepreneurs had big interests, reminds you that if the United States government refuses to go the whole way in its recognition of organized labor as the real ruling power in the United States, organized labor might well form the nucleus of a revolutionary movement to overthrow existing government. Here we have an example of two important situations in present-day journalism: the publisher as real estate, or other business, operator using his paper for private ends, and the pedagogue disguising special pleading as defense of the general welfare. If coincident with the secret meetings of the American National Publishers Association have been the meetings of the 808 National Association of Manufacturers. The publishers discussed ways of fighting the labor movement, and so did the manufacturers. In fact, the manufacturers named 5 pieces of legislation they wanted defeated or emasculated, viz., the Wagner Act, the Wages and Hour Bill, the Chain Store Tax, Little TVA, the Borrow-Mahoney Industry Licensing Bill. My authority for the foregoing statement is a Dow Jones report. There is no authority for stating that exactly the measures which the National Association of Manufacturers wanted passed or killed were supported or attacked by collusion with the publishers, but a survey proves that in these 5 measures the publishers did what the manufacturers suggested. Perhaps it was a coincidence. Perhaps it has been a coincidence for a quarter of a century that the policies of the N.A.M. have become the policies of the A.N.P.A. But the La Follette Civil Liberties Committee has questioned that view. It has investigated the N.A.M. and proved to those who read liberal weeklies, and the few who get the free newspapers, that the N.A.M. is the most persistent and powerful lobby against liberal and labor legislation in the country, that in addition to spending millions of dollars for spies and thugs and vigilante and subversive movements, as Senator La Follette and his chief investigator Captain Robert Walforth proved with documentary evidence, it is also the worst propaganda agency in the country at present. In the 192Os, the National Electric Light Association spent about $25 million bribing the press. In the 1930s, the N.A.M. is spending millions to influence the newspapers. Senator La Follette proved that since the passage of the Wagner-Connery Labor Relations Act in 1935, until sometime in 1937 when Captain Walforth made his investigation, the manufacturer's propaganda department spent $1,350,000 waging war on that bill. Walter B. Weisenberger, executive vice president of the N.A.M., admitted at the hearing that 5,900 newspapers today are using what he calls news and features which his propaganda agency is furnishing them free. Weisenberger objected to Captain Walforth's introduction of evidence he had seized in N.A.M. files showing that although the organization consists of 4,000 members, who employ 4 million workingmen, it is actually a dictatorship of 207 industrialists, notably the DuPonts, Chrysler, Weir, Rand, Sloan, and a few other leaders. 60% of all the poison gas purchased by all industrial firms in the United States for labor warfare between 1933 and October 1, 937, was bought by these 207 industrialists who run the N.A.M. Walforth discovered by going through the gas company records, and he testified further that the books of the industrial detective agencies he had seized or subpoenaed show the same men are the largest employers of labor spies, 55 of the big men of the N.A.M. alone spending $2,500 for stool pigeons in 4 years. These same 207 leaders of American industry were proven to be the subsidizers of vigilante and reactionary and or pro-fascist organizations. Testimony was given that the supposedly spontaneous Johnstown Citizens Committee was financed by the industrialists. Other organizations named were the Liberty League, the Crusaders, the Sentinels of America, National Economy League, and the so-called Farmers' Independence Council. The largest contributors to the propaganda fund are the big business monopolies and the anti-labor industrialists, notably E.I. DuPont de Nemours & Co., General Motors, Standard Oil, Chrysler, Swift & Co., Weirton Steel, Bethlehem Steel, Republic Steel, Westinghouse, Remington Rand, and the American Smelting and Refining Company. In 1934 the N.A.M. spent $26,500 for publicity, but the 310 annual fund grew until it reached $793,043 in 1937. Ernie T. Weir, of National Steel, was the chief collector. The money was spent for propaganda via the following channels. Industrial Press Service, clip sheet, sent to 5,500 newspapers. Uncle Abner Says, given to 300 daily newspapers. Harmony Campaign, furnished 367 newspapers. You and Your Nation's Affairs, 250 daily newspapers. Let's Go America, shown in 2,812 movie houses. The American Family Robinson, heard over 268 radio stations. George Sokolsky Program, over 246 stations. Industrial Facts, a bulletin of industrial propaganda, sophistries, doctored figures, supplied workingmen at plants. You and Your Nation's Affairs is also known as Six-Star Service. It consists of the writings of 8 professors, mostly economists whose knowledge of national affairs and economics is so magnificent that it fits exactly into the manufacturer's pattern. One paper in each city and town was given the right to publish free of charge daily the stuff produced by these men. The noted authors are, Prof. Gus Dyer, of Vanderbilt University. Prof. Clarence W. Fackler, of New York University. Professor Elliot Jones, of Stanford. Professor Lutz, of Princeton. Professor Walter E. Spar, of New York University. President James S. Thomas, of Clarkson College of Technology. President Ernest Patterson, of the Academy of Political and Social Science. These articles appeared in newspapers without any statement as to their hidden origin. The Senate Lobbying Committee immediately took notice. It found that one of the writers, President Thomas, of Clarkson, had figured in the The weekly labor adds 2 names, Professor E.M.C.K. Erickson, of University of Southern California, and Dean J. E. L. E. Rossignol, of the University of Nebraska. 311. Federal Trade Commission investigation of utility company propaganda, the old N.E. L.A. $25 million a year slush fund. The committee reported to the Senate that Thomas, while in charge of extension work for the University of Alabama, received $10,500 from the Alabama Utilities Information Bureau, Birmingham Electric, and Alabama Power Company. America's biggest propaganda network was shown by the La Follette Committee to be spending an annual average of $500,000. Most of the opium for the people was dispensed in palatable doses via the newspapers. One of the documents was a letter from a Missouri editor who wrote, "Because of the known prejudices of our people, we have not credited Washington snapshots to your news service as we have believed, under the circumstances, that it would carry more weight without being so credited. A nice case of prostitution, my lords, but the American press is not venal." Asterisk. If the reader finds the greater part of the foregoing story of the N.A.M. propaganda machine and its machinations in the newspapers of America new, he will himself confirm the charge by members of the La Follette Committee that the newspapers generally either suppressed the hearings or buried the news in exactly the same way 4/5 of the American press did with the Utilities exposure of 1929. The press suppressed and buried the story alive because it is the most up-to-the-minute indictment of itself. The investigation proved that journalistically things have not changed from the days of the N.E.L.A. corruption fund. It makes impossible the usual editorial explanation that all the charges deal with past history, that the evil condition has been long cured. When the N.A.M. held its 1988 convention in New York, the press presented it with the front page, and all the inside space it could use for its reactionary programs and speeches. It printed the hymns of hate of **. Actually very few newspapers using propaganda material disclose its sources. 312. Industry against the New Deal. It reported President George Cutton, of Colgate, saying God is a reactionary. What would happen if God started a New Deal every day? And his philosophy about the proletariat, the lowest class being in the world only for the purpose of reproducing itself and carrying on the heavy work. The press of the land lionized the N.A.M. and tried to make a monkey out of the Senate investigation of the same organization. V. The honest plutagogue, the out-in-the-open plutagogue, the agent for big business who is not a hypocrite or a sinister underhand propagandist, is generally known as a public relations counsel, and the most noted or notorious of them was the late Ivy Lee, who before his death was completely exposed as advisor to Hitler in America. The McCormick-Dick-Stein Committee also exposed the firm of Karl Boeer and Associates as Hitler propagandists. Boeer previously had played the same game for the brutal tyrant Machado of Cuba. In 1938 Boeer was press agent for Republican China. I mention the fact to show that the plutagogue is merely the hired mouth of an individual, a corporation, or a state, which speaks its piece regardless of right or wrong, good or evil. The same plutagogue who spread the propaganda for tyrants and murderous big business in Cuba and Germany will for a fee help the distressed people of China in their war against the Japanese tyrants. The plutagogue of plutagogues is Edward L. Bernays, who usually hires himself for the better causes, the democratic nations. But he is also the best defender of our business civilization. For example, he has sent out wholesale his piece entitled Presenting American Business with the subtitle Present-Day Business Sales Little Known Waters Studded with * documentation in Freedom of the Press, pages 132 to 137. 313. The Bars and Shoals of Adverse Public Opinion. Small wonder that the captains of industry need advice from a pilot, the Public Relations Council. In the light of the N.E.L.A. and the N.A.M. investigations, the obvious reply is that business has, by bribery and advertising and other pressures and the employment of plutagogues galore, been caught influencing the public against the public welfare, and what business needs is not more Public Relations Council but a new relationship with the public. A new relationship must affect business profits, and history teaches us that business has engaged in wars and organized fascist regimes rather than share profits with employees, so it is natural to expect new propaganda campaigns rather than a new philosophy. Business has listened to the plutagogue rather than to the man of goodwill. But businessmen are just as subject to being led astray by plutagogues as farmers and laboring men are to being led astray by demagogues, said Secretary of Agriculture Wallace recently. They have been led by their plutagogues to believe that government rules of the game should be loaded in their favor. And John T. Flynn feels that the collection of apologies for rackets on the stock exchange which have been fabricated for it by third and fourth-rate college professors at so much per fabrication, constitutes a distressing phenomenon. The press of the nation of course is open to all men so long as they write on the side of money. Writing for the side of money naturally means writing against labor, and the liberal and progressive movements. For example, the New York Times gives 3 columns, August 8, 1937, to the views of President Samuel Hardin Church, of Carnegie Institute, which are summed up in the heading, "Labor may block entrance to period of prosperity." In order to prevent this, it is held, just demands must be $14 met, radical leaders ousted, and former spirit of loyalty tenured by mutual fair play. Here the Politigogue is his smiling sinister best. He speaks of the coming era of the greatest prosperity in American history if only her labor population can be restored to their former spirit of loyalty by satisfaction and contentment through a cordial concession to their just and humane demands. He denounces the ugly and vociferous demands of ambitious and mercenary labor leaders. One big union and the closed shop. He favors loyalty as the first essential to tranquility in industry. He mourns the passing of the day when American workmen referred with pride and trust to our company as if it really belonged to them, and the contented and happy cooperation in a system which seemed to be steadily advancing toward a higher standard of living. In other words, the Politigogue deplores the awakening of labor which has been doped by the opium of the Politigogues. He refuses to see or cannot see the difference between loyalty and industrial serfdom. Furthermore, he calls the new type of labor leaders who is divorcing union labor from racketeering and building an enlightened socially conscious organization which intends to use the political as well as the economic weapon for the betterment of the vast majority of the people, ambitious and mercenary. I know Samuel Hardin Church very well. Pittsburgh reporters all know him. His utterances are they may be nonsense, but they are nonsense which fights for the employers and the rich lords he serves. Here is the head of an educational institution who in the social field would obstruct the spread of education and liberty and thought. A typical volunteer Politigogue. We have now had examples of the 3 classes, the prostitute Politigogue, the hired man, the volunteer. The National Association of Manufacturers also sends out propaganda which consists of the writings of noted men and women. 315. Which agree with the ideology of American reactionary big business. For example, there is the pamphlet entitled What's Going On in America, which the N.A.M. disseminated in midsummer 1987. The oracles contained therein are General Hugh S. Johnson, Frank R. Kent, David Lawrence, Walter Lippmann, Westbrook Pegler, and Dorothy Thompson. All 6 are daily columnists. Chapter 4. The Wages of Reaction. Tell him too much money has killed men and left them dead years before burial, and quest of lucre beyond a few easy needs has twisted good enough men sometimes into dry thwarted worms. The People, Yes, by Carl Sandburg. The majority of columnists are conservative at best, reactionary at worst, wealthy, successful, members of polo clubs, friends of the money bags, members of the ruling class. Morally, many of them were left dead on the shores of journalism many years ago. Materially, they have gained the highest places in the country, and their power is great and growing. I have known about a dozen of the leading columnists of America, and I have watched more than one, who had taken the vows of journalistic poverty, chastity, and humility, go whoring after the big money and the bitch goddess success. I have known one who is now syndicated in about 50 newspapers and read by perhaps 5 million, who was intensely for Karl Marx only a few years ago and today would prefer the triumph of Mussolini's ideology in America. And for what reason? Because a reactionary victory would not disturb my estate, whereas a radical movement, which I still believe in, and which I hope will triumph say 50 years from now, would destroy what I have built up for my family. 316. 317. Some of our best known columnists, who once got their ideas from Marx, Veblen, Henry George, Mill, Adam Smith, Thomas Paine, Walt Whitman, Jefferson, and Voltaire, now run to Thomas Lamont, Wendell Willkie, Albert Lasker, Alex Sachs, Benjamin Anderson, and the economists of the Chase National Bank for their enlightenment. And not one of them believes he has changed or sold out, he has merely grown up and become more intelligent and more realistic. They never question their own integrity or their own ethics. They see themselves as leaders of men, giving profound and useful philosophical advice to a confused people, providing intelligence for the masses and helping to preserve the nation from experiments and from sudden change in the status quo. William Allen White has pointed out the corruption of social relations upon editors who want to publish a free newspaper, but this pressure is even stronger upon a man or woman who begins to syndicate a column of views and is suddenly made the pet of every mercenary organization in the country, showered with orders for lectures, articles, testimonials, with invitations to dine, speak, join, discuss, debate, participate, and lead. The columnists of the liberal and left wings have to fight for their existence. The columnists for the big money have nothing to do but write their apologies and wrestle with the devil occasionally. Rare indeed is the person who grows old without growing conservative and suffering from a disintegration of the mind. But the most tragic figures of all are those columnists who stalwartly proclaim they are still the bold, bright, radical minds of their college days, that they alone march along the straight path to a nobler life, while all their old friends have either fallen into the gutter on the right, or down the radical precipices of the left. There are many such renegades. But so far as is generally known, there is only one case of a columnist who, while plying his trade in a cheap reactionary 318 way, was also taking the money of the special interests whom he was always defending. This action may be legal on his part, but what about the ethics of the publisher who hires him and continues to publish him even after he has been exposed? Let me quote from the Nyvandenberg senatorial investigation of the munitions industry. One of the merchants of death was being interrogated about sales to China and Japan. Senator Clark, reading letter from munitions maker, along further in that letter, in the second paragraph on the second page, you say, "So you would know what we are doing, we gave you in confidence the name of George Sokolsky, who is now in New York, and, according to our information, although he does not say so himself, Mr. Sokolsky represents the Sung interests. You know Mr. TV. Sung is the Chinese finance minister, and his sister is the wife of President Chiang Kai-shek. At our request, Mr. Sokolsky about 2 weeks ago sent a cable in his private code to Mr. TV Sung, asking if he was interested in obtaining supplies of 7.9 cartridges, but so far no response has come in. So you identify Mr. Sokolsky, whom you had sent cables over to China for you. Mr. Monahan, I do not recall how I met Mr. Sokolsky. I did meet him in New York at that time. Senator Clark, during that time he was a foreign correspondent for the New York Times, wasn't he? Mr. Monahan, I recall reading articles of his in the New York Times that impressed me greatly. Senator Clark, that was his ostensible business, was it not, being correspondent for the New York Times? Mr. Monahan, I do not know. Senator Clark, Mr. Sokolsky, so I am informed, is now touring the United States lecturing in the interests of the necessity for heavy armaments. 319. Several years ago Agnes Smedley, writing on China's corrupt press, described the various English-language publications in the Far East which are subsidized by the Chinese and Japanese governments. She mentioned the Far Eastern Review, an American-owned and registered engineering monthly which is openly financed by the Japanese. The owner and editor is George Bronson Aurier. When Mr. Aurier was away from China on his sacred mission of aiding Japanese imperialism, his position on the review was taken for a time by another American, George Sokolsky. Mr. Sokolsky, however, seemed a bit more broad-minded than Mr. Aurier, for he traveled back and forth between the review office and the office of the Ministry of Finance of the Nanking government, with occasional side trips to the British consulate. Sokolsky, however, not only survived the Nye exposure, but apparently used it as a stepping stone to a bigger job. If we had a free press in America, the biggest scandal of recent years would have been the exposure by the La Follette Investigating Committee of the National Association of Manufacturers and the part this same Sokolsky played. But because we do not have a free press, we got practically no news about the La Follette hearings in January to April, 1938, and only a column story on Sokolsky in July. Sokolsky is one of the columnists of the right. It is true he is the extreme right. He is right next door to fascism. He is playing exactly the same role which several other fascist Jewish columnists played as agents for the Ruhr industrialists in Germany before 1933. There are probably no other well-known columnists who are secretly in the pay of advertising and publicity bureaus, steel institutes, manufacturers' associations and chambers of commerce, but there is little difference between the writings of Georgy Sokolsky and a dozen of his right-wing colleagues. Sokolsky is not a journalistic prostitute. In journalism, as in real life, a line must be drawn between the inmates of 320 houses of prostitution, known years ago as white slaves, miserable victims of violence and terror for whom there was no escape, and women of a higher level of society who enjoy the association of wealthy men, serve them well, and cannot refuse the regular wage. Sokolsky merely worked for the manufacturers while appearing in the columns of the New York Herald Tribune and several other newspapers as an impartial journalist. When Sokolsky returned from China penniless, he became a freelance writer. He wrote an article, America Drifts Towards Fascism, in which he heard rumbling sympathetic reactions to the fascism in the New Deal and in which he exposed the Silver Shirts, also a fascist organization called the Vigilantes, managed by Harry Augustus Jung, one of many anti-communist propaganda groups tending toward fascism. After naming a dozen organizations, but not stating what Liberty Leaguers, manufacturers, and other moneyed interests are behind them, Sokolsky warns against dismissing them and their Hitlers and Mussolinis as ridiculous, and concludes that the soil in America is ready for fascism, and the New Deal is in a very real sense the father of all these fascistic tendencies. In another article, A Noble Defense of American Jews, he attacked the numerous myths, forgeries, and propaganda against the race and paid homage to those members who preferred the cultivation of talent to that of wealth. He lauds Einstein, Michelson, Ellman, Epstein, Walter Lippmann, Professor Seligman, Justices Brandeis, and Cardozo. But when next heard from, Sokolsky had written a book, Labor's Fight for Power, Against Labor. It did not have much of a sale, but in dinner conversations Sokolsky hinted he was making good money. The Nation said at that time that if Mr. Sokolsky's book has not been subsidized by the National Association of Manufacturers, it should have been. The Nation reviewer either had inside information or a prophetic soul. 321. In 1936 we find Sokolsky running a column on the Herald Tribune and syndicating it to 25 other papers. On April 20, 1936, he calls his colleague Dorothy Thompson to task for getting excited about thugs who break strikes and the 200 detective agencies which intimidate laborers from joining unions. Who hired these agencies? Why not give the names of the agencies? He asks bravely. The answer is that the members of the N.A.M. employ both him and the thugs, as was revealed in due time. A week later he attacks Heber Blankenhorn, La Follette committee expert, for daring to say that industry employs detectives, spies, and strike breakers. Sokolsky calls the statement a publicity trick, a circus trick. The statement should not be allowed to stand. Sokolsky calls on Blankenhorn to prove it or shut up. Well, it was proved 100%. And in the course of the La Follette proving, came the exposure of Sokolsky. In August 1936, this agent for the Steel Institute and the manufacturers began writing for the Atlantic Monthly, then under the editorship of a man named Ellery Sedgwick, who ended a long literary life by becoming the chief defender of the child murderer Franco in Spain. I speak as a conservative, wrote Sokolsky. In my youth I ran the gamut of revolutionary movements. Anarchist, pacifist, I.W.W. sympathizer, I have sought a better, a more commodious life, not only for myself, but for all men. Let no man think of me as a Tory, a heartless marauder in a predatory world. For I have nothing to defend. I have nothing of the goods of this world but what I earn and consume today. This was about the time Sokolsky told me he had arrived penniless from China and had now salted away more than $15,000 in the bank. In all his magazine articles Sokolsky masquerades as a penniless liberal, the true American who believes in freedom for all, and while he seems to attack fascism with the equal vigor he belabors communism, he is actually using both merely as foils to show the benefit of the American big business system. 322. But he has now become a prominent figure in our journalism. He is worth the attention of the liberal press. And he gets it? An editorial in the New York Post recalls that during the Manchurian crisis Sokolsky seemed anxious for the world to understand Japan's civilizing mission in China, and now he has become a labor expert whose articles are reprinted by the manufacturers' associations and Hawaiian pineapple interests and distributed broadcast to fill editors' wastebaskets. But when Sokolsky attacks John L. Lewis and the C.I.O. and speaks about a communist, socialist, C.I.O. plot to elect Lewis president in 1940, the Post brings up contrary proof from the Wall Street Journal, which also laughs at Sokolsky, and concludes with the advice that Mr. Sokolsky had better peddle his red herrings elsewhere. Even the Wall Street market insists on fresh fish these days. Much stronger advice is given the lesser of Sokolsky's employers, the Herald Tribune, by The Nation, October 24, 1936. If the Herald Tribune had taken it, it would not now be standing naked to its enemies. The Nation said, "The New York Herald Tribune is a conservative newspaper, dignified, well-edited, and lively. The liberal reader may feel that Walter Lippmann has gone over to the enemy with altogether too much gusto, or that Dorothy Thompson's sympathies lie too far to the right to be consistent with her experience in Hitler's Germany. As for Mark Sullivan, he is almost an appealing figure as he stands roundly in the ranks of red baiters much more vicious than himself, still striking out at Tugwell with his trusty cutlass. Even a red would scarcely accuse these writers of being worse than conservative or reactionary. There is, however, one burned-out star in the Herald Tribune's galaxy which should be replaced before it short-circuits the whole string. We refer to Georgy Sokolsky. On October 19, Mr. Sokolsky wrote an article on the American Labor Party. Maintaining his old pretense of being an expert on labor and radicalism, some of his best friends are radicalisel, he cooked up a mess of misrepra. 323. Sentation, labor-Jew- and alien baiting which Sokolsky himself has seldom surpassed. We feel that the Herald Tribune, aside from soiling its pages, is keeping apart two minds that run as one. Isn't it possible that Mr. Sokolsky could be auctioned off to William Randolph Hearst? He long ago reached the stage of journalistic ripeness which usually precedes that fall. But the Herald Tribune continued to peddle the red herrings for which Sokolsky is getting paid double or more by the manufacturers' associations. The propagandist continued to attack labor and the New Deal and to charge it and Lewis, spearhead of the revolutionary movement in labor, with plotting the overthrow of the government. When the newspaper guild went from the A.F.L. that body of death to the C.I.0, the Herald Tribune permitted Sokolsky to publish one of his wildest, most nonsensical, and vicious propaganda pieces. It is also, incidentally, a public plea by Sokolsky for honest, unbiased journalism of free press talk by a man secretly being paid by a private organization of industrialists while practicing the open profession of journalism. Sokolsky says, a government can only be as democratic as its press is free. This has been said before. And now the guild has switched from the A.F.L. to the CI0. That is altogether different. Here is not just a union of mutual protection. Here is the agency of revolution. The guild passed the lie to Sokolsky. The Plutagogue then declares he has noticed certain things happening in the press and asks, are these slips honest errors of judgment, or does a guild member poison the paper for which he works? He then predicts that if Lewis succeeds in getting the CI0 established among news writers, he will go after the press, and then this will happen, the CI0 will issue orders that no newspaper can be published which does not advocate its policies or its candidates for office. 324. Perhaps Heywood Broun, as president of the Guild, will become the American Goebbels. The American people would do well to grasp now exactly what is happening to them and to their sacred institutions. There is no use minimizing the effects of the revolution. A process is at work to take over the government, to abolish democratic institutions, to put an end to human rights. And to think that all the emotion, this apparent forthrightness, this seeming rectitude was, as we now know, being displayed by a man who was at that very moment being investigated by the La Follette Committee as a plutagogue, a hired spokesman for special money interests. An amusing episode occurred at this time. Benjamin Stolbert, who later sold to Roy Howard the series of articles in which the Moscow herring was dragged all through the sea, was still writing for The Nation. He had written. Another reactionary freelance writer is George Sokolsky. A rather tragic comic figure, for with his Eastern European Jewish background he ought to know better than to incite the vigilante spirit. Big business enterprises distribute numerous reprints of his articles. Sokolsky replied, the fact that I prefer E.T. Weir and Tom Girdler to Earl Browder and Heywood Broun is a matter of taste, and I rather revel in the fact that my taste is different from Ben Stolberg's because I started where he is. Also I am more than pleased that business associations like my writings and have reprints made because I believe in the American capitalist system, I advocate its continuance, I believe in organization for its perpetuation, and I am the enemy of every man who is seeking to destroy it. When I see a figure like John Lewis looming on the horizon, I am conscious of his similarity to Hitler. Commenting on these statements by this paid public relations agent of big business, Ernest L. Meyer of the Post quotes the following paragraph from Clinch Calkin's Spy Overhead: strike breakers may cease to look and smell like 325 Finks, they may look and smell like public relations men instead, and suggests that Sokolsky read and reread it. But Sokolsky went on with his propaganda. In November 1937, he ridiculed the work of the Institute for Propaganda Analysis and sought to liken himself to some of the greatest men of America and the best-known columnists. He wrote, I personally am a confirmed propagandist. Uncle Charlie, Professor Charles A. Beard, is a mighty propagandist. And another on that list is James T. Shotwell. Among current propagandists, the four I like best are Walter Lippmann, Dorothy Thompson, Westbrook Pegler, and Boke Carter. One may well wonder whether the four colleagues like M.R. Sokolsky. In December, the La Follette Committee investigating corrupt practices and anti-labor activities on the part of corporations announced it would probe the National Association of Manufacturers. The People's Press hinted that Sokolsky and several others who had just addressed the N.A.M. Convention, the Congress of American Industry, in New York, would be called. At that Congress Sokolsky had spoken. The press paid no attention to him with the exception of that voice of business, The Sun, which had a double-column headline. Sees monsters in Wagner Act. Sokolsky says it created discontent and fear, calls wage hour bill paralyzing. The word was getting around in journalistic circles that the La Follette Committee had the goods on Sokolsky. It would show that while he appeared as a columnist along with Lippmann, Dorothy Thompson, Mark Sullivan, and other in the Herald Tribune, he was actually on the payroll of the steel corporations and the manufacturers. So what did Sokolsky do? He made a sort of semi-confession for the purpose of spiking the guns of the announced expose. Onda. 326. December 20, 1937, he wrote in his usual place in the Herald Tribune, and syndicated papers. Well, it was not long before I became a sort of consultant for the National Association of Manufacturers. What they wanted of me was my point of view, and then they seemed to go their own middle course. I never minded that. I know my own weakness for pushing too far and too hard, and I could not expect those who had something to risk to go along with me. Subsequently I came into the same relationship with the American Iron and Steel Institute, and there I found some congenial spirits, but others who regarded me as a queer duck. I never really worried about those who did not like me because they had their problems, and their problems were not mine. They were seeking to save their companies, while I was interested in preserving the kind of capitalism which I liked in this country. We clashed. We parted company. Still, that did not stop businessmen from consulting me about things. There is tremendous value in this relationship, particularly since I have been writing these columnar pieces. Journalism is supposed to be objective, but objectivity has the defect of always seeing things altogether from the outside. This relationship has given me an opportunity to see things from the inside. It has been fascinating and serious work. But through it all there has been this magnificent possibility, that I might be doing something of value for a country which I happen to love, because I was hammering on a fundamental philosophy of life. And my conservatism made me a Republican. Mr. Sokolsky concludes with a stirring prose poem, a national anthem, a credo, with 3 cheers for the United States, democracy, and the kind of capitalism which I like in this country. The N.A.M. certainly got more in the way of enthusiasm than their weekly checks warranted. As for the Herald Tribune, it continued to publish the 327. Sokolsky anti-labor, anti-union, red-baiting, reactionary propaganda, despite the fact its writer had confessed being a sort of consultant of the N.A.M. and having a relationship with the American Iron and Steel Institute. This too is known as freedom of the press for Tory publishers. In January, 1938, Sokolsky shook hands and forgave Ben Stolberg for his last year's criticism. Ben regarded me, and I suppose he still does, as a writing slave of the independent steel companies, wrote Sokolsky, giving the impression that such things could never be. He continues, now Ben Stolberg has written a dozen articles for the Scripps Howard papers in which he literally spills the beans. His description of communist activities within the C.I.0 is sufficient to convince Tom Girdler that he was right. Ben Stolberg is in good company. Those of us who have been opposed to the C.I.0 have taken our stand on an earlier recognition of the red poison. The fear of impending exposure continued to put Sokolsky on the defensive. He was probably aware by now that the La Follette Committee had among books and records it had seized the receipts Sokolsky had signed for the advertising agency handling the N.A.M. propaganda. He knew he would be exposed as secretly in the pay of the worst enemies of liberalism and labor. So he sought to drag in his fellow writers. In the Independent Journal of Columbia University, April 1, 1938, he wrote an article sneering at the liberal columnists and praising the Tories. He continued, I am the youngest and the poorest of columnists. I am what you call conservative. Many columnists are not exclusively newspaper men. Walter Lippmann writes books related to foreign relations. Hugh Johnson is a businessman. Haywood Broun is an officer of the Newspaper Guild and the C.I.0, which is a business that sometimes can be a profitable one. I am associated with the National Association of Manufacturers and 328. Am often consulted by large business organizations as to what their policies should be on public questions and labor problems. Such relations give us more experience and better relate us to the events of the moment and make it possible for us to be closer to the actual current of events. The public should be told, however, what a man's relationships are. Many reporters develop into public relations counsels, a profession which is going to develop in this country. No large business, no labor union, no charitable organization will be able to conduct its affairs without adequate public relations. In this field, column writing, there are no prejudices, or antagonisms. No, none whatever. Sokolsky invents an alter ego he calls Sam, who expresses a nice fascist viewpoint. Politics is just a lot of guys selling us marijuana cigarettes. So far as I'm concerned, the old deal and the new deal and the raw deal and all the stuff the politicians feed us is just plain cow feed. It isn't only in Washington that the politicians is lousy. Go to any state capital. Then he has his fling at the communists, in this manner. I met a female communist the other day. You can spot them easy. They wear cotton stockings and look like hell. So I didn't want to pick her up. This was at a time the silk boycott was growing. In fact, it had become so serious that Dow Jones were reporting it as affecting Japanese economics. Sokolsky was still writing pro-Japanese pieces. It so happened that many of our most beauteous film stars were displaying cotton stockings to help the boycott. Still claiming no prejudices, or antagonisms, Sokolsky, on March 7, wrote a vicious Jew-baiting column, in which he said a communist parade looks Jewish. If he had been in the pay of Hitler rather than Girdler, he could not have done better. 329. On July 21, 1938, Sokolsky was exposed by the La Follette Committee. The Post and World Telegram gave the news the front page, featuring Sokolsky's name. Even the propagandist's other employer, the Herald Tribune, used the name in the second part of the heading, but the Times left Sokolsky out of the head and used a minimum of the news, even less than the Herald Tribune did. It was shown that Hill and Knowlton, Steel Corporation press agents, paid Sokolsky $28,599 from June, 1936, to February, 1938, chiefly for service to the American Iron and Steel Institute. The propagandists also contracted with the N.A.M. for $4,000 a month for the Sokolsky services and paid him the entire sum. They also sent out bulletins describing Sokolsky as a communist and a radical. He has now reformed and has a real message to deliver to those of us who are interested in the welfare of industry. He calls a spade, but not a check a check. After this exposure, it was expected by all persons who knew anything about the code of ethics and the canons of journalism that at least an apology would be forthcoming. But this came forth instead, an editorial in the Herald Tribune. What is pressure? What is pressure, anyway? It is exercised on a newspaper in 1,000 ways, some of them trivial and laughable, a few of them serious and even dangerous, but for the most part not at all sinister. A publisher runs into an old college chum at his club, the chum buttonholes the publisher and argues with much eloquence and logic that the publisher's paper has been paying much too little attention to some pressing problems, any pressing problem, from grade crossing removal to whether men should remove their hats for ladies in elevators. That is pressure. And so on, to more serious pressures, such as the K, but not a word about the Sokolsky case. And Sok himself continued on his Monday way with an anti-liberal article, concluding, Dr. Words. 330. Prophecy will come true, Roosevelt will be the Kerensky of the American Revolution. His New Deal is a prelude to fascism. Up to now it had been communism. V. If the La Follette Committee had discovered that Sokolsky or any other columnist on any big paper had been secretly, or semi-secretly, in the pay of any radical or liberal organization, the scandal would have rocked the journalistic foundations of the nation. If it were proven that a columnist was getting Moscow gold, there would have been hell to pay. But when it is found that Sokolsky was merely getting anti-Moscow gold, not a word was said in any Tory newspaper in the country, and the agent of the special interests brazenly resumed his department in the newspaper which annually holds a forum at which not only freedom of the press but the ethics of that freedom are lauded to the skies by Mr. Sokolsky's columnar colleagues. The House of Press Lords has called no special meeting to discuss l'affaire Sokolsky*. 1936 is one of the great dates in our political history because it is also a social and economic date. Its significance will undoubtedly grow. Journalistically, it marked the most important repudiation of the press by the public. How important that repudiation was only time can tell, but it was certainly the first time in our history that a large number of people became aware of the newspaper as a political force, a fact which even the humble European peasant has known for at least a century. 1936 also showed up the place of that new power in American journalism, the columnist. The Washington correspondents, those several hundred men who write the politics of the nation, were overwhelmingly on the side of Roosevelt and reform, although overwhelmingly their papers were opposed. Most of the columnists, however, had no compromise to face, no conscience to trouble them. They, as well as big business, the millionaire oil man of Kansas, Hearst, the Manufacturers Association, the Liberty League, were all on the same side. The Washington correspondents voted 19-1 for Roosevelt. In the Chicago Tribune, New York Herald Tribune, and other towers of Landonism, the vote among the working reporters was about the same ratio. When politics cooled, in 1937, the editorial board of the New Republic prepared a study of the press and the public, which said that among the debris scattered across 48 states on the morning of November 5, 1936, were 33-1. 332. The microphone of Father Coughlin, the silk hats of the Liberty League, the high stiff collar of Dr. Townsend and, like the accumulation of wreckage left by the recession of every flood, the power of the press. Some of the country's foremost columnists were included in the repudiation of the press. The general press repudiation. The circulation figures, the number of newspapers, and other statistical tests of the repudiation of 1936 do not tell the whole story. Editor and publisher, for example, tries to make out a case for its friends, the membership of the A.N.P.A., from the fact that 1935 circulation figures were used by the liberal journals in estimating the readership of 1936. I do not think it necessary to quibble. The fact is that if the press was not 9-1 against Roosevelt, it was 7-3, or 6-4 against him, and that in 1938 this percentage increased still more, and the reason, as Captain Patterson of the New York Daily News so bluntly said, had more to do with pocketbooks than principles. The fair, impartial Christian Century, without using statistics, said that thousands, probably millions of the ballots cast in the 1936 elections were not merely for Roosevelt but votes against the newspapers in general. Election Day, 1936, was Judgment Day for America's daily press. Unfair, partial apologists for the publishers have listed the papers in the Solid South, with their millions of readers, without explaining that no opposition press existed there, and no contest. On the other hand, the anti-press case could be made much worse by testing the specific gravity of the papers officially listed as pro-Roosevelt. In New York City, for instance, the Post, the World Telegram, the Times, and the News, with more than 2.5 million circulation, are listed as supporting Roosevelt. 333. Against 2.25 million for Landon in the Hearst Press, the Herald Tribune and the Sun. A rather fair setup. But one must not rest on figures, one must attempt to measure emotions. The passion which Hearst put into his pro-Landon campaign was a combination of all the yellowness which has made him notorious for half a century and earned him the boycott of most decent and intelligent people in America at long last. As Dr. Beard recently pointed out, there was no cesspool which Mr. Hearst has not searched, no art of character assassination which he has not practiced. And so stories were invented, headlines were colored, news was puffed up or suppressed, and everything possible done to smear and destroy the reformer in the White House. The Sun refrained from yellowness, it ran no gargantuan headlines, invented no pure fakes, kept out of cesspools, but it showed that in a nice, gentlemanly, well-bred upper-class and aristocratic manner it was able to join hands with Hearst in coloring and distorting and smearing. If the Hearst journalism reeked of the sewer, the Sun smelled of a royal charnel house. The Herald Tribune gave its usual biased Republican news. All in all, the pro-Landon press was strong in its support and extremely active in propagandizing the electorate. The 2,296,050 circulation of the four papers was thoroughly exploited by partisan news and editorials, with little attempt made at objectivity except in the Herald Tribune. But the same cannot be said for the pro-Roosevelt press. The Times published one editorial announcing itself for the president and then continued its policy of presenting the news impartially as between Roosevelt and Landon. Its editorials were never alarming or decisive. Its editorial policy did not affect the news. The World Telegram supported Roosevelt, but it was not with any magnificent enthusiasm. 334. Its support was not very strong. It did not color the news, suppress or distort, or indulge in the usual tricks of the rival pro-Landon press. The news was strongly pro-Roosevelt. This support was important. But the news was broad-minded enough to inaugurate a battle page in which the Republican and Democratic parties would tell their stories, deride the claims of rivals, put over the worst sort of propaganda. The Republicans made great use of this page in the Democratic news. The Post was IOO% for Roosevelt. If, therefore, an attempt is made to gauge the quality as well as the quantity of circulation, it will be found that the Landon support was actually much more intense than the cold figures indicate, and that a considerable proportion of the Roosevelt figures cannot be rightly placed in his column. In other words, the 71% pro-Landon circulation in what the New Republic called the 15 competitive areas, where both candidates had a chance of winning, is actually opposed by less than the 29% pro-Roosevelt circulation of the statistics. Curiously enough, in four large cities where the president had not one newspaper on his side, he won by about 2-1. In Chicago, where the circulation was almost 10-1 for Landon and that favorite son, Knox, the voting was just under 2-1 for the outside agitator. Apologists for the press are still interpreting the 1936 figures in an attempt to restore prestige out of debris. But even they admit that the majority of the papers, the circulation, the editorials, and the bias were on Landon's side, and that Landon was defeated by just about an inverse ratio. Columns of strength. The president himself has made the distinction between the Washington correspondents and the Washington columnists. 335. I consider it an interesting fact, wrote Franklin D. Roosevelt in the introduction to his state papers, that in spite of this array of editorial opposition, which apparently has been unable to exercise adequate influence upon public opinion in the United States, the majority of newspaper correspondents who cover the White House are personally friendly to the administration, and in general approve its objectives, most of its methods, and the legislation adopted to accomplish its goal. I know that a number of the newspaper correspondents who write so-called unfriendly articles are not personally opposed to the things they write about. I think that the first part of this anomaly can be explained by the fact that many hostile newspaper owners require their Washington correspondents to give their news dispatches a critical or unfriendly touch. The writers of news stories are in a different class from columnists and writers of business newsletters. In recent years, the writers of these latter groups have found a ready market. In most cases, their columns are based either on the pure imagination and invention of the writer or untrue gossip which, of course, can be obtained almost for the asking to fit any objective. These pseudo-news services do little real harm, however, and are generally appraised as having little value, so far as really affecting public opinion is concerned. With this general estimate, bona fide newspaper reporters and correspondents agree. I wish I could. The Gallup poll, Fortune, Margaret Marshall in The Nation, the Christian Science Monitor and other tests of the popularity and power of the columnists have, it is true, shown that their circulation, which runs from 500,000 to 12 million, is not a real test of their readership and their influence. Nevertheless, it is generally agreed that their power increases at a time the editorial page influence decreases, and that people have more faith in columnists than in most molders of public opinion. They are still gaining 336 followers, whereas the newspapers themselves are more and more forsaken as leaders. The two columnists with the largest following, respectively, Arthur Brisbane and O. McIntyre, have died since most of the tests of influence and popularity have been taken. The first was a renegade liberal weakling who parroted Mr. Hearst's stupidities in a stupid way for many years, and did not have much political influence, while the second was merely a small-town boy agape in a big world about which he knew nothing of any significance. The third-ranking popular columnist is Walter Winchell, who for years grew wealthy and famous by reporting the gossip of the great and faux great, and who lately has joined with many others who are forsaking their glass houses and ivory towers. To the spectacle of the majority of columnists growing more fog-bound daily, we have the heartening sight of the prince of trivialities becoming the chronicler of significant trends. Walter Winchell suddenly has become a ray of hope in the artificial fog so many of his fellow columnists themselves create. Fourth is Westbrook Pegler. He is a wayward youth, lost in no man's land between the entrenched interests and the general welfare, playing with matches and occasionally touching off great big bombs. When the bombs fall in the enemy camp, as the one in which he preferred to see General Franco in hell rather than in church, he is magnificent, but you cannot tell whether or not the next grenade will fall at your own feet and lacerate one of your own convictions. Fifth in Fortune's popularity ranking was Dorothy Dix, a woman's page writer, and sixth was Lippmann. One of the excellent results of the Roosevelt-Landon campaign was the self-withdrawal of Walter Lippmann from the field of liberal and progressive journalism. He had already been expelled from the minds of all liberal and progressive intelligent persons, but still maintained a considerable following among the unintelligent who believed themselves 337. Liberal and progressive. Mr. Lippmann's declaration for Landon, followed by many weeks of his usual brilliant but meaningless production of hundreds of thousands of words straddling the issue, was a complete betrayal of a man using words to camouflage a compromising mind. The prophet of the Harvard Liberal Club had become the prophet of the Union League Club. Friends who know David Lawrence intimately describe in detail his years of wrestling with the devil, all during which time he was able to keep an eye on the source of butter for his bread. Employees of the United States News, the time Mr. Lawrence ran it as a daily, vouch for the publisher's sincere liberalism. More recently, Mr. Lawrence has become another of the majority of columnists who are merely plutagogues. Mr. Lawrence, moreover, has been able to combine plutocracy with nonsense. Thus, during the 1936 campaign, he was able to predict that the tide had turned against the New Deal. On September 8, when he interpreted a reduced majority for the president, and 2 days later he found a counter-revolution going on. The very next day he had a blast against federal spending, and 1 day later he discovered that the New Deal machine, which he called a political racket, had grown to such amazing proportions that he found it hard to believe, unless one examines the situation firsthand. It went on like that until November, 1936, and it still goes on like that. In the 1936 campaign, Haywood Broun, with 42 papers, a large number of them Scripps Howard, and J. Franklin with 47, were the leading supporters of the president. Their combined circulation was small compared to the columnists who wrote anti-Roosevelt stuff. The 5 Landon stars were Mark Sullivan, Lippmann, Lawrence, Alice Longworth, and Frank Kent. 3 who were generally critical of Roosevelt although not going the whole Landon hog were Brisbane, Paul Mallon, and Miss Dorothy Tomp. 338. Son. Broun himself is not a Roosevelt man, it being a lesser of two evils choice for him, and this leaves exactly one Roosevelt man among the most popular columnists whose favored candidate was so thoroughly defeated by the newspaper readers of the nation. The Washington merry-go-round was not included in the survey because it is primarily a news, not an editorial column taking political sides. In many respects, however, Drew Pearson and Robert Allen are the fairest and most important political writers. They have not hesitated to give names, dates, and places even when it meant endangering their sources of information and violating the taboos of religious and secular pressure organizations. Allen and Pearson exposed the pro-fascists in our State Department and their intrigue to keep the embargo on munitions for the Spanish Republic. They named our fascists and they told of the Catholic Church lobby in Washington. They have been as free and honest in telling of big business lobbies and pressures and have never written either pro-Republican or pro-Democratic propaganda, something which cannot be said for the majority of columnists. They are the iconoclasts of Washington. During the 1936 campaign, a slip by the Republican publicity director, Theodore A. Huntley, put 4 pro-Republican columnists on the spot. Huntley had written to Republican editors offering assorted Republican propaganda, adding, "We have thought of a daily or weekly political letter out of Washington and could arrange for this if there were a sufficient demand for it. Most of you, however, undoubtedly will prefer to run the letters of Mark Sullivan, Dave Lawrence, Frank Kent, Paul Mallon, or other syndicate writers available to you through the regular services." Charles Michelson, Democratic Party publicity director, and former Washington political expert for the New York 339 World, saw this letter and blew up righteously. He answered with a broadside. The Republican National Committee has formally taken over the 3 musketeers of anti-administration, Frank Kent, Mark Sullivan and David Lawrence, Michelson thundered. Mr. Mallon's name was not included. Now, I don't know that the Republican organization had the permission of these eminent and talented gentlemen in presenting them as the authors of campaign material. In fact, I have received intimations that they considered the Democratic organization was being unfair in listing them as Republican propagandists. The recent announcement, however, directed to all editors, makes it perfectly plain that the G.0. Peace strategists consider them as valiant and unalienable allies, for the minority party would hardly suggest to the G.0. P. press that they should publish articles that voiced anything other than G.0. P views. There may be an ethical question involved, for either the Republican organization has justification for its listing these writers as elements of their publicity campaign, in which case, of course, it is hardly ingenuous for the writers to continue to pose as nonpartisan observers merely conveying information to the public, or it had no license to so list them and, consequently, did them a considerable disservice in conveying to editors that their work was Republican propaganda. But lest the reader think the 3 have not been aiding the Republican Party while posing as nonpartisans, Michelson piles on extracts of Sullivan and Kent columns to prove his contentions. Post R 936 columnists. After 1936, publishers and columnists, with the exception of M.R. Hearst, who immediately after his private debacle 34-0 likened Roosevelt to Jackson and changed his antagonistic tune, attacked the president and all his deeds. It is now generally accepted that the fight against the Reorganization Bill, a measure first proposed in Republican times, was not a fight on a principle, but a fight against a personality. Everyone knows the reform is needed and will come in time. A survey of the press made by the Christian Science Monitor in 1937 proves that while the Gallup and other polls show that the president is still about holding his popularity, there is a decided swing in the press against him. Of that small percentage left which did not previously oppose him, the majority now does. The Monitor survey shows more than 2/3 of the responding newspapers which supported the president for re-election do not support him on the Supreme Court issue. 2. More than half of the newspapers that have deserted the president on this issue are openly and vigorously opposed to the plan. Others are critical to the plan, seeking a better method for enlarging federal powers. 3. Of the 75 newspapers included in the survey, 19 support the Supreme Court proposal, 52 are opposed either to the whole project or to the method, and 4 remain non-committal for the present. 4. The pro-administration papers supporting the president on this issue have a total circulation, according to Ayer's directory, of 3,136,198. The pro-administration papers opposing the plan have a total circulation of 13,191,693. In the view of La Follette's Progressive, the columnists are largely to blame for the continuation of the fight on Roosevelt reforms. Declaring that in 1936 editors of 85% of the northern newspapers forgot ethics, logic, sanity, and even good taste in their frothings at the New Deal and liberalism, editor Evja writes that today another wrecking crew of journalists has crowded into the spotlight to outdo the reactionary editors for the national title of 341 champion berators. They are the syndicated columnists on the side of the Tories, most of them owing their present prosperity to their tie-up with some big reactionary paper like the New York Herald Tribune. Of the top-flight columnists assailing Mr. Roosevelt and virtually everything progressive and forward-looking in his administration, almost all are being presented to the public as being liberals. But the type of daily columns these writers grind out long ago destroyed any claims to liberalism they may have had. All are now tub-thumping in the same beat as the most rabid editorial spokesman for our financial and industrial Mr. Biggs. What better proof of this could be offered than a pamphlet which has just been issued by the National Association of Manufacturers and distributed far and wide throughout the country. The pamphlet is a collection of columns written by Miss Thompson and Messrs. Hugh Johnson, Frank Kent, David Lawrence, Walter Lippmann, and Westbrook Pegler. The label of the National Association of Manufacturers on a collection of columns by these writers ought to be enough to convince most people of the utter hypocrisy of any claims of liberalism that are made for them by their sponsors. If they had been kissed en masse by the Liberty League, as they have frequently been kissed individually and privately, their sham and pretense of being liberal could not have been more thoroughly exposed. All one has to do is pick out any measure or idea which any liberal editor, organization, or individual approves, and it will most certainly be attacked by the corps of ex-liberal columnists, the most noted of whom are the subject of the succeeding chapter. There was a time when liberals spoke for public ownership of the railroads and the public utilities, but today the utilities republish the friendly views of the columnists. Messrs. Lippmann and Sullivan and Miss. 342. Thompson united in demanding that the president make peace with the utilities, peace at almost any price. Of course, a soapbox orator in Union Square, and I am not attacking him because I have heard sounder economic wisdom expounded there than in the drawing rooms of some of our columnists and their bank director economist friends, might shout that the columnists are merely upholding the ubiquitous capitalist system because their papers were involved with the utilities, which of course is most true, or that the writers were holders of interests in the utilities, about which neither he nor I can know anything, although a suspicion at least is warranted, or finally that it is merely the expression of persons who are part and parcel of the same ruling class in America, whose interests are identical. The third indictment of course is the most valid. It is the one the columnists will most violently deny, because none feels nor believes that such a thing is possible, and that in his or her intelligent and rational mind all these views which the rest of the intelligent and rational world calls reactionary are the epitome of reason, intelligence, liberalism, and forthright wisdom. Mr. Lippmann and Miss Thompson offer a good laboratory case. Chapter 6. From Reds to Riches. Walter Lippmann. Walter Lippmann rarely criticizes his fellow columnists and rarely if ever answers his critics. Like great newspapers themselves and the Pope, only on the occasion when he is speaking ex cathedra on matters of doctrine, and that only since about 187 Mr. Lippmann maintains the pose of infallibility. But because he began life as a socialist, a wealthy playboy socialist perhaps, but nevertheless active enough to go into politics for a while, and because today he uses his enormous talents, he is supposed to be the most lucid writer in America in favor of just those very objectives which the socialist system would destroy. His enemies generally speak of him as a renegade. Perhaps the most brutal words ever written against Walter Lippmann was his biography in the pro-big business weekly Time, From Socialism to G. 0. P. From New Republic to Herald Tribune. Transitions which the contemners of Walter Lippmann today cannot forgive and will not allow to be forgotten. Although his sincerity is above cavil, they question whether the lucidity of his writing is more than a meretricious semblance hiding a confused mind. Sharpest dig at Walter Lippmann was made by Mabel Dodge Lujan, whose Manhattan salon Lippmann frequented as a young man. Walter is never going to lose an II.NA fight. Whatever Walter Lippmann may have lost, it is a fact. 343. 344 servants of the Lord's that he has gained a great deal of this world's goods, has a more than comfortable income, $54,329, 3 houses in Manhattan, Florida, and Wading River, Long Island. Even by the standards of U.S. success, Walter Lippmann does not lead an underprivileged life. Afternoons he rides, fishes, plays golf, fairly, tennis, better, or referees a polo game for his Long Island friends. In the private matter of personal friends, he is more apt to be on intimate terms with Morgan partners than with union leaders. All these things provide grounds for those who question whether he has any title to be called liberal. The liberal criticism is well represented by the Nation's editor, Margaret Marshall, who writes that Lippmann, a man born 50 years too late in the wrong country, has moved steadily to the right. His prestige and prosperity have increased concomitantly. There is a temptation to dismiss him, in an old phrase, as a man who began with a wealth of thought and ended with the thought of wealth. But the Lippmann processes suggest a multiple and more subtle diagnosis. It is a truism that the effective apologist, like the cruder type of demagogue, must be himself at least half deceived. Lippmann, she adds, removes himself from the battlefield and yet maintains his claim to liberalism. In the writing itself there is a lack of tension, and a pompous, measured elegance that match the profound irrelevance of his much advertised point of view. He recently called Anthony Eden the knight with the wooden sword. It's a perfect description of Lippmann as social thinker. His role as an apologist for the status quo is another matter. Lippmann's column, headed Today and Tomorrow, Miss Marshall concludes, offers his readers the triple appeal of snobism, escape and justification of things as they are. His claim of liberalism, especially since it is his most valuable asset, should deceive no one, least of all himself. On an earlier occasion the same magazine said that although Lippmann may write, as a colleague remarked in 345, the Herald Tribune, like a revolving door, he thinks like a bird dog. In Haywood Broun's column he once said that Lippmann espouses the comforting idea that we are safe in the arms of Morgan. Broun ridicules Lippmann's views on the free press. Does Mr. Lippmann really think, he asks, that when he bobs up at breakfast in the daily press from Maine to California that his own fresh minted views are wholly surrounded by other nuggets? Where was he during the general strike in California, the campaign of Upton Sinclair and the textile strike along the seaboard? Is it not possible that here and there items which he mistakes, in his survey for pure gold, may turn to be brass checks on closer scrutiny? In reviewing the latest Lippmann politico-philosophic book, The Good Society, Professor John Dewey wrote, he does his thinking in something like a vacuum. On Mr. Lippmann's becoming a Republican and John T. Flynn insists that that fact, and not Lippmann's becoming a Landonite, should be recognized. Flynn wrote * the requiescat in pace for his ex-liberal colleague. He told how Lippmann, a radical leader in Harvard, began that long march to the right which has carried him over nearly all the continents of the mind. Until he finds himself marching along lustily, his face toward the setting sun, with Colonel Knox, Senator Hastings, Senator Dickinson, Ogden Mills, the Liberty League, behind the banner of the little oil man from Kansas. As Mr. Lippmann marched from left to right, from camp to camp, he neglected to change the flag he carried. He employed the vocabulary of liberalism to support the doctrine of the mortgage note holders. When businessmen were hailing it, the NRA, as a new charter of freedom, he was all for it. He began losing his faith in it about the same time that our great business leaders did. When the poor banker and broker hath cried, Lippmann hath wept. He was profoundly distressed at the munitions investigation. He was particularly upset at the grave injustices done Mr. Morgan. He was as much against the War Profits Bill as Charlie Schwab and as much against the Neutrality Act as the DuPonts. He was against the Utility Holding Company Act, against government interference in business, and has revealed as tender a sensitiveness to the terrible doctrine of soaking the rich as Andy Mellon or Albert Wiggin. Time has made him into as good a Republican as Ogden Mills. After all his wanderings he is home at last. Finally, here are a few hard words from the left. Lippmann had contributed to the old masses. Writes A. B. Magill in the New Masses. Lippmann once sneered at John Reed. Reed is dead and Lippmann is alive, but in this case all the life is on the side of the dead. The words of Jack Reed will be meat and drink for the hearts and minds of free men in generations to come when the name of Walter Lippmann is not even a whisper in the wind. Unless Liberty and the News is remembered. And Corliss Lamont writes in the same weekly. Walter Lippmann constitutes an American tragedy. Starting out as a radical and a socialist, Lippmann ended up by giving over his exceptional gifts to the service of reaction, smirkingly posing as liberalism. And by some strange coincidence he at the same time attained an eminent position in New York and Long Island society. This cannot be charged to sour grape snobism, coming from the son of Thomas Lamont. We should not be surprised when young radicals become old or middle-aged Tories, but it is legitimate to feel disappointed. But Walter Lippmann is not without new friends. Here, for example, is the accolade given him by the Brooklyn Tablet, the leading pro-Franco publication in this country. As Walter Lippmann grows older, it writes editorially, his viewpoint becomes wider and he sees through the half-baked liberals. His articles unmask the shoddy thinking. 347. And hypocritical practices of the advanced thinkers of the left. The Tablet, as one of his old critics, is glad to salute him today as a teacher who is performing fine service in ranks where true liberalism seldom gets a hearing. The heading over this paragraph in this official organ of the Catholic Church in Brooklyn is, Lippmann is awake. Dorothy Thompson. Mr. Lamont deplores the fact that men turn tail and seek consolation on the bosom of mother capitalism. Miss Thompson, like Mr. Lippmann who turned tail, was also once a radical. At that time, as she herself explains, she was making a small salary as a hard-working newspaper reporter. Her friends in Berlin and Vienna were all of the left, she knew no reactionaries except professionally, and her sympathies were probably more left than any reporters except those occasional journalists freelancing amidst poverty for the radical press. Some of the most brilliant arguments for or against the Marxian state, especially as attempted in Soviet Russia, were heard in the little salon which Miss Thompson conducted in the two capitals, to which she was for years assigned by the Philadelphia Ledger and New York Evening Post. Many of the most famous cultured notables of Vienna and Berlin visited her house, and she was on friendly terms with many more. Freud was one of them. Culture and politics were rivals for her time. Miss Thompson did not then seek consolation on the bosom of mother capitalism, nor did she arrive there by drifting, as did her colleague Mr. Lippmann. She was thrust upon it. In 1927 she began to share the tragedy of Sinclair Lewis. Ever since he came a writer, Red Lewis has considered himself at least liberal, pro-labor, leftist. His ambition has been to write the great labor novel. Ben Stolberg, Ferdinand. 348 Servants of the Lord's Rare, in the More Distant Past, and Prof. Ramon Guthrie only recently, have collaborated with Mr. Lewis in getting the material for what was to be the Lewis masterpiece, and perhaps the greatest achievement in fiction in America. But somehow the book remains unwritten. In the meantime the Lewis-Thompson estate grows. More than a decade ago, in Paris one night, Red had with him a copy of Upton Sinclair's Money Rights. "I love Upton," he said, almost weeping. "Why, I was janitor for him once at Helicon Hall. But look what he writes about me. He says I am one of these writers spoiled by money. He says Sinclair Lewis has $1 million. I give you my word, George, I haven't got more than $600,000 and he calls me a millionaire. It really doesn't matter if the Lewis-Thompson estate today is $1 million affair or only a $600,000 business, but it is very definitely in the Lippmann class. Dorothy's income from column conducting plus lectures and other writings is estimated at more than $1,000 a year. It is considerably more than the $40 or $50 a week she got when she was a radical in Vienna and Berlin. Miss Thompson has not abandoned every idea of that radical past. What has happened apparent from the alternation of liberal and anti-liberal columns is an attempt to rationalize the old life and the new. The result at times is utter confusion. Forever Miss Thompson writes under her slogan, "Let there be light, let reason prevail," apparently unaware that neither light nor reason, with Einsteinian exceptions which do not enter here, can travel in anything but a straight and narrow line. We have therefore a double personality, a schizophrenic case, perhaps, a Jekyll Hyde or Miss Thompson and M.R.S. Lewis case, in all the literary output and therefore an output hard to judge. One of the bravest pieces of writing done in America since 1917, when a few intellectuals defied the war mania, was 349. Dorothy's defense of loyalist Spain and defiance of the Catholic hierarchy, which supports the bloodiest movement in the name of Christ the modern world has seen. Miss Thompson denounced the murderous fascist aviators who destroyed Guernica and who killed 10,000 civilians in Barcelona and other loyalist cities. She paid no attention to the Catholic hierarchy's answers on Guernica, as other columnists did, and she was right because the slaughter at Barcelona, which even bishops and cardinals find hard to defend, was an even worse atrocity. Braver yet is criticism of the Catholic hierarchy at home. We find Miss Thompson, who time and time again has attacked the miserable mayor of Jersey City, taunting the Catholic Church with condoning corrupt political machines which its members operate in many cities. She wrote, January 10, 1938. I remember also that a number of important Catholics rightly opposed the Supreme Court reorganization scheme because they realized that the Bill of Rights, embodied in the Constitution, is the greatest bulwark that a minority like the Catholics has against possible persecution. But we don't hear the Catholic hierarchy protesting vigorously against what is happening in Jersey City. On the contrary, the Catholic hierarchy in Jersey City itself is collaborating very closely with Mayor Haig. Or I might find some little community forum in Jersey City whose leader would have the courage to get together a few people, in a church perhaps, and let me come and speak. But then whoever sponsored me would probably go through the Inquisition and blackmail which confronted the chairman of the meeting that invited Señor de los Rios to come and speak on Spain. Señor de los Rios is the ambassador of a friendly power in the United States, but the chairman of a meeting that invited him to speak was visited by the Monsignor of Jersey City, who backs up Mayor Haig, and queried as to whether he was a communist. And it was made 350. Very clear to him that if he backed up the meeting his business would suffer. I don't think that this is very bright of the Monsignor. He should take a look at Germany, where exactly the same thing is happening to priests of the church that is happening to C.I. Organizers in Jersey City, and against which this column has repeatedly protested. Perhaps it is a personal prejudice, but I happen to dislike intensely liberal fascists, reactionary fascists, labor fascists, industrial fascists, Jewish fascists, Catholic fascists, and personal fascists. When it comes to choosing the particular brand of fascism, I'm not taking any. You don't have to choose between them, you can always die first. Miss Thompson is willing to die in the fight against fascism, but not willing even to look at that phenomenon everywhere around her. She says she is willing to give her life for civil liberties, but she sneers at the American Civil Liberties Union, which is working at just the things she is merely writing about. In December 1937, the Liberties Union celebrated its 17th anniversary, and Secretary of the Interior Harold L. Ickes, himself a seasoned journalist, spoke on nations in nightshirts. The most important paragraphs of this magnificent oration are the following. And just as certain nations, uttering the excuse that they are stamping out communism, commit crimes at which savages would blush, so in our own land those who would undermine our democratic institutions do it under the same hollow pretense. Every candidate for office in America who lacks a real issue proceeds to shout communism. Any male or female hysteric, gluttonous for notoriety and unscrupulous about achieving it, can always uncover a red network. Employers who deny to their workers the right to associate together in a labor union for the common good of all frequently declare that they do so because of communistic influences. 351. Which are at large in their factories. It does not require much intelligence to see that such communism may become a wooden horse within the bowels of which ruthless fascism may enter the shrine of liberty. As a matter of fact, it is the fascist-minded men of America who are the real enemies of our institutions. They have solidarity, a common interest in seizing more power and greater riches for themselves and ability and willingness to turn the concentrated wealth of America against the welfare of America. It is these men who, pretending that they would save us from dreadful communism, would superimpose upon America an equally dreadful fascism. Supposedly liberal writers who have droned on quietly for years while the Tom Girdlers, the Jimmy Rands and other corporate czars dictated the labor policies of the nation, suddenly become alarmed for human liberty when it is proposed that the state protect the worker who cannot protect himself. We see a Walter Lippmann with the obsequious dignity of a butler, shoving intellectual fodder into the rack for the fascists whom he once despised. Our ancestors fought to prevent a state censorship of news and ideas. Our ancestors did not fight for the right of a few lords of the press to have almost exclusive control of and censorship over the dissemination of news and ideas. Yet, under the stress of economic forces, our press and news agencies are coming more and more under the domination of a handful of corporate publishers who may print such news as they wish to print and omit such news as they do not wish to print. They may even color the news. FMR. Ickes' whole speech was reasoned and temperate. There were suggestions that Mayor Haig, the Chicago interests responsible for the Memorial Day massacre, concentrated wealth, and special interests, are the fascist-minded men of America. This paragraph was suppressed in the New York Times and New York Sun. This paragraph was partly published in the Sun, suppressed in the Times, published in full in the Daily Worker. 352. In some newspapers the enormously headlined Manufacturers Association Congress speeches were opposed by that of Ickes. The New York Times and the New York Herald Tribune naturally sneered at the secretary. But Miss Thompson, instead of applauding the true libertarian, attacked him most bitterly. There has been a vast amount of oratory about human liberties, she wrote, but barring some notable exceptions, the orators have been taking no great risks. And then we see Secretary Ickes, honorable veteran of good causes that he is, appearing before the Civil Liberties Union and talking as if he and his partisan associates were the last lone defenders of liberty in America, that to be a critic of what the New Dealers are doing is to be engaged in a conspiracy against the rights of man. There is less excuse for Secretary Ickes than there is for Mayor Haig. Mr. Ickes has known better and is capable of knowing better, and it is tiresome of him when, adopting the idiotic tactics of a man like Mayor Haig who calls all his opponents communists, he calls all his opponents fascists. And then there is the National Association of Manufacturers, which has just been in session in New York and has listened to many excellent orations on liberalism and has made many sensible and liberal declarations of its own. That is why the Civil Liberties Union ought to defend a few economic royalists and why the National Association of Manufacturers ought to defend a few organizers. The foregoing column is a fair example of the Thompson confusion. Ickes does not call all his opponents fascists, only employers who deny their workers human rights, the men of concentrated wealth, the fake liberal writers, and lords of the press who suppress the news, and the very same parallel elements here who bought and paid for the fascist and Nazi. 353. Movement abroad. So long as one attacks the foreign fascists, Miss Thompson recognizes the common enemy and joins in the battle, but it is impossible for her to see the Liga Industriale or Confederazione dell'Industria in the N.A.M. Signor Olivetti in Mr. Girdler, the Confederazione Generale del Lavoro in the C.I. or the Union of German Steel Makers, and Fritz Thiessen among her friends in the Union League Club. It is always all right to gore the foreign ox. As for the Civil Liberties Union, it is doing just what Miss Thompson suggests, much to the alarm of its old friends. After almost 2 decades of producing proofs that the victims of injustice are always the laboring men and the members of minority groups or followers of minority ideas, the Union has gone to the defense of Nazi organizations, the author of a vicious book attacking liberals, and even economic royalists in rare instances when the law, always used by them to suppress others, has turned against them. Columns such as the foregoing are not only confused, they are inaccurate and unfair and apparently the product of a mind at conflict with itself. And like M.R. Lippmann, Miss Thompson is always on the defensive about her liberalism. She regrets the ridicule by our liberal friends in the Supreme Court fight. Addressing the Lotos Club, she said, "We are living in the midst of lost words. Radical, a glorious word originally, denoting a man who looks for truth, who wants to get at the root of things, was one of them, but radicals today are those who accept with blind obedience a dogma which will not stand the test of any kind of disinterested thinking. Conservative, a beautiful word, full of meaning and very feminine," she continued, "once denoted those who hold on to that which is good, but has now become a shibboleth for those who believe that the income tax is too high and that a thing which has been a convention for a long time is inherently good." 354. Liberal, however, remain the most American and the most humane of all words. As for the speaker, she concluded that she would like to be a radical as a thinker, a conservative as to program, and a liberal as to temper. Apparently the lost words have strayed into a wilderness of thought. Chapter 7. Treason on the Times. Everywhere but in America, newspapers themselves are news. Publishers are news. Our own journals almost daily report that Rothermere supports Hitler, Beaverbrook warns Parliament, Gaeta threatens loyalist Spain, or Italian press for war and German press defiant, but with the rare exceptions of a Greeley, a Harding, or a Knox running for office, our great press lords prefer to remain anonymous in their power. That there is a tremendous curiosity about what the American press itself is up to is either overlooked or intentionally ignored by our publishers. That they suppress or bury all items about their own affairs is an old story. Many laymen find the press sections in Time and Newsweek the most interesting departments. Many mourn the infrequence of Guy Fawkes, the wayward press in the New Yorker, which once took the metropolitan papers for a hebdomadal ride, and thousands of leading citizens buy the liberal weeklies largely for their inside stories of what the great newspapers are doing or misdoing. Among the rare and usually ephemeral publications produced by newspapermen themselves and devoted entirely to criticizing or exposing our press, there have been the Hearst Worker, the Scripps Howard Beacon, the Brooklyn Eagle Eye, and the most sensational success of all, the monthly secretly started as Better Times and now published as the New Times. Although the objective of every attack is the New York Times itself, I select this publication for 355. 356. That very reason, because in my opinion the New York Times is now more so than ever the most important paper in the country, and criticism of it constitutes a criticism of present-day journalism. It also shows what the extreme left thinks of our foremost journal. Volume 1, No. I, of Better Times appeared in November 1, 937. It had two mottos: all the news and free the press. It was frankly published by the Communist Party units of the New York Times. That fact itself was sensational and disarming. No one could drag a red herring across its trail. It admitted it was itself the red herring. But my investigation shows that about 3/4 of every issue is contributed by non-communists. The sheet was dedicated to the several thousand employees of the paper. In a later issue a 4-point program was given: No. 3. Being to expose false and misleading news in the Times. We believe that the press cannot be free as long as it is privately owned, but despite this we shall try to point out to the Times workers the fact that the Times is far from the impartial medium that it pretends to be. We demand the removal of the fascists Carney and Cortese. 3 methods are used in the attack. First, the time-honored deadly parallels with Herald Tribune and other Tory headlines compared to the disadvantage of the Times. Second, comparison of Times headlines and news items in the light of later developments which disprove them. And third, the exposure of really secret intramural news. From the first several issues it would appear that the conservative or Tory press was fairer to the C.I.0. in Michigan troubles than the supposedly liberal pro-New Deal Times. There is also much ado about the family demanding an advance copy of Felix Warburg's obituary, its displeasure, its editing, its demand for a favorable editorial, and its censorships. With the second issue the note of bitterness enters, the lie direct is passed, and a gossip column appears permitting considerable personal stabbing. The first item, headlined read 357. Baiting Times story proven lie, says of a report that Reds in Union urge new type General Motors war, that this story is a complete fabrication and is just one more instance of Times policy of coloring news when it affects a large advertiser. The first item in the gossip column, Topics in the Times, mildly relates the fact that night managing editor McCoy wrote managing editor James that the office boys had not been paid their promised extra for election night. It's things like this that make them join the newspaper guild. Innocuous as the story appears, it exploded tremendously in the Times editorial office. How could a note, from a night to a day editor, handwritten, sealed, personal, become public? The stench of treason rose from the explosion. The Times, from its owners to its office boys, became aware of better times. The miniature Winchell of better times may not be as brilliant and brittle, but he is more bitter. Every item is destined to hurt. There is no picturesque, Winchellesque contribution to the American language, but thrusts such as these. What prominent member of the classified advertising department is greatly interested in the German-American Bund, the Nazi organization? When Colonel Adler is in uniform, his chauffeur must give him the regular army salute. What semi-executive had better stop making passes at the girls in his department if he doesn't want to be reported or arrested? The only reason he hasn't been turned in, is because of his wife and baby. Joe Chapelin now calls Oliver Holden Fink. And Holden calls Chapelin Trotsky it. 358. Despite the Times editorials favoring a boycott of Japan, the ornaments on the Times Christmas trees were marked "Made in Japan." Speaking of Carney, his cable to Sulzberger to the effect that the other correspondents would not accept him socially because he didn't wear riding boots arouses our sympathy. When was fired for guild activity, his job was given to spy for the 14th floor in the advertising department. Alexander Kerensky's tour of the United States was sponsored by Simeon Strunsky. Harold Denny will soon be withdrawing from Moscow. Olin Downs, music critic, was one of the sponsors of an affair for the benefit of Loyalist Spain recently, but lost his nerve. Arthur Hayes Sulzberger told George Seldes not long ago that he would like to fire William Carney, General Franco's press agent on the Times payroll, but couldn't do so now, for fear of losing face. Investigation shows the majority of these items true, but I object to the last item. Mr. Sulzberger did not tell me he would like to fire Carney and couldn't for fear of losing face. It is simply a gossip column rumor, a distortion. And it brings up the whole question of the reliability of Better Times, because in many respects it is an important publication, since it is the one critic of a great institution which hitherto has held itself above criticism. The cheap and easy trick is to say, as Romans did, falsum in unum, falsum in omnium, and dismiss the magazine entirely. But that, in fact, is the very method the Great Times recently employed when it condemned the La Follette Civil Liberties reports, because in the 2,500 cases of industry employing spies and thugs there were 8 cases questioned. 359. And 1 proven an error. On this error the Times condemned the 14 volumes of documentary evidence and 2,492 unchallenged cases. A much better way would have been to investigate before editorializing. I have made a fairly thorough investigation of the entire file of Better Times and the New Times. I find to its credit that it had a notable scoop on Henry Luce's offer to buy the paper and M.R. Sulzberger's rejection. As for the price, Better Times reported $15,000,000 and the fact is that $40,000,000 was offered. On the other hand, the story that the Times has invited F.D. Roosevelt to its editorship after 1940 is generally denied. It is true there is such talk in the air, but no action has been taken. To the credit of Better Times must go the exposure of the war correspondence from Spain, both the publication of false news from Carney and the continual badgering of Matthews. Better Times may hold the publisher responsible for the situation, but it so happens that the present writer, having been in Spain when the telegrams of censure were sent Matthews and having placed the evidence before Mr. Sulzberger himself, is convinced that the publisher is in no way guilty. But a serious and reprehensible act has been committed, and its exposure is in my opinion the most praiseworthy thing Better Times has done. The facts in the case should be of general interest. It is now well known that reactionary Catholics, as distinguished from liberal Catholics who are either for the loyalist government or neutral, have used their tremendous pressure, plus threats of boycott, and the withdrawal of advertising money, to change the opinion of American newspapers regarding the war in Spain. At the end of this chapter I will tell the story of the Times Madrid correspondent, William P. Carney, as I learned it in Spain. It is an excellent illustration of many things journalistic. But at the moment the subject is the action Better Times has taken in the Carney case. 360. At the time of the capture of Teruel by the Loyalists, Carney reported a week later the recapture by Franco. It is possible that this was an error due to false information, but whereas others merely cabled the falsehood, Carney gave a description of marches within the recaptured city, rejoicings, and celebration. This story cannot be condoned, it is a falsehood. And in addition, Carney, with the fascists, continually reports events within the loyalist lines about which he can know nothing, and almost every day injects propaganda into his dispatches. On July 8th, he put into the mouths of American prisoners a statement that the American Friends of Spanish Democracy were a propaganda outfit connected somehow with United States communists. Both the Rev. Dr. Reisig and Bishop Paddock protested this falsehood, which has been disproven in the Times itself months ago, but the Times permitted Carney to repeat it and without investigation wrote an editorial upholding Carney. The exposure of such practices by Better Times and the New Times therefore deserves a medal for journalistic service. Not since the famous New Republic exposure of the falsity of the Russian news from 1917 to 1920 has there been such a valid criticism of the Times. As for Matthews, he was decorated by Mussolini for his war correspondence in Ethiopia. He then said and still believes that the Italian troops were excellent there and the invasion probably for the best. He was friendly to Italy when he came to Spain. He has of course realized the rightness and nobility of the loyalist side. But from the very beginning he has been held in check by the Times editors, whereas Carney has had a free hand. Better Times tells the story of how the cable and managing editors have insulted and intimidated Matthews. When I asked Mr. Sulzberger about it, he told me he has never heard of such actions, and I believe him. But I know that Better Times is absolutely right in its charge. And I have not had the facts from Matthews. The mystery is easily 361. Explained, when the telegrams from New York saying stop sending propaganda and why do you say there were Italians at Guadalajara when Carney denies it. And similar cables arrived in Madrid, Il Sculzar, the censor, showed them around. Better Times states, January, 1938, page 3, column 1, that the fascist phalanx in the bullpen is pro-Franco, anti-Matthews, pro-Carney. One of this group is responsible for the change between the first and city editions of the headline on Father Duffy's address, Priest defends fascist nations to priest sees Soviet real foe of U.S. This is a typical case of slanting Times headlines until they become here's Tien in their red baiting. Night managing editor Raymond McCaw is accused by Better Times of being responsible for the order to substitute insurgent troops wherever Matthews wrote Italian troops. This also parallels Hearst's order to change the Associated Press and United Press cables, using Reds for loyalists, proof of which I have in letters from these agencies. In vain, continues Better Times, the copy reader protested the whole point of the story was Matthews' proofs of military intervention by Mussolini. So, he carried out his orders with malicious glee when he came to a line declaring these troops were Italians and nothing but Italians. Does the reader perhaps remember his confusion over the Matthews story which concluded, these troops were insurgents and nothing but insurgents? Better Times further charges the assistant editors with sending a pro-fascist to head the copy desk for a while, describes his discomfiture and transfer and also sees a plot in the orders which prevented Matthews' vacation coinciding with Sulzberger's trip to Europe. But its full bitterness was apparent in its February issue when Better Times, reporting the publisher's speech at Chapel Hill, added, Mr. Sulzberger is quoted as saying of the Spanish War, I confess to a vast sense of relief that I do not have to take 362 sides either with loyalist or rebel. He is glad he is not compelled to choose between right and wrong. Such an editorial opinion is hard to understand. If the communist unit knows what is really happening at the Times, and it gives factual evidence it knows a lot, it should also understand that Arthur Hayes Sulzberger is a convinced neutral liberal, that his intentions are honest, and that he is woefully ignorant of the Carney situation and of many things that happen in his office. It is true that if the sabotage, intimidation, distortion, coloration, and suppression that happens on the Times was directed to advance any progressive or leftist cause, instead of a reactionary, pro-Franco, or generally rightist cause, the editors, sub-editors, reporters and others engaged in it would immediately find themselves out of a job. But being reactionaries they are not only in, but going up. I think this is the most important factor about the Times at present. Mr. Sulzberger says he is a liberal. There is no reason to doubt that he himself believes his liberalism a fact. And Mr. Sulzberger's idea of liberalism is to permit men of all opinions to occupy his editorial jobs, even when a majority of them are not only non-liberals but anti-liberals, and ultimately enemies of liberalism. He seems incapable of spotting reactionary sabotage, but smells radical disloyalty far away. In the March-April issue the New Times, as it was now called, under the headline, Civil Liberties Probe Sabotaged as News, said that the Times sabotaged news of the La Follette Civil Liberties Committee's investigation of the National Association of Manufacturers in the first part of March so completely that it ought to get paid with more advertising for publishing only what the manufacturers think is fit to print. I was shocked by this statement because I thought it false. I took the statement to one of the chiefs of the La Follette Committee, one of my best friends. His reply was general. Practically the entire American press sabotaged or suppressed the hearings of the Manufacturers Association. 363. So long as the La Follette Committee dealt with strikes, and strike breakers, its hearings were reported, but when the House of Lords of Big Business was investigated, the press, including the Times, purposely threw the story down. On several occasions the labor-hating Sun gave more N.A.M. investigation news than the supposedly impartial Times. In the May-June issue the Times is accused of changing to an anti-New Deal policy and proofs are advanced. A large part of the issue is taken up with an editorial, Lenin and Jefferson. There is the usual mixture of fact with bitterness and propaganda. But this issue, as all the rest, is intensely interesting. On publication day the Times office loses its Olympian dignity. Laughter, shouts and a deep curse from the fascist phalanx mark the appearance of the New Times. Everyone marvels at the disclosures. Managing editor James sends a boy into the street to get 2 copies. He frequently accuses a reporter of being one of the disloyal who produce the sheet. To one who proved his innocence he remarked, "Why, those Reds are even in Sulzberger's office." Better Times, January. The secret sheet accuses the Times of sending detectives to its printing shop, intimidating its newsboys, and trying to put it out of business. So far as I can tell there is nothing illegal and nothing libelous in the New Times. There are propaganda editorials which do not interest me. There are a few mistakes. There is also evidence of intense enmity against Sulzberger and the Times itself, and while this is interesting as a social phenomenon in a world where employers still wave the old falsehood about the interests of capital and labor being identical, it is not the one significant fact. The significant fact, which is implicit, although the New Times might give monthly emphasis to it, is that the newspaper, admittedly the most important in America and popularly believed the best among metropolitan publications, is far from being a free newspaper. Its claims to liberalism can 364 not be mentioned in real liberal circles. Its motto, "All the news that's fit to print," has been challenged too often. The evidence is provided in every issue of the New Times that the great canons of journalism, independence, truthfulness, impartiality, fair play, do not always thunder on the American thunderer. In fact, some of them barely whisper, and at times all are silent. The Little Times tries to make a personal devil out of the publisher. I do not think this is quite fair. But I do think that Mr. Sulzberger must realize that no matter how much he prefers to remain in the neutral background, his paper continues to push into the front line of active social political forces. The Times itself is news. It might therefore be better policy for Mr. Sulzberger to make a living force out of his announced liberalism than to let that credo become a football for some elevated police reporters who have become editorial powers and who speak of Sulzberger liberalism as the bunk. Mr. Sulzberger should not forget that his paper is so powerful that hundreds of others take their tips from it. The Times not only influences its million readers but many more millions through newspapers which follow its policies. The New York Times today is approaching the London Times as a national institution. The truer this statement becomes, the more pessimistic must be our judgment of American journalism, because the New Times proves every month that in the greatest of our papers there is also a slanting of news, an exaggeration of headlines, bias in politics, worse than bias in labor reporting, burial alive of bad news, subservience to big business if not to individual advertisers, and the usual bowing down in the House of Rimmon, where the ancient golden calf has become the sacred cow of American journalism. What this little communist gadfly of a paper has proven is that even our most important and best respected newspaper is far from being free. How deplorable then must be 365. That journalism of the majority of the press which has not a fraction of the integrity and freedom from venality which the Times rightly claims. Journalistically the voice of the New Times is but a whisper, but figuratively it is a national hookup roaring out an indictment of the whole press of America. And the unanswerable point of the indictment is that our whole press, the greatest power in shaping public opinion, is not playing a fair game with the American people. V. The case of General Carney. The case of William P. Carney, of the New York Times, deserves special attention because it illustrates the power a reporter can have if his views are backed by a pressure group such as the Legion, any church, the N.A.M., or other seekers of special privilege. When General Franco marched on Madrid in November 1936, his associate, the drunken buffoon, General Capodelano, speaking over the Seville radio, betrayed one of the many fascist conspiracies. He announced that Franco was marching with 4 columns and was relying on the 5th column, the secret fascist conspirators living in Madrid and pretending to be loyal, to stab the Republic in the back. This announcement resulted in the government taking appropriate action. The prisons of Madrid and Valencia are full of traitors, at least all the known ones except the thousands who were able to buy their way into South American pro-fascist embassies and the headquarters of European ministers favorable to the reactionaries and the minds and money they controlled. But no announcement has been made from General Franco in Burgos on the support his treasonable cause has had from 366. His sixth column, the column commanded by General Carney in the New York Times. This support of fascism did not begin in July, 1936, when Franco, after conspiring with Italian fascist and German Nazi authorities and arranging for the guns and airplanes now in use, openly began the landowners and mine owners rebellion. This support from William P. Carney, the New York Times correspondent in Madrid, began in the early days of the Spanish Republic. It was intensified in 1936. It became fanatical when the fascist columns were stopped. Carney was the friend of Robles and Lerroux, who formed the clerico-fascist government of 1933 and which in 1934 imported Moors and the Tercio to massacre the Asturian miners. Carney throughout this period wrote in support of this pre-fascist movement. The Times refused to listen to protests from all liberals, including a lengthy one from Madariaga. When Franco rebelled and the government put on a censorship, Carney, according to government officials, attempted on all occasions to write into his cables to America items to aid and comfort fascism and to betray government positions and army plans to Franco. The censors in Madrid make the statement that from almost every cable which Carney sent to the Times they had to delete military information which he injected despite daily warnings. In public cafes and in gatherings of journalists and others, Carney throughout the months of July to December, 1936, continued to express his allegiance to the fascist cause. He openly supported Franco, he cursed the liberal Republican government and he called them Reds. On leaving Spain in December, 1936, Carney wrote a very long cable in which he pretended to tell the uncensored truth. The Paris office of the Times informs me that the entire staff would have nothing to do with this cable, because although it did not know what was the truth, it realized that Carney's was not, because his lies and prejudices were. 367. Too apparent. Also, and this is most important, one American of the Times Paris staff did realize that Carney's cable contained a list of the artillery batteries of Madrid and their disposition. However, the Times Bureau informs me, it was not able to cancel the cablegram of another Times man, it merely washed its hands of the matter, and Carney therefore filed the 10,000 words himself. In the government press bureaus in Madrid and Valencia the truth of a large part of the Carney cable is denied. From my own experience in Spain I can say that parts of it are evidently ridiculous and all of it prejudiced. One of the most vicious of all of General Carney's statements is also contained in this dispatch. Madrid cannot be considered an open city, says General Carney. Madrid is an open city, states General Franco. When, where, and how did Franco come to make this statement? You will find it in the New York Times of March 16, 1937 in a dispatch signed by Carney. In other words, Franco is more honest than Carney. Carney, apologizing for fascism, attempted to defend the murder of innocent people in Madrid by telling the Times readers that he did not consider Madrid an open city, whereas the man who ordered the murdering calmly admits that Madrid is an open city. Carney, professional red baiter, then repeats the biggest myth of the Spanish War. He cabled, there were foreign volunteers, the International Column as they were termed, comprising the 10th, 11th and 12th battalions. They were mostly Russians. This statement is a lie. Why call it a misstatement, or a falsehood, when the word lie is the right one? All the correspondents in Spain then and now know that there never were and are not now any Russians in the International Brigade. They know there are no Russian troops in Spain. They know that there are or were once some Russians in the Spanish Aviation and Tanks Corps, Russian engineers and experts. Some estimate the number at 500. 368. Others at 700. But no Russian troops have ever been sent to Spain, and to call the 10th, 11th and 12th battalions of the International Brigade mostly Russians is to utter a lie. But the most vicious part of the cable is the description of the defenses of Madrid. Carney tells of machine guns and anti-aircraft guns mounted on the tops of all the ministries and tall buildings in the center of the city, such as the fine arts structure, Calle Alcalá, Madrid's main street, and the Palace of the Press in the Gran Via or Broadway. Batteries of 6-inch guns have been placed in the Callao Square, directly in front of the park, near the Prado Museum, the Observatory, and the Ministry of Public Works. The Atocha or Andalusian railway station, where more batteries were placed. Observation posts for the government's artillery are stationed in the towers of the taller buildings in the center of the city. As a war correspondent, I know that if I had sent such a dispatch from the American Expeditionary Force, I would have been taken out and shot. Moreover, there was in Spain at the time a United States government officer, I cannot identify him further because pressure might be brought against him by the pro-fascists in America, who said to me, "The man who sent that list of gun emplacements should be shot. If he were on Franco's side and sent such a cable, he should be shot." I make this statement without any emotion and without any prejudices. In any war, and no matter what side you are on, a war correspondent sending out a list of gun emplacements is committing an act of espionage, and shooting is too good for him. Professional spies do such things and take the risk of being shot. But the correspondent of a big and powerful newspaper is not only committing an act of espionage, he is hiding behind the power of his newspaper. Carney also defended the slaughter of the women and children of Madrid. It cannot be helped that women and 369 children and aged persons have taken refuge in the basements of these structures, say the insurgents, he cabled, not only trying to excuse the murders but actually reporting from Madrid what the fascists on the other side were saying, an unheard of feat in journalism but an old trick of propaganda. Dispatches submitted for censorship had to be accompanied by Spanish translations, continues Mr. Carney. This is an absolute lie, says Ilscoolzar, the censor to whom Mr. Carney submitted his dispatches. After Carney's vacation in Paris in December 1936, he was sent to the fascist side, and this seems to me one of the most reprehensible actions in modern journalism. To the dismay of the entire Anglo-American press corps in Valencia and Madrid, including the numerous New York Times representatives, a new series of Carney dispatches, dated Gibraltar, began appearing in the Times. Carney had joined Franco's side. On February 25 he began quoting the exaggerations and murderous boasts of Capodilano. From Franco's side he was also able to tell what the government side was doing. He reported from Motril that retreating government troops are reported to have burned the few remaining churches and to have executed 200 persons, including 4 priests who were burned alive after a gasoline bath. The authenticated reports from this front, confirmed by other reporters with Franco, is that the government did not even harm the fascists in the prisons. The Carney report is another of the thousands of hearsay atrocities. I can state on the authority of 6 New York Times correspondents in Europe that each one is disgusted with the sort of journalism which Carney has produced. Without exception, these reputable journalists declare Carney should have remained with Hearst. Chapter 8. Freedom for Newspapermen. The elite in newspaperdom is made up of publishers, editors, foreign correspondents, Washington correspondents, columnists, etc., but the rank and file consists of reporters. Quite recently the term working newspapermen was invented to distinguish them from all sorts of near and pseudo-newspapermen, trained seals, certain columnists, and others who compose the fringes of journalism. The reporter throughout our history has been the lowliest of animals. Believing himself too good to join in any organization or movement, he has found himself exploited by everyone, and he has been so blinded by his egotism that he has refused to look out for his own material interests. Being a rugged individualist, he was usually also the hired stooge of the owners. Lacking any sort of security, he was always in fear of being fired, and this fear quickly drained all the high ideals and great courage with which he usually came into journalism as a cub reporter. The old phrase journalistic prostitute was popular for generations. It had its justification. but it ceased being appropriate the day Garland Ashcraft, of the Cleveland Press, began the formation of a union of editorial workers. Today there is one big union, one small one, several company unions, some independent unions, but generally speaking it must be admitted that the American Newspaper Guild, of which Haywood Broun is president, has led the American newspaper workers out of the red light district of journalism and into the green pastures of human dignity. 370. 371. The Guild, and the other unimportant organizations which have arisen as a result of Guild activity, have again made journalism a profession, and one no longer akin to the oldest and worst paid. Unfortunately there is still a percentage of newspaper workers about as dumb as a corresponding percentage in other businesses, which does not realize there is a world war going on at present between progress and reaction. Unfortunately there are still journalistic streetwalkers, some in the higher brackets, some in little bordellos known as company unions, and some individuals who parade their subserviency, if not prostitution, in lonely grandeur. There are still some who think the brass check a medal of honor. But it may be said that the Guild under the leadership of Broun, Jonathan Eddy, Carl Randall, Morris Watson, Victor Paskey, Milton Kaufman and Clyde Beals, who edits its weekly journal, means to eliminate all suspicion of harlotry from the profession, and give America the example of a union which is allied with all the powerful, enlightened and progressive forces. In the autumn of 1938 the Guild listed 15,000 members of whom 12,000 were working newspapermen. The total journalistic population of the nation is less than 40,000, of whom or more are one or two man shows which do not enter the Guild field. There are no more than 20,000 urban editorial workers and more than 50% have joined the Guild in less than 4 years. In some cities the Guild operates in every newspaper office, in others it has no foothold whatever, but whether it is in control or merely attempting to enter, it furnishes the absolute proof that the majority of publishers and the most important percentage of their employees are enemies. This enmity was created by the publishers. After generations of merely frowning upon the idea of organization during which time they paid organized typographical employees higher wages than writers, many publishers began threatening them after laws made unionization possible, and many 372 violated the laws by firing men for joining the Guild. Espionage, intimidation, coercion, and other methods usually associated with big business of the steel corporation and auto industry type have been found by the La Follette Civil Liberties investigators existing in newspaper offices. And as a result, hatred of writers for the big lords of the press has spread throughout America. It is a new phenomenon. Falsehood and trickery have also been used by many publishers in attacking the Guild. The Guild has been called a closed shop, which is untrue. It has been accused of attempting to dictate the coloration of the news, a right heretofore exercised only by the owners, and it has frequently been reported schismatic and decadent. And of course that old lie about communism was also dragged out, despite the fact that editor and publisher, mouthpiece of the A.N.P.A., declared unqualifiedly that charges that the American Newspaper Guild is unduly friendly with the Communist Party have come to us recently, part, no doubt, of the current anti-red hysteria. Brief investigation discloses no basis for them. There is of course a unit on the Communist Daily Worker, just as there is on the fascist Il Progresso. In the famous June, 1937, special convention of the publishers, the notable attendants were Arthur Hayes Sulzberger, of the New York Times, Norman Chandler, of the Los Angeles Times, Harry Bittner, of the Hearst Press, John Cowles, of the Des Moines Register and Tribune, Frank Gannett, Chain Lord, and Colonel McCormick, of the Chicago Tribune. A.N.P.A. President Stallman said, "A closed editorial shop means a closed editorial mind." That was the keynote. Sulzberger was the chief backer of a resolution which, after intense debate over the use of the word determination or refusal, finally was passed as a determination not to enter into any agreement with the Guild on a closed guild shop or any other form of closed shop basis. Editor and publisher headlines are typical. 373. Firm stand against Guild closed shop. Voted by 11 newspaper groups. Editorial union demand viewed as menace to press freedom. The facts of course are these: the Guild contract, which most publishers reject, permits the publisher to hire anyone in the world he likes. It provides, however, for recognition of the Guild and the adhesion to this organization of the new employee within 30 days. Therefore the use of the words closed shop is a case of smearing, just as the Herald Tribune invention of youth control for freedom from child labor was, and when Hearst changed tax the rich to soak the rich. President Brune of the Guild replied that the A.N.P.A. was holding to the philosophy of Tom Girdler in union matters. The publishers then and now insist that the unionization of press employees will mean a labor bias in the news. Thus Wilbur Forrest, assistant executive editor of the New York Herald Tribune, told the Williamstown Institute of Public Relations that for the Guild to inject the closed shop means that perhaps unknowingly you will inject into newspaper writing unconsciously and between the lines, a pro-labor view. This would result in the most heinous crime against freedom of the press, of course, because it would replace the present anti-labor slant of some 90% of the newspapers. Walter Lippmann, America's best-known ex-liberal, refused to continue to pay his dues as long as the American Newspaper Guild stands committed to the political opinion adopted at the St. Louis Convention or any other political opinions. New York Executive Secretary Milton Kaufman replied that individual members of the Guild are no more 374 committed to resolutions than are editorial employees of the Herald Tribune committed to the editorial policy of the Herald Tribune, a thrust which probably hurt the conservative catechumen. All anti-labor forces have attacked the Guild on the same basis. Thus Merwin K. Hart, of the New York State Economic Council, an organization which would go Hitler one better by disfranchising men out of jobs, accused the Guild of attempting to gain control of the nation's press by strikes and intimidation. To all these attacks the Guild has replied that there is not a single instance of proof. It is not the Guild intention to seize the newspapers or change their editorial policy or in any way to interfere with the editors and publishers. An investigation by the New Republic led to the conclusion that there is not the slightest evidence that the Newspaper Guild has tried or ever will try to dictate the editorial policies of the newspapers where its members are employed. Another investigation by the American Press, a publishers' organ, which asked every paper which had a Guild contract to report on it, led to the conclusion that all editors who responded agree that so far there has been no attempt to color stories or dictate news treatment, and without exception the men were willing to work as long as necessity demanded. All admitted there had been slight payroll increases. Louis B. Seltzer, editor of the Cleveland Press, replied, "By and large our morale, the general attitude of everyone on the paper, the enthusiasm and happiness individually and as a group is higher than in 15 years. What really happens when a newspaper office is made into a Guild preferential shop is that the reporters, assured for the first time in their lives of economic security so long as they are efficient, begin telling the real facts, the truth behind the news, and stop slanting the news consciously or unconsciously to please the First National or the People's Light, or 375. The other pecuniary forces with which the owner is allied in some way. Of course the publishers, who openly admit their enmity for the Guild, have replied by charging it with being dictatorial, and with being pro-labor and altogether too liberal. The Guild claims there is not a case on record where Guild reporters failed to cover a labor dispute honestly or where Guildsmen influenced either the handling of the news or the editorials on any labor dispute. Says the Guild reporter, the hypocrisy of all the pious bleating about the danger of pro-labor bias becomes apparent in a moment's reflection on the present handling of labor news. Editorially and in their news columns most publishers conduct a ceaseless campaign against labor unions. The New York Times, like most of the others, plays up such organizations as the Flint Alliance, Strike Breakers, and Back to Work movements, later found to be paid for, trumped up for strike-breaking purposes. It plays up statements laying responsibility on unions, plays up anything suggesting the defeat of a strike, and buries in stories any details showing the gains won in the innumerable victorious strikes. Of course everyone in the profession, outside the usual number of know-nothingists, understands what is really going on behind the parade of words. Everyone knows that the Guild is not a union in the old AF of L sense, and is even miles ahead of the CIO. The Guild has realized that labor unions whose whole objective is better working conditions and better money for its membership, are only a small step forward in American progress. Its own members are aware of the social issues. And it is just because the newspaper publishers of America are either unaware of the social issues, or, worse yet, insistent that the public be kept in ignorance of the social issues, that they have united all their forces and venom to fight the intelligent leadership of the socially conscious newspaper guild. 376. From the very beginning all the smug and the wealthy and the supercilious critics have had their fun about the guild going out of its way to endorse a pardon for Tom Mooney for example, or to uphold the civil liberties of a man or a movement where some atrocious denial of justice has taken place. The guild has been told to stick to its trade and concentrate on bedded wages and hours. But it has consistently branched out into all social and economic problems which affect its membership and the whole people, and when the test came of this policy it was upheld by its membership. It is most interesting to note that whereas some 90% of the publishers have gone on record for or against certain public measures, the employees of these publishers have usually gone on record by the same percentage, but on the opposite side. The Guild has supported the CIO, it has denounced the Chicago policemen for the murders of Memorial Day, it has supported the Roosevelt Supreme Court plan, it has approved WPA appropriations, and generally denounced the American brand of fascism which masquerades as patriotism. It has always passed resolutions in the belief they were for the general welfare of the American people, not the special welfare of a small group. Its most important action has been its declaration in favor of a press free for the reader instead of freedom of the press for the publisher at the expense of all the rest of the world. Being therefore always on the side of the general welfare as against the special interests, it has naturally been opposed to the publisher's program in almost all cases. At various times during strikes and other conflicts with the publishers, the Guild has obtained proof that the employers are no better or worse than members of the National Association of Manufacturers or the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. In other words, it has been an open fight between capital and labor, with the publishers using the police, the injunction, and many other weapons except bullets and infrequently tear gas to defeat the newspapermen. Moreover, having Al. 377. Most complete control of the channels of communications, the publishers have distorted the facts and in some instances lied about the issues. Guildsmen at various times have published little sheets giving their side of the case and making the foregoing charges against the newspaper owners. The publishers, reported the president of the Guild at the Atlantic City meeting in 1937, used their own news columns without restraint for a campaign of distortion and misrepresentation of the Guild and its acts, seeking to injure its position with the public. The Guild has found out that there is no free press. The Guild knows that the press is not fair to labor. The Guild knows that the publishers are anti-labor, in fact, that they are anti-social. I cannot for the life of me see how Arthur Robb *, editor of Editor and Publisher, can write editorially that 95% of the press is honest, fair, and accurate and only 5% guilty of sins of omission and commission, when there are more than 10,000 organized and enlightened writers for this press who testify that the figures are just about the other way around. The Guild has the complete proof that about 5% of the press is honest, accurate, and fair, and that 95% is not honest, accurate, or fair. In other words, we have no free press in America. We have a few free newspapers. Too darn few. The Guild today represents American journalism. There is also the American Press Society, of which George E. Sokolsky is the chairman of the Entertainment Committee. There is an independent organization on the New York Sun. A large number of its members are for Franco. In several towns, notably in Nashville, the employers have Asterisk to whom I owe many thanks for assistance in obtaining documentation. 378. Obtained oaths of fealty from their workers. These gentlemen have refused to join either the guild or other unions. None of these organizations is important. The important thing is the organization of working newspapermen into a socially conscious, intelligent, and progressive movement. The newspapermen unfortunately have no say in the making of newspapers, but the fact they have come alive is the best single event in modern journalism. Part 3. Battles of the Lords. Chapter I. Let newspapermen run the newspapers. It is the custom, in this day and age, to ask of any critic that he make constructive suggestions. Practical suggestions, if possible. It is of course quite easy to make idealistic suggestions, such as change the world or introduce a new system, but even the smallest tinge of idealism is looked upon with suspicion, and a strong attempt at reform arouses almost violent opposition, as any public official can easily find out for himself. In this section of 5 small chapters I would like to make 5 practical or near practical suggestions for producing a better press than the press lords have given us. First of all, I think the time has come to recognize the fact that the newspaper business is a big investment, no longer a mere $1 million affair. It calls for tens of millions, as Louis Gannett has said. Well, big business has generally recognized the unionization of its employees. The publishers and the typographical union have gotten along splendidly. They should recognize the guild or any other newspaper union as a union. Once this were done, I suggest that the next step should be to invite the newspapermen to run the newspapers. After all, doctors run hospitals and lawyers run the courts, and it would not be strange if newspapermen, who know all there is to know, were actually in complete charge of their business. There is no other in the world where the employees can take over so easily without the help of bosses and owners. Several years ago I wrote that what the guild really wants. 381. 382. Is a say in newspaper making in America. It is entitled to that. The day of the irresponsible employers is over. But apparently I made a terrible blunder there. The guild attacked me angrily. Its executive secretary, Jonathan Eddy, wrote, "I hope Mr. Seldes is right when he pictures the guild as the cleanest and most progressive force in American journalism today, yet he is very wrong, perhaps out of a personal wish fulfillment, when he seems to imply that the guild aims to exert editorial control over newspapers. But since he does believe that our organization is a great and healthy force in American life, it is difficult to understand how he can take seriously the pretensions of bitter and unscrupulous enemies of the guild. It was not unscrupulous enemies of the guild that gave me the idea, nor was it wish fulfillment. It was pure logic. And I am sorry to know that the guild is not interested in editorial control of newspapers, or in editing and publishing them. So long as the papers remain private property, there is of course no chance for workingmen to make such demands from the owners, but it seems to me obvious that the guild, which includes all the men capable of running the industry, and which has proven that it means freedom of the press and not freedom of the lords, and which has a program which puts it in the forefront of liberal and progressive organizations in America, should at least have a say in the business. They ought to ask for it. It ought to be given them without asking. Newspapermen can challenge the publishers. They can say, "Prove you mean freedom of the press by letting the editorial staff run the newspaper." Here we have men of many different political, economic, and perhaps religious viewpoints, but all of them know just what a free newspaper should be. If you put them on the editorial board as some great newspapers have done in the past, you will produce a free newspaper against which no honest man can raise a word of protest. Let newspapermen run the newspapers. 383. At present most newspapers run under a sort of dictatorship. Not fascist, but still dictatorial. When Hearst sends an order to run Marion Davies' picture every day for a month, it hurts no one, but when he sends an order to smear a certain liberal congressman, that is journalistic dictatorship. Nor is Hearst unique. I regret that I have to retract my statement that the Guild wants a say in newspaper making. I know that the Guild has never tried to run the press, and says it will never try to dictate editorial policies on any paper. And I repeat, newspapermen should demand a voice in newspaper making. It would be one of the few real practical ways of establishing a free press. Chapter 2. Subsidy, Weapon for a Free Press. In the days of the frontier, when Utah had a population of 500 and Minnesota 600, and all of the state of New York half what the city now boasts, the wise fathers in Washington thought up a law for the purpose of spreading education, enlightenment, and eventually culture throughout the land, giving the wild and partly unexplored West the same privilege as the East, bringing the means of culture up to the very doorstep of every inhabitant. In 1887 the original law of 1851 which permitted newspaper and periodical publishers to send their products everywhere at a fraction of cost, was amended, and since then the second-class mail matter clauses have undergone minor changes, but they still provide a subsidy to publishers. The American government is willing to take an enormous loss provided education, enlightenment, and culture flourish. It is supposed that printed matter provides all of them. Westbrook Pegler is the only journalist who has ever questioned the size of the subsidy, but he has not forgotten that it exists. He claims that the loss through free newspapers carried in the county of publication is only $800,000 a year, and that the Postmaster General should not compute first-class rates on it, since newspapers do not get first-class treatment. The New York Daily News is the only paper in America which, although its beneficiary, has consistently criticized the subsidy. Its editorial writer, Reuben Morey, commented, on January 6, 1938, that the benefits are admittedly substantial, for all the papers. As just revealed by Postmaster. 384. Subsidy, Weapon for a Free Press. 385. General Farley, it cost the post office $38,000,000 to deliver daily newspapers last year, but the newspapers paid only $9 million to be delivered. To the extent that the news mails papers, it participates in this subsidy, a subsidy which smells louder as time goes on. The outstanding fact about the whole matter is that in the past 10 years the government has presented publishers with $100,000,000 as Mr. Farley claims, and that the chief beneficiaries, the newspapers, have kept the fact hidden in their closets. Certainly every time they attack some other subsidy and keep their own silent, they are giving that old skeleton another push into the darkness. Now, no one in America, not even Colonel McCormick of the Free Press Committee of the Publishers Association, is a greater advocate of a free press than the present writer, and I would not for a moment suggest any check or barrier, blinder or halter, shackle or manacle on our free press. All I would suggest is going back to fundamentals. The press should recognize the subsidy. Real recognition would mean including education and enlightenment in its columns and banishing their opposites, prejudice, bias, and distortion. Fiscal year ending June 30, 1937. Post Office. Payments by loss to post handling cost publications. Office. Daily newspapers. All other newspapers. Magazines. Philanthropic, fraternal papers, etc. Papers free in county. Total government loss $89,148,809. $38,001, $739 $8,999,158, $29,002,581, $14,293,411, $2,999, $241, $11,294,170, $33,583,007, $9,246,108, $24,336,899, $18,512,038, $1,903,590, $16,608,448, $7,900,000, 706,711 None 7,906,711. Chapter G. 10 Tests for a Free Press. We must never tire of protesting, wrote Romain Rolland recently in his protest against one of the many myths which circulate throughout the world and work against its welfare. The newspaper is a very sensitive organ. Its success or failure depends on the public. Only rarely is there such a situation as in Chicago, where many persons who have to buy either the Tribune or the Herald-Examiner have been heard to express their lack of confidence in both. In most cities people believe in the printed word, even when the type is the largest and the word far removed from the truth. The failure of a free press in most countries is usually blamed on the readers. Every nation gets the government and the press it deserves. This is too facile a remark. The people deserve better in most governments and press. Readers, in millions of cases, have no way of finding out whether their newspapers are fair or not, honest or distorted, truthful or colored. Intelligent readers frequently ask for means of testing the press. The easiest way is to buy copies of newspapers for a week or so, study them carefully, and compare news and headlines. If the reader does this with a news item about a strike in which he is a participant, or a mass meeting where he was a speaker or listener, or some event where bias and perversion for special motives may enter, he will be able within 1 hour to find out which is the honest, which the dishonest newspaper. Let him not be guided by his own bias if possible. 386. 10 Tests for a Free Press. 387. Beware of the newspaper which calls itself independent. Of the, say, 90% of the press which howled down the president in 1937 and 1938, a goodly portion called itself independent, or that hypocritical paradox, independent Republican and independent Democratic. There are less than a dozen independent newspapers in the whole country, and even that small number is dependent on advertisers and other things, and all these other things which revolve around money and profit make real independence impossible. No newspaper which is supporting one class of society is independent. And while William Allen White, who heads our editors, insists that our publishers are unconsciously class-conscious, he admits they are class-conscious. Class-conscious newspapers cannot be free newspapers. If we accept the statement that this feeling is still unconscious, then we can proceed with tests of the freedom of these papers. Here are a few simple tests for the publishers which every reader can insist on. I. Give equal space to the political parties. 2. Give some space to minority parties, at least space relative to their strength. These two tests will put the majority of our press, which styles itself independent, on the spot. 3. Publish the Federal Trade Commission reports. These reports are not enough, but they do expose many of our greatest manufacturers of food, drink, clothing, tobacco, milk, etc., as fraudulent. 4. Tell the truth about cigarettes and automobiles, the two largest advertisers. 5. Give the consumer a square deal. Publish the same reports on consumers' goods which only the liberal and left weeklies publish nowadays. 6. Reject organized pressure. Inform the American Legion, the Catholic Church organizations, the business and advertising organizations, and all the other sacred cows, bulls, and elephants of journalism. They will no longer influence the news. If all publishers in any one town agree on this, no losses can follow. 388. 7. Publish the labor news. Give labor a square deal. Everyone admits that the press has fallen down worse in the labor field than elsewhere. 8. Throw Mr. Hearst out. The Associated Press accused Hearst of theft of the news. It won its case. But it did not throw him out. Neither did the ANP. No press organization can make any ethical claims so long as it has a Hearst around. G. Stop defending child labor because of the few dollars you save on newsboys. I. Print both sides of a controversy. The New York Daily News published both a presidential battle page in the Roosevelt-Landon campaign and an economic battle page on labor. It offered them free, but only a few papers took them. No paper can claim to be free if it refuses to publish both sides. These are 10 simple tests which come to me on the spur of the moment. Other newspapermen will think of better ones, no doubt *, but all of them look fair to me. If a paper announces itself as a Republican sheet and wants to publish nothing but Republican Party news, that is fair and honest, but few newspapers so announce themselves. Not only the self-styled independent paper but any paper which claims it is a newspaper, must publish the news, and that is all that one can ask. But if it claims it is a free paper it must give equal space to both sides. I know that no newspaper in America will publish anything like Consumers Union's reports on foods, automobiles, cigarettes, but it is reprehensible of them to refuse the following tests for a free press have been suggested by newspapermen, editors, and School of Journalism professors who have read this manuscript. I. Defend public welfare instead of public utilities. 2. Publish the facts about radicals, Reds, etc., without red baiting. 3. Discover the cooperative movement in America. 4. Run the advertisements of Consumers Union. 5. Stop publishing letters which agree with editorial policy only. 10 tests for a free press. 389. Advertisements of the union itself. This cooperative, non-profit-seeking organization tests all consumers' goods. Its scientific reports are frequently at variance with the advertisements, and no one can challenge their truthfulness. The newspapers show their prostitution to advertisers every time they refuse a Consumers Union advertisement. The advertisements merely solicit membership in the organization. They do not distinguish between good and bad products. But the monthly report of the union does list good and bad products, thereby serving its members well, but offending the manufacturers of bad products who are also large advertisers. If I were to be asked for one specific proof that the old-fashioned venality still persists in the press, and that the advertiser still dominates the newspaper business, I would offer the experiences of the foregoing organization in dealing with the business managers of newspapers and magazines. The element of hypocrisy also enters the situation. Due numerous cases the union has requested the publications to place their refusal to carry its advertisements in writing. But the publications have refused to give the organization documentary proof of their dirty work. The excuses given by some of the great newspapers are strange and varied. One says it does not accept the type of advertisement, and another declares the ad is controversial. The union advertisement is not an advertisement offering anything for sale. It is simply a notice that a non-profit making public service society seeks members, and these members are promised a scientifically truthful service about consumers' goods. Among the advertising managers who said by telephone they would not take the union's announcements and who refused to send written confirmation, the union informs me, are the New York News and the Philadelphia Record. On the other hand, the union has a frank, although oral, admission from a salesman from the magazine Esquire that 390. That magazine had received complaints from some of the big liquor firms because Esquire had run a C.U. ad describing our liquor report. They threatened to withdraw their advertising if Esquire ran any more C.U. ads. I recall that at the time I was associate editor of Ken, published by the Esquire Company. I proposed to the advertising department that it solicit C.U. for a page advertisement, which it did. The union offered to pay the usual price of $2 for a page. But the ad did not appear because the salesman who rejoiced one day that he had landed the order, found out the next day that it would offend all the other advertisers. The union ran full-page advertisements in the New York Times in 1936 and the result was a tremendous growth in membership. But in February, 1937, the Times management held up an advertisement and questioned the competency of the union's laboratories. At a conference, the non-profit making organization submitted its evidence, whereupon the Times representatives, although seemingly satisfied, suggested that an investigation be made by the Better Business Bureau. This bureau is an organization which is run by big business and advertisers, and some of its officials make drugs, foods, and commodities which have been criticized by Consumers Union. The proposition was ridiculous. It would be equivalent to have the ethical doctors of America investigated by the patent medicine makers. Finally, the Times suggested it might run the advertising if prominent men would endorse the work. Senators, representatives, college professors, writers, and others did so. But the Times still continues to play the game of straddling and evading. Among the 60 publications which through sheer fear of losing money from other advertisers have refused the union advertising, in addition to those mentioned, are the New York Herald Tribune, the New York Post, the Christian Science Monitor, and dozens of magazines. The Post has been considering an ad for 2 years, on 10 tests for a free press. 391. May 3, 1937, it wrote it was not in a position to determine the accuracy of the Consumers Union reports and would communicate when it had done so, and there the matter rests. The Christian Science Monitor, which has a great record for throwing fake advertising for the very drugs, foods, and commodities, which the Union also exposes, out of its columns, could not, however, bring its integrity to the point of accepting the advertising an organization which has a social and progressive policy and a social conscience. It is not possible for us to give the reason for this decision, it wrote. A letter mailed in a Scripps Howard envelope informed the Union that John Sarles, executive editor, had sent instructions to all Scripps Howard editors to kill C.U. press material. The Union complained to Roy Howard. It received a reply from Mr. Sarles saying, "We have not instructed Scripps Howard editors not to use C.U. press material. But we have from time to time cautioned our editors with regards to the use of handouts material from any of the various consumer bureaus." In other words, the Scripps Howard Press uses thousands of columns of handouts from the automobile and other industries which advertise, but cautions its editors not to use press material which would benefit the consumers perhaps at the expense of the advertisers. Time after time Consumers Union has protested this boycott by the press in its own monthly reports. Frequently many among its 65,000 members have written to publishers and received no satisfaction. The New York Times, however, has adopted a form letter to deal with such protests. It reads, "The New York Times accepted the advertising of the firm you mentioned for many months. We suspended it when some of our executives raised the point that an important part of this company's service comprised attacks on the products or services of 392 other companies or industries. This the Times does not permit. So far no satisfactory basis has been found for renewing the advertising. CMCD. Puck et. This is the nearest to a confession that it is advertising agency pressure which is directing the policy of the newspapers. A better confession of this sinister business can be found in Editor and Publisher, August 6, 1938, where Edward Davenport, a merchandising expert, writes a tremendous attack on all consumers' organizations. Since he cannot possibly say anything just or rational against them, he calls them names and enemies of the American industrial system and social order. In a way this is true. Consumers' organizations favor their members, the public, and expose such things as excessive utility rates, fake advertising, shoddy goods, false bargains, poisonous patent medicines, and many useless and fraudulent companies and products which help put big publishers in the upper income tax brackets, and therefore maintain their social order. I challenge any newspaper in America to publish the findings of Johns Hopkins University on the effect of cigarette smoking in shortening life and generally weakening the system. I challenge all publishers to run a department on consumers' goods written from the viewpoint of benefit for the readers instead of the advertiser. I challenge any newspaper to omit all advertisements for drugs which the medical profession believes harmful. As one way toward a better, if not a free press, I suggest that every newspaper reader demand that his publisher make the 10 tests listed above. The greatest cause for optimism in America is the result of the boycott of the Hearst press, from New York to California. Stop buying red-baiting papers. Stop patronizing. 393. Colored, biased, perverted papers. And write to the editors. Never grow weary of protesting. In this sensitive business of dealing with the public which depends on faith and goodwill, protest is a most effective weapon. Therefore protest. And if that fails, boycott the corrupt newspaper. Support the honest newspaper just as strongly. Chapter 4. Investigate the press lords. The radio has proven its worth as a means of communication with the public when the press unites against a leader or a policy. You must realize, said Senator Sherman Minton, in a radio address in March, 1938, that it is chiefly by means of the radio that the point of view of the administration in Washington on anything it is doing or proposes to do, is brought to you, since 98% of the metropolitan newspapers are opposed to the administration and do not hesitate to misrepresent it. You found that out in the last election. If you want to know the truth about things going on in Washington, you won't find it in the metropolitan newspapers. Senator Minton proposed an investigation of the press. Before I report on the fantastic national editorial jitters that followed, I would like to quote from a letter from Senator Minton. He writes me as follows: when you have had time to read my speech criticizing the press, copy of which I am enclosing, you will find I was not attacking the free press. I was defending free speech that was being attacked by the so-called free press. You will also discover that this speech was misrepresented in the press, as everything else is that they don't like. The bill I introduced has at least been successful in exposing the hypocrisy and impudence of the so-called free press in their efforts to curb free speech. 394. Investigate the press lords. 395. The senator had named names. He had spoken of the unspeakable Chicago Tribune, and the Philadelphia Inquirer, the Washington Post and New York Herald Tribune among the 90% of the press which deliberately distorted the news in trying to destroy the New Deal. He read the misleading headlines and falsifications of many newspapers into the congressional record. The aggrieved parties went hysterical. The Herald Tribune published a piece under the quotation, "What is truth?" Said jesting Pilate, "The Times came out." For a free press, Landon said the Minton bill would end liberty. Boke Carter wrote 3 of his most smeary columns against Minton, and Colonel Frank Knox himself wrote an editorial advising editors to tell Minton to go to hell. But the President of the United States said at a press conference that if a law were passed jailing editors who deliberately published falsehoods, the federal government could not handle all the prisoners such a statute would land in jail. The prison bill, as Senator Minton writes, had its effect. It exposed a lot of hypocrisy. But months passed and there was no answer to Senator Minton's proposal that the press of the country be investigated. Quite naturally, the publishers met the proposal with silence or ridicule. But this united front was rudely broken by Patterson's Daily News, which on the occasion of a terrific attack on James Roosevelt by Alva Johnston in the Saturday Evening Post, suddenly leaped forward with a big editorial demand that the Minton press probe should be made. "We think the time for such an investigation has now arrived," said the news. "It should be conducted by an impartial commission, composed of equal numbers of pro-New Dealers and anti-New Dealers to avoid whitewashing or mud plastering. This newspaper, much as it dislikes the idea of having its private life investigated, offers itself as the first specimen to be probed. There are several things about this newspaper. 396. Which a lot of people would like to have investigated. 0. K. Let's have the facts. There is the charge that advertisers influence the policies of the news, as of other newspapers and magazines. Let that be probed. There is the talk about the relationship between the New Deal News and the Old Deal Chicago Tribune. Cynics snicker that this organization's plan is to work both sides of the street, so that in any event it will have a friend in the White House. Let's have that gone into. The news having been thus investigated by a commission of, say 3 anti-New Dealers and 3 pro-New Dealers, We think the Saturday Evening Post might be investigated next. Does it, directly or indirectly, employ child labor, and if so, how much? Does it benefit by the fact, stated often in these columns on information and belief, that the Post Office Department carries newspapers and magazines at about $100,000 a year below cost, and if so, how much? What is its financial setup and dividend policy? And so on. We think the investigation should also include Mr. J. David Stern, pro-New Deal publisher of the New York Post, Mr. S. E. Thomason, pro-New Deal publisher of the Chicago Times, and other pro-New Deal publishers. Then the anti-New Deal Scripps Howard chain might have its turn in the ringer, its feature writer, Westbrook Pegler, being an enthusiastic attacker of the president's family. After that, the Hearst chain's financial setup and backing should be looked into, and the findings published. Likewise, the New York Times and the New York Herald Tribune. And so on down the line. We don't say all this out of anger. We say it for this reason: we believe the great majority of anti-New Deal news. Investigate the press lords. 397. Papers and magazines are trying to build up a fanatical hatred of President Roosevelt. We do not believe they can succeed in entirety, judging from the election returns to date. We believe that if they do succeed even partially, they will stir up class divisions and class hatred, which will have consequences the most disastrous, not only for the newspapers but for the entire country. Senator Minton took his fight to the metropolis when, on August 13, I-938, before the American Press Society, he charged a section of the American press with being in control of wealthy men who, in my opinion, would not scruple to throw this country into fascism rather than surrender their privileges. This is of course the ultimate in indictments, and the senator who proposed an investigation must be prepared to produce proof of this charge. Mr. Minton accused the news services of monopolistic practices. Often we find their stories are edited in the making or made in the editing to conform to the policy of the moment. As for freedom of the press, he declared that the Bill of Rights did not preserve it for corporation publishers to make 6% on their investment, but that all men might know the truth. The warning issued by the American Newspaper Publishers Association that the federal government might encroach upon American democracy through the use of the radio, Senator Minton termed an impudent, hypocritical proposal. If the investigation of the press is made, Senator Minton continues, I believe it will disclose that there is no longer a free press. That facts no longer are given to the people in full and cannot be, under the monster we have created and permitted to control the press. Subsidized sources are responsible for much that appear in the press. Behind all of this we find control by great banks and financial institutions. The power of the advertiser. 39.8. Representing big business. Control of thought in this country by command of money. It is interesting to note that the New York Times published only about a fourth of what the Sunday Worker published of this speech. By all means, let's investigate. Let's put all the cards on the table. Let's find out if there is a joker in the journalistic deck. Let's call all bluffs. Let's find out all about the money in the pot, whose it is, who plays with it, who wins, who pays. If the press is the greatest force for democracy in America, and if that force can be used for other purposes, for purposes all the way from falsifying the social issues to throwing the country into fascism, we can best know how to continue the fight for democracy by discovering the armed strength and the armed finances of this power. Let's investigate. Chapter 5. Labor must fight the press lords. Olympian critics have always defended the big press by alleging that there are also prejudice, bias, distortion, favoritism, coloration, and all the usual evils present in the antipodal press, the left or liberal press, the non-commercial press backed by labor, progressive or socialist and communist parties, or certain trades, or even a church. For example, there is more bias, coloration, distortion in the Brooklyn Tablet, the diocesan organ of the Catholic Church, than in any other publication in New York State outside the Nazi German sheets. I do not believe that the charge made against the non-commercial press will hold. I will admit that usually the news coverage in this press is inadequate, but this is due to lack of funds and that as a rule there is more mingling of editorial and news in the news columns, but I insist that it is the liberal left which realizes the fact that truth itself is the greatest weapon in the world. By that truth I do not mean necessarily that 2 and 2 make 4, although that truth is denied almost every day in the great press and notably by the reactionary columnists, but the facts and the causes of the facts as Bovard published them when he ran the Post-Dispatch without interference from the Pulitzers. My ideal newspaper would publish nothing but the facts as far as it is humanly possible to get them. But it would have a staff of men who would be out every day looking for the facts and who would never be content with the surface news. With such a newspaper it would not be necessary 399. 400. Have an editorial page, because the facts would write their own editorial. But until such time as such an ideal newspaper is founded, it is necessary that we have a press which will publish the considerable body of news which the commercial press suppresses or buries or distorts, and a press which will have an editorial policy counteracting the poisons which flow from the editorial pages of the great majority of party and corporation newspapers. Outside of the commercial press I have mentioned the Christian Science Monitor and the Jewish Forward, two powerful daily newspapers, which are not motivated by profits and which have a great influence. But, as I have also pointed out, they are parochial in their views. The Communist Party supports the New York Daily Worker and its Chicago and San Francisco colleagues. These newspapers are marked communist. There is no pretense about them, no dishonesty about ownerships as with the dailies which proclaim themselves the public defender but really represent the utilities, banks, and other interests. The La Follette movement has a few liberal supporters which state their ownership and interests honestly. But the great mass majority of the American people, organized and unorganized labor, has no daily press of its own, and has not yet awakened to the fact, as French and British and other workingmen have done, that the commercial press only pretends that the interests of labor are its first interest also. There is not one labor newspaper in America to equal the London Herald. That paper, alas, has been turned over to a commercial printer by the British Labour Party and has lost a great deal of its power. There are 570 labor publications in the United States, with 8,778,000 circulation, and there are several independent weeklies which are decidedly friendly to labor. The People's Press, founded a few years ago, has attained 401. A circulation of 250,000 copies. It is a weekly. It is supported by unions and devoted to their cause, but it is actually a general newspaper. It publishes special editions for various sections of the country and for special events, such as big strikes. One of its greatest achievements was the scoop on the death of 476 workers in a West Virginia tunnel enterprise. The cause of death was silicosis. At that time the New York Times wrote an editorial exonerating the corporation and joking at the whole idea of silicosis, but a congressional investigation substantiated the People's Press. This weekly also does its readers many services, one of which is a consumer's department exposing fraudulent food and drugs. A few $100,000 subscribed for this weekly would make it an important force in the country. Another weekly, Labor, founded 2 decades ago, now has a circulation of 500,000. Its editor, Edward Keating, tried to induce Samuel Gompers, late president of the American Federation of Labor, to back a chain of labor newspapers throughout the country, but Gompers, although impressed, found he had no time for the idea. Recently there were rumors that John L. Lewis would found at least 1, and possibly 3 big newspapers which would help the C.I.O. movement, but nothing has come of them. For its own interests, if not for the interests of a better press, labor should have its own newspapers. It can publish either a string of journals devoted to general information, or it can publish purely journals which editorially would counteract the news propaganda of its enemies. To get millions of readers the labor press will have to supply the comic strips, the stories dealing with sex, money, and crime, which have made many tabloids successful, the baseball scores, all the stuff the general public wants and now gets in the non-labor or anti-labor press. If the labor newspaper existed, it would act as a purge for the general press. No editor and publisher would continue to 402 battles of the Lords distort and discolor the news if he was certain that his rival, a labor newspaper, would detect him in this work and expose him every day. The existence of labor newspapers would raise the standards of all newspapers. A labor newspaper would be for journalism what the TVA yardstick is for electricity. If labor must challenge the press lords, it takes $1 million to start a newspaper nowadays, and organized labor can raise that $1 million. Newspapermen should ask for a share in newspaper making. The reader should challenge the bona fides of his hometown newspapers under the code of ethics and the canons of journalism which the editors and publishers proclaim. Congress should go ahead with the proposed investigation of our lords of the press. More so today than in the time of the World War and in generations and centuries ago, the press of the world has become the most important weapon of dictators and commercial powers. In no dictator country do the people have anything to say to their rulers, political or journalistic. Only in democratic countries is there the beginning of a suspicion that the old axioms about the press being the bulwark of liberty is something that affects the daily life of the people, that it is a living warning rather than an ancient wisecrack. A people that wants to be free must arm itself with a free press.